I don't know. Dave is, Camp, is it, David, Mr. Chairman, are we expecting Camp or anybody to come? Is it just the two of us now? Say hello to all these guys? Say hello to
Said hi to some of them already.
Jim.
Thank you. The Rules Committee will come to order. We are here for consideration of H.R. 2, the repeal of the Job-Killing Health Care Law Act, and H.Res. 9, instructing certain committees to report legislation replacing the Job-Killing Health Care Law. And we are very happy to welcome as our first witnesses the two very distinguished new chairs of their respective committees, the chair of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, Mr. Klein, and the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Upton. And gentlemen, let me just say that this legislation has been written and introduced by Mr. Cantor, the repeal measure, and I've introduced the replace measure in response to a commitment that was made to immediately have an up or down vote on repeal of the health care bill, and a very strong commitment that we made to deal with replacing this measure with some of the thoughtful proposals that came forward during debate, many of which are supported by President Obama and other Democrats as well. So we welcome you here, and whatever remarks you have will be included in their entirety in the record that you have prepared, and we'd welcome summary from you. So why don't we begin with Chairman Klein.
Thank you, Chairman Dreyer. Good morning to you and Ranking Member Slaughter, members of the committee, many new members in new seats. Kind of an exciting day. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of this legislation that reflects the wishes of the American people and repeals a disastrous government takeover of health care. The Education and the Workforce Committee's interest in this legislation is primarily found in the provisions affecting employer-provided health care, with more than half of all non-elderly Americans receiving health care coverage through an employer-provided plan. These elements of the law are among the most consequential for individuals, families, and our economy. Numerous provisions in the law threaten job creation and economic growth, but few are as visible as the employer mandate. The law requires every employer with more than 50 workers to provide government-approved health care coverage. Those who do not or cannot afford to will be slapped with a penalty of $2,000 per worker beyond the first 30. The potential for harm is obvious. This law is a job killer. A small business with 50 employees would be penalized to the tune of $42,000 for hiring a 51st worker. One new worker, $42,000 in new cost. If they do not want to pay the penalty, they have the option of providing government-approved health care coverage, a proposition that could cost even more. Hiring new workers will be more expensive, making it harder for job creators to put Americans back to work. The hiring disincentives are particularly strong for small employers hovering near the 50-worker penalty threshold. The law puts pressure on small business with fewer than 50 workers not to grow, and it pressures those with just over 50 workers to actually eliminate jobs. The only way to avoid paying a penalty on workers is to provide government-approved health insurance. Not surprisingly, that's easier said than done. President Obama famously and repeatedly promised the American people they could keep their health care if they liked it. Unfortunately, the regulators in his administration seem to have a different plan. In June, the administration issued regulations on the so-called grandfather provision, the part of the bill that is supposed to protect current employer plans, making them immune to the law's costly mandates and complex requirements. To the contrary, the regulations will increase employer costs, and the administration's own estimates indicate up to 69% of all employer plans are expected to lose grandfathered status by 2013. The picture is worse for small businesses, up to 80% of which could lose their grandfathered status and become subject to the law's costly new mandates. As a result, some estimates indicate 87 million Americans can expect to see changes to their plans thanks to the grandfather rule. If you like what you have, you cannot keep it. Instead, you'll have to pay more for something different. We all know that more mandates mean higher costs. Perhaps that is one reason why the Congressional Budget Office estimates 3 million individuals will end up in the public exchanges or on Medicaid. 3 million is an estimate, but in reality, many more Americans could be forced into exchanges in the Medicaid program. The more difficult we make it for employers to provide affordable coverage, the more likely it is that plans will disappear and consumers will have no choice but the government-run Medicaid or the exchanges. As a result, costs for taxpayers will explode. I know that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will talk today about a handful of provisions in the law that are more appealing than the employer mandates and eviscerated coverage. They're setting up a false choice, trying to convince us and the American people that we cannot improve health care without orchestrating this government takeover. It's just not true. I look forward to casting my vote to repeal this law so we can get to work in our committees to carry out the wishes of our constituents, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klein. Mr. Upton, and we're happy to be joined at the table representing the Committee on the Judiciary, Mr. King.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I do appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of repealing the Job-Killing Health Care Law Act, a bill that is key in our efforts to promote policies that will help put Americans back to work and actually bring down health care costs for working families. In trying to secure passage of the controversial health care law, Speaker Pelosi famously said that the House needed to pass the bill so that we could find out what's in it. Well, in the 10 months since its passage, the American people have learned what was in the bill, some of it anyway, and they have overwhelmingly rejected it because it does kill jobs and increases costs. Our nation's unemployment rate is nearly 10%. It's over 12% and has been so in my home state of Michigan the last 3 years. This is flatly unacceptable, and it underscores the urgency of our efforts to end job-killing policies like Obamacare. The government takeover of health care destroys jobs with a host of tax hikes and costly government mandates. It raises taxes on the American people by more than $500 billion. And at a time of soaring unemployment, the law alarmingly includes $210 billion in new payroll taxes, $60 billion in new taxes on health plans, $27 billion in taxes on pharmaceuticals that patients need, $20 billion in taxes on common medical devices used by patients like pacemakers and oxygen, $15 billion in increased taxes on people with high medical expenses, and $13 billion in taxes by restricting the use of flexible savings accounts for things like over-the-counter drugs, including allergy medication. Hundreds of billions of dollars in new taxes will not only suffocate our economy, it will hurt families at a time when they can least afford it. This is not the American way. And let's not forget the $52 billion employer mandate. According to a study by the NFIB, an employer mandate could eliminate 1.6 million jobs by 2014. Two-thirds of those job losses could come from small businesses that should be driving our economic recovery. At the Blair House Health Care Summit last year, Speaker Pelosi claimed that the health care bill would create 400,000 new jobs almost immediately. Well, the only new jobs Americans can see for now are Washington bureaucrats writing thousands of pages of regulations, even as they hand out waivers because of the law's unworkable mandates. Mr. Chairman, we must work together to foster a new era of job growth that encourages investment and innovation. We must repeal this job-killing health care bill that raids the pocketbooks of working Americans and sends their hard-earned tax dollars to Washington to create jobs for bureaucrats who decide what health care the public can have. We need to free our job creators from the uncertainty of the bill's regulations and taxes so jobs can be created in places like Washington Township, Michigan, not Washington, D.C. When the health care reform debate began, the President said the goal of reform was to lower costs. In fact, he predicted Americans would see their premiums reduced by as much as $2,500 a year. However, the CBO now estimates that Obamacare will actually raise, not lower, health insurance premiums in the individual market 10 to 13%. Americans are now facing the prospect of a $2,100 increase in premium rather than the $2,500 decrease that was promised. The President also promised, as Mr. Klein said, that if Americans liked their health insurance, they could keep it. Yet the bureaucrats enforcing the new government rules have stated that almost 87 million Americans would lose their current coverage. Despite the administration's $1 billion taxpayer-funded ad campaign to convince seniors otherwise, The $575 billion in cuts to Medicare to fund new entitlements will hurt the Medicare program and its beneficiaries. The administration's chief actuary estimates that a full 50% of participants, or 7 million seniors, will lose access to their Medicare Advantage plans. The bill cuts hundreds of billions from Medicare providers that, according to the actuary, could force 15% of providers to leave the program. The result would be, and I quote, jeopardizing access to care for beneficiaries. And despite claims to the contrary, the cost of Obamacare will markedly increase the federal deficit. Proponents of the bill understood that the program could not sustain itself, so they used misleading budget gimmicks to hide the true costs. The law, as we remember, provides 6 years of benefits provided with 10 years of tax increases in Medicare cuts. And according to a report authored by a former director of CBO, Obamacare will increase the federal budget deficit by more than $550 billion in the first 10 years of the law and $1.4 trillion in the following 10 years. Finally, instead of stopping skyrocketing health care costs, Obamacare increases them. The administration's chief actuary predicts that the federal government and the country will spend $310 billion more under Obamacare than we would have without the new law. Even after the bill was signed into law, the Republican minority pleaded with the former chairman to hold hearings on the massive overhaul. We asked for hearings to examine how companies will be forced to change or even drop their health care plans, leaving the promise that if you liked your insurance, you could keep it as nothing but empty rhetoric. We sought hearings with the Secretary of HHS and other members of the administration bureaucracy now in charge. Our calls went unanswered. Mr. Chairman, things will change now. As the new chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, we will embark on a number of hearings in both the Health and Oversight Investigation subcommittees. We will not let go unanswered to the call of the American people who spoke loud and clear in November and rejected this massive government expansion and takeover of health care. I yield back the balance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Upton. Appreciate it, and congratulations to you. Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify before the Rules Committee today. And I'll do so in favor of legislation to repeal the Democrats' deeply flawed health care bill. The cornerstone of health care law this bill repeals is the individual mandate. That's a mandate that requires all Americans to either purchase health insurance or pay a fine. This mandate is clearly outside the scope of the enumerated powers the Constitution grants the federal government. In fact, I find 4 places that I believe Obamacare violates the Constitution in my reading of it. Specifically, the individual mandate is supported by neither the Commerce Clause nor Congress's power to lay and collect taxes. The Commerce power only covers commercial or economic activity, and that is the production, distribution, or consumption of commodities. An individual's decision not to purchase health insurance is not a commercial or economic activity. In fact, it's not an activity. It is a non-economic inactivity. We're going to punish a non-economic inactivity. When you think about a man's home being his castle, the long tradition of Old English common law that we've inherited here, and an individual, man or woman, could sit in their house, pay all their taxes in their house, and sit there and do nothing and be in violation of a law and have the federal government come and impose a levy a fine against them by using the IRS. It's astonishing in its reach beyond the scope of the Constitution. Not even the Supreme Court's most expansive Commerce Clause cases have intimated the clause allows Congress to regulate non-economic inactivity. Thus, the health care bill's individual mandate is doubly unprecedented. It's without either an historical or a legal precedent. Nor does Congress's power to tax save the individual mandate. Congress cannot impose a penalty. That's a punishment for failure to act, and simply rename it as a tax. It can be justified. It cannot be either justified under the taxing power. As President Obama has himself made clear during a television interview, he said, I quote, "I absolutely reject the notion," close quote, "that the individual mandate is a tax." Simply put, the individual mandate violates Congress's power under both the commerce and taxing clauses of the Constitution. If Congress had the power to impose the health care bill's individual mandate, its power would be unlimited. It could force Americans to engage in any activity it chose, from forcing Americans to purchase cars from General Motors, to exercising every day to stay in shape, to adjusting our diets perhaps, But in such a world, we would not be living under a constitution of enumerated powers. We'd be living instead under a regime of absolute federal control and unlimited mandates. This repeal bill will ensure that the unconstitutional individual mandate never commandeers Americans into purchasing health insurance. Repeal will also ensure that we can go back to the table to enact meaningful medical malpractice reform and end the costly practice of defensive medicine. Defensive medicine costs taxpayers real money, as doctors are forced by the threat of lawsuits to conduct tests and prescribe drugs that aren't medically required. They're just to avoid lawsuits. A survey published in the Archives of Internal Medicine found that the vast majority of doctors practice defensive medicine. According to the survey, 91% of doctors reported believing that physicians order more tests and procedures than needed to protect themselves from malpractice suits. Even President Obama has acknowledged that excessive defensive medicine reinforces our current system. And I'll quote, that's a quote, excessive defensive medicine reinforces our current system. And I would point out there are estimates that range between 3.5% of our overall health care costs in America, as high as 8.5% of our health care costs in America are attributed to defensive medicine and the litigation that's associated with medical malpractice. It could run as high as $208 billion a year. We have lower estimates, and I'll address those numbers in a moment. But why then do the Democrats' health care bill do nothing to prevent defensive medicine? Why did Democrats choose to enact a health care law that creates more federal rules for doctors without protecting them from lawsuits if they deviate one bit from those rules? That can only produce more litigation and less effective health care. But there are effective means for ending the practice of defensive medicine and reducing the increased expenses that lawsuits add to this country's health care costs. According to the Congressional Budget Office, Republican proposed litigation reforms would save at least $54 billion in health care costs. I think it could be substantially more. But Democrats ignored Republican proposals in enacting their health care law and even encouraged states not to enforce similar malpractice reforms of their own. There are some models out there in the states. Texas and California would be two that come to mind. This is a major reason why we need to repeal the Democrats' health care law. We need to go back to the drawing board and, among other things, enact meaningful malpractice litigation reform to help improve health care, make it more affordable, and save taxpayer money while reducing the federal deficit. Once repeal of this blatantly unconstitutional health care law is accomplished, we can move forward with positive health care reforms, including health care litigation reform. I suggest that we pull Obamacare out by the roots, root and branch, lock, stock, and barrel, eradicate it completely, and leave not one vestige of its DNA left behind, because it is a malignant tumor into the spirit of America's vitality and constitutionality. And if it's allowed to have any particle left, it will regrow again, and it will metastasize like a tumor and grow back, and it will consume the liberty and the vigor of the American people. We must pull it out by the roots. This Congress has been elected to do so. Mr. Chairman, I intend to participate in this, a full-throated 100% effort in doing so. I appreciate your attention, the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to yield to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. So where do you guys stand on this issue? I think is the natural question we need to pose here. Let me say at the outset that obviously we want to ensure that every single American has access to quality health insurance and health care. The President of the United States indicated in his first press conference following the election that he believed that this bill is flawed. He said that the 1099 provision that was in there that imposes a burden on small businesses in this country needed to be addressed. Most recently, Judge Henry Hudson in Virginia has determined that the mandate, about which I guess all three of you were speaking, is unconstitutional. And so we have the executive, the President of the United States, referring to this as a flawed bill. We have obviously a court decision that has been made. And it seems to me that the right thing for us to do is this two-step approach that we are taking. Number one, it is our effort to repeal the measure. And number two, as I said, the measure that I'm introducing, have introduced, and have many co-sponsors on, which calls for us to get your committees working to ensure that every single American has access to quality health insurance and health care. Now, I believe that there are 5 simple steps that need to be taken that would immediately drive the cost of health insurance down. And I think that we should expand medical savings accounts. We should have associated health plans. We should have meaningful lawsuit abuse reform. We should have pooling to deal with pre-existing conditions. And we should do everything that we possibly can to ensure that people can acquire insurance across state lines. Those 5 simple things, most of which are actually supported by President Obama. In every one of those instances, from his State of the Union message where he talked about lawsuit abuse reform to his interest in looking at the purchase of insurance across state lines being made available, there has been interest. And if the President hasn't talked about every one of those issues, I know that there are Democrats who have. And so I believe that we have an opportunity to come together in a bipartisan way. And we know that there was not bipartisan support for this measure when we saw it in the 111th Congress, but I believe that in the 112th Congress, upon repealing this measure, we can come together, Democrats and Republicans alike, working with the President to ensure that every American has access to quality health insurance by driving those costs down. And so I thank you all for your thoughtful remarks, and I will say that you've come forward with some interesting figures that are obviously going to be challenged by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Just this notion that 87 million Americans, as you said, Chairman Upton, will lose their health insurance when, in fact, we're hearing that everyone could keep their insurance. The fact that we have this CBO study that has now come out showing that we will see an increase in the deficit of $145 billion when, in fact, if you look at the gimmickry involved, we're talking about $700 billion in gimmicks, and to me it is incomprehensible to think that putting into place taxes, mandates, and an extraordinarily burdensome structure like this is going to save taxpayer dollars. We know that the taxes alone in this measure are going to exacerbate the economic downturn through which we are struggling today. And so again, I thank you all very much for your remarks and appreciate the thoughtful approach. And I assume that I have a commitment from all 3 of you that when we pass my measure that directs your committees to begin work on an effort to put these measures in place that will decrease the cost of health insurance for Americans, that you're committed to doing that.
Absolutely. Without a doubt, we will be embarking on this almost right away, and we will have a product that you will be very proud of, and I would like to think will be bipartisan in terms of what we would like to do to help working families and businesses provide benefits for their workers.
Both of the other 2 gentlemen nodded, so I assume, and I know you can't speak for the entire committee, but I feel very sanguine that that your colleagues on the Judiciary Committee and Chairman Smith will lead an effort there. And I got the great nod from Chairman Klein. So we look forward to working together in a bipartisan way to ensure that we can drive the cost of health insurance down. Mr. Sessions.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and welcome to each of you who are here today. Today, with great anticipation, we here in the Rules Committee are looking forward to hearing not only what you have to say, but also our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. During the last few years, this has been an active discussion, and I note there are a number of people in the room today who are back to give us discussion, including the gentleman, Mr. Andrews, who have given us thoughtful ideas. I'm very pleased to hear that what you're going to do is go and examine, reopen, and make sure that the facts of the case now are better known. I will tell you that the American people recognize as gasoline nears $4 and we've been told $5 a gallon, that we recognize, or at least a group of people that I hang around with recognize that gasoline at $4 or $5 a gallon combined with the economy that we have that is a drag on jobs, and knowing that this health care bill, which is a devastator not only for the amount of money it costs, but also in the job loss that takes place, is slowing our economy. Chronic unemployment is what we've now had. But when you look up and see that gasoline is going to this price because of the economic advantages that are taking place in China and India. There are economies that are booming, and the United States is left out of that because we are embroiled in trying to do health care, cap and trade, and all these things which diminish our economic base. So it's my hope that we will think about catching up with the world as the world leader in job creation, innovation. The last thing I'd like to say is I hope that there will be some focus on pharmaceutical companies that I believe have been diminished greatly in their capacity to provide R&D, the advantages to solve and cure problems that exist in the marketplace today, that is the promise of better utilization of our dollars, because we can have a pharmaceutical industry which can cure problems that maybe some doctors cannot do. So I'm very excited about what this new day that has dawned and what it means, and we'll look forward to hearing not only from my colleagues, the gentleman, Mr. Andrews, who is back again, but also my colleagues on the Rules Committee that are Democrats, about how we're actually going to go look at this issue, how we're going to dissect it and move forward. So, Mr. Chairman, with great anticipation, I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Sessions. And let me call on Mrs. Slaughter and say that we have a quorum call that's just been called on the floor, and so I would encourage members to record their presence downstairs, and we're going to continue with the hearing. So thank you, Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. Good morning, gentlemen. We're happy to see you. Congratulations on your new post. I think this is probably one of the first times that I have been able to speak about this. I understand your great determination to root it out, root and branch, burn over the ashes and spit on the ground, as far as I can tell. America should tremble. You do know that the latest polls show that 56% of Americans really like this bill, 13% of them think it's not strong enough. And you do understand that the harm you're going to do. But let me ask all three of you, what do you think about holding a hearing to do away with this kind of legislation, something of this magnitude? Frankly, America has not done in probably a generation, without holding any hearings in your committee. I'd like to hear from all of you about that. That we find ourselves this morning with an emergency rules committee to get this done so that next week you can vote to undo this with no hearings and no discussion.
Let me just say, Mrs. Slaughter, this is not an emergency meeting. This meeting was announced earlier.
I would just like to say, and I appreciate the comments from my friend.
Yes.
And welcome to your new slot as well. I say that in a friendly way. I would just note that our party leadership, with virtually everyone behind it of our members, announced last summer. First of all, there was not a single Republican, as I recall, that voted for the bill last March.
That's true.
When it passed by only 7 votes, despite a 78-vote margin by Speaker Pelosi. We announced in the summer that we would, if we took the majority, we would look for a full repeal. It was part of our pledge that was publicly unveiled in late September, early October. I would dare say that every one of the new freshman class and many of us that ran for re-election had this as part of our platform. It should come as no surprise. But we also said repeal and replace.
It is absolutely no surprise. But let me say, you were on the committees, I assume, that held over 100 hours of hearings on this bill.
We did. And
so how can you say
that
you had no input?
Well,
if you attended 100 hours of hearings
I'd tell you how we had no input.
You didn't. Your amendments were accepted.
And some of them disappeared between our committee and coming to the Rules Committee
Would the
gentlelady
yield? I won't right now, but what has really stunned me most is I'm knowing from the very beginning that 100 hours of hearings were held, 83 hours committee markups, House heard from 181 witnesses, Democrat and Republican, 239 amendments were considered in the 3 committees, and 121 adopted. The Democrat caucus spent at least 4 times doing caucuses to go over this bill section by section, hours at a time. And yet, despite this and the fact that you were in those meetings, with the exception of the Democrat caucus meetings, you continue to say that you had no input on this bill. How can any of the 3 of you say that?
If you would
with
yield
straight
for,
face?
If you would yield for
I'd like to hear from
a
all
moment.
3 of you, certainly.
Chairman Waxman had a 36-23 advantage. In the markup that we had last summer, unlike most markups where the bill is able to be marked up Title A, Title B, Title C, we could only do the third title without doing the first two, without any amendments being shown for a 48-hour advance, and not until we finished Title III could we go back to Title I or II.
But can you really say to the people that you represent with straight face, either three of you, I'd like to hear from all of you, that you had no input on this bill and you didn't know what was in it?
I find
Mr.
thank
Klein,
you.
I'd love to
Yeah.
hear that.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughter. I do find it interesting that in spite of all those hours that you're talking about, hearings, we still had the fascinating occurrence of the speaker saying that we need to pass it and then find out what was in it. I mean, the truth is that Americans didn't know what was in this thing, and many others didn't, because this legislation was not written in a bipartisan way. The input that we had as
The hearings were bipartisan, Mr. Klein. That's what really
I'm sorry, it's not written in a
It was written under the same ways that we write bills in the House, and I'm astonished that I think that, but there are other things I want to go on, so we won't dwell on them, but let you finish.
Could I make just one quick point?
Yes.
I read a lot of the bill, and I meant to bring it.
Well, I hope so.
I
was up for
I've
months.
read it
I think
on
8
parts of it
months.
on the House floor.
Uh-huh.
And I would say to the section that Mr. Klein testified on with regard to the section 1099, if you read that particular page 737 in the enacted bill, you would not have any idea that this was going to require a $600 transaction filing by every business.
We can't discuss every jot and tittle
Well,
on
did
this
you know
bill.
that was in the bill before we took it up on the House floor?
Absolutely. I
even-
think that was a mistake, and I don't know of a bill we've ever done through this House that didn't need that. But for over 100 years, Congress has tried to do something about health care in the United States, starting with Teddy Roosevelt, over 100 years. We didn't take this on because we're masochists. We didn't take it on because we wanted to have town hall meetings where people were throwing rocks and things at us. We did it because 17% of GDP was taken up with health care, rising every day, and something had to be done. And we were the only industrial country on the face of the earth that did not provide health care for its people. And this, believe me, I went through this in the Clinton administration, and we went through it now. The 8 years that you all were in charge, you did absolutely nothing about the cost of health care or any kind of health care bill. Now, and I'll talk about jamming down the throat. I don't know what you would call this. And by the way, this is an emergency session. It was called last night. It comes under the heading of being an emergency meeting. But we're rushing this through, no doubt about it, despite all the plans that we were all going to wait forever and read it all and have all this time. But you don't have a CBO estimate, do you, of what it would cost if you do what you want to do?
I'm sorry, my staff is speaking to me.
Is there a CBO estimate on repeal of this bill?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And what is it,
I've
please?
forgotten that. Yes, Mrs. Slaughter, there is, and in fact, it's in your folder. It is out.
230 billion
And actually,
for the
the
first 10 years, is
conclusion
that right?
on page 4 of the letter is $145 billion.
That's the first 10 years. 1.2 trillion for the second year. So you talk about this being a job killer. I don't know how you can arrive at that. 935,000 jobs have been added in the health sectors, 171,000 just since it's been in effect. But one of the things, Judge Henry Hudson having been used here, I really was so happy to hear that because I've done a little work on this one. You know that 10 federal judges threw the case out. 2 federal judges said absolutely it's constitutional. You wouldn't read that anywhere, but that's the fact. We get to Judge Hudson. Judge Hudson is a confirmed Republican, says he is. He tried several careers before. He said, I was just in the right place at the right time, and they made me a judge. He is a co-owner of a consulting firm, a Republic consulting firm, and one of his clients is the Attorney General of the state of Virginia who brought the lawsuit. If there was ever a case in this world that cried out for recusal, that was it. And I really, because I have respect for all 3 of you, it really embarrasses me for you that you would use him as your case, knowing that about the other 10 and the two that
gentlelady would
said
yield.
it was constitutional. We are rushing through here, getting ready to do something pretty devastating, I think.
Will the
with a
gentlelady
terrible
yield?
effect. Yes, I will, Mr. King. We
I
haven't
know you
heard
want to hear
from you.
from all
I'd
three
like
of us,
to.
so-
I certainly do.
I appreciate that. I just point out that my recollection is that consulting fee between the Attorney General of the State of Virginia and the consulting firm that you referenced that is, I think it is part owned, part invested by Judge Hudson, was less than $10,000, and that they severed that relationship immediately
Well,
when they found out that
Well,
that
I
had
must
taken
tell you,
place.
Mr. King,
So it
that as
was
far
of
as I'm concerned, a
insignificance.
federal judge should not be a part owner in any way, shape, or form of a Republican consulting firm. But I think, again, our standards have fallen so far. I mean, we even have Supreme Court justices.
To complete your
very
question
strange.
to the three of us that I
Yes.
would like to respond to, and that is that there is no significant tort reform in this Obamacare health care bill. And it wasn't jurisdiction then of the Judiciary Committee, so we didn't address those massive hundreds of billions of dollars of costs that are unnecessary in our health care. We can do that in the future. That's one of the reasons why the Judiciary Committee didn't have a legitimate means to have a voice on this bill. And I'm surprised that you would raise the issue about an emergency rules meeting here on this, given how many times that I have seen the language change from a committee before it went on its way to the floor, even some of my own language on different bills. And
We
so
never
I think
changed
we're
the
getting to a
language on
legitimate
bills, Mr.
process here.
King. No, we
I'm
did
grateful
not.
that we're having a hearing.
We
and I
did not
believe
do
that
that.
we have a unanimous position on our part of Republicans and a bipartisan position. When the bill comes to the floor, I believe there will be significant Democrat votes for this. Everybody understands this bill. We've debated this for a year. I yield back.
Let me just, 15 seconds. Our committee, we had 8 Republican-passed amendments, and somehow they disappeared between coming across the street from Independence Avenue to here to being part of the debate.
That had
and,
nothing to do with the Rules Committee.
Well, it wasn't here. I don't know. I don't know what happened, but they weren't there. The other thing is, we tried actually in our committee to have a tort reform amendment, something that the president told a number of us one-on-one. He wanted tort reform as part of this package. We tried to offer, our side tried to offer that amendment in full committee, and we were denied because of the jurisdiction issue. But again, it never came back from the judiciary, so it couldn't even be considered then on the House floor.
Well,
So it
tort
wasn't
reform
an
is
open
generally
process.
a state issue. That's really done by the states.
Well,
but there is $50 million, I believe, in this bill to help
President
do
asked
that.
for it, and-
We tried to do that as well with the repeal of the McCarran-Ferguson Act, which I'm happy to say almost everybody voted for in the House, which was something really needed to be done. It's been around for years, and it's really very inhibiting. It's a great gift to the insurance industry, and we'd like to get that done. We wanted to do that, the medical malpractice along with it, but we were unable to get that done. And I would say to you that really does need attention. The McCarran-Ferguson Act really ought to go. I just find myself flummoxed after 20-something years here that, of course, we had this happen with a catastrophic illness bill years ago. Heaven knows how much further ahead we would have been maybe if we'd been able to keep that. But I understand.
Well, again, and I was here
your
when
zeal
that
about
happened.
it,
I don't
yeah.
know that Mr. Klein or Mr.
Yeah.
King were here then, but that bill passed.
I wasn't here.
Yes, you were.
I was here
When we
after
repealed
it
it.
had been repealed.
But no, I think you were. You and
Were
I think, were elected in 1986
Right.
together.
Right.
That bill passed. People found what was in it, and a year or two later, it was repealed almost overwhelmingly.
It was.
And my bet is that you, Mr. Dreyer, and Mr. Upton voted for the bill and then voted to repeal it. At least
I
that's what I did.
Yep.
I think you were here.
We weren't here when the bill came up. I can remember looking at that.
But anyway, we'll
I know I
look
was.
it up.
Repeal. All right.
I don't know where you
But
guys
But again, we found out what was in it, like the American
I
people
would just
have,
like to
and
think-
wanted it repealed.
The thing that has been so distressing to me is we had no fingerprints. We knew nothing about this bill, which we all know is not true. That we jammed it down the public's throat, which we know is not true. And if that was a jamming, I don't know what you're going to call this. You're going to have to come up with, maybe we'll come up with an adjective on our side that will be appropriate to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Slaughter. Let me just respond to a couple of comments briefly, and then we'll call on Ms. Fox. And first, this is technically designated as an emergency meeting for the following reason. We took the oath of office less than 24 hours ago. And the minority was informed of this meeting at the beginning of this week, and today is Thursday. And so, from my perspective, the notice clearly was provided, and so that's why I said this is not considered an emergency meeting. And so everyone knew that this was happening, and it has been made very clear. I want to make sure that every member has gone down to record their presence on the quorum call. I have not. I'm going to call on Ms. Fox now and turn over to Vice Chairman Sessions, the gavel. Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard Mrs. Slaughter say about the catastrophic health care. I was not here when that passed, but it may be that her memory on that is not as strong as it might be, and I think her memory on what happened to this legislation may not be as strong as it might be. I've been puzzled constantly at how our colleagues across the aisle have talked about how many hearings were held, how many amendments were offered. I got the record on the two bills, and I think it's really important that we correct it. And I'm not quite sure why my colleagues, the chairman of the various committees, haven't done this. But the bill that passed the House was H.R. 3590. And indeed, there were hearings on that bill, and there were amendments offered on the bill. There were hearings in different committees. However, the bill that finally passed was H.R. 4872, which came from the Senate and had nary a single hearing on it. And I think we have to correct the record, and that every time our colleagues say this, we've got to correct the record, because that bill had no hearings, not one. That bill was not allowed to be, well, excuse me, there was one hearing in the Rules Committee. It did not go, well, Mr. McGovern, if you can show me the record, I'm not going to yield time, but when it comes time, I invite you to bring to the record the dates and times of those hearings. I would really like to know about those, because I have the timeline on that bill, but there were no hearings on it. And it is deceptive of our colleagues to continue to say that. And I think the record has to be clarified on that. And I would like to ask us all to do that. And I think Mr. Upton wants to add to my comment.
Well, I do, and I thank you for your comments. It was the Senate bill that passed. You'll recall when it passed on Christmas Eve morning, there were actually a number of Senate Democrats who said, don't worry, we know that this is not a perfect bill. It's going to be fixed when it goes to conference. It never even went to conference. They took the Senate-passed bill. How it got an HR number, I don't know. But they then took the Senate-passed bill, and that was it. No amendments at all when we passed it on the Sunday afternoon a couple of months later. As it reflects from our committee, and I did not serve then on the Health Subcommittee, it's my understanding that there was one legislative hearing on the House, ended up being the House-passed bill, not the Senate bill. And the secretary at the time said something along the lines of, we're not permitted to answer direct questions on this bill because we've not read it. And I'm getting nods from my staff that, in fact, that did transpire. So at the end of the day, it was the Senate bill, not the House.
Correct. And
really, all of the efforts, and there were hearings on health care, but on the legislative hearing there was only one. It was, in essence, all for naught, because the House-passed package, which was passed in the fall of 2009, was not part of the final bill that was enacted in March of last year.
Well, again, I think we have to make sure the American people understand that our friends on the other side of the aisle are mixing up apples and oranges. And I want to ask in the future if we can do that, that when comments are made about what bill had hearings, that our colleagues be very explicit that it was H.R. 3590 on which hearings were held and not on the bill which passed, which was H.R. 4872. I do think that's clear. I really am pleased that the American people are paying a lot more attention to what's going on in Congress. We've always said over the years that process is dull and nobody wants to hear about the process. But in this case, process is extremely important because it's the process that made the difference in the way this was done. So I'm glad to be able to get this in the record that, as Mr. Upton, you say there was one hearing.
One legislative hearing
One
on the
legislative
bill.
hearing. The Rules Committee did deal with the bill here, but Mr. Klein, were there any hearings in the Education Committee?
Not on the Senate bill, no.
Not on the Senate bill that is the bill that passed. Mr. King, would you like to add anything to that?
That I add to this, just that we didn't have jurisdiction, so there were no hearings in the Judiciary Committee. We would have liked to have had them and liked to have had jurisdiction. It would have improved the final policy.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, to back up what you and Chairman Dreyer have said, Republicans are very concerned that we have affordable health insurance and affordable health care in this country. What passed in this Congress does not provide that to the American people. In fact, what it does is give government control over insurance and health care for the American people. That is not what this republic is about. We are not to give our lives to the government. We don't live in a nanny state. And this repeal needs to be done so that we can get on with putting in common sense reforms related to health insurance and to health care. And I look forward to this action and to what is going to happen after that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox. I would like to, once again, the Chair would like to thank each of the members that are here and the gentlewoman, Mrs. Fox. We are not in a rush. We're here to openly, forthrightly discuss this subject, and I appreciate you taking the time as necessary, Mrs. Fox. The gentleman, Mr. McGovern, is recognized.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that we're not in a rush, but yet not a single hearing has been held on this repeal package. Not a single one. I mean, we are meeting here today, and you haven't held a single hearing in any of your committees on what you're about to do today. I mean, I think people who are watching this are probably saying to themselves, well, why don't you hold hearings, figure out what the impact is? You may not agree with everything in the Democratic bill that passed, but there may be some things that you do. Why not do this methodically and do this in a way that makes sense? But instead, we're coming here, we're rushing something to the floor. I mean, this is not whether we do it today or Monday, or next Thursday or a week from Thursday, doesn't make much difference. But there's not a single hearing that's been held. And I have a question for the vice chair of the committee, because we've been talking a lot about process. And I just want him to correct the record on something that I've read, that a statement from the Majority Leader, Mr. Cantor, who has said at a press conference that this package that's going to come to the floor next week might come to the floor under a restrictive rule or closed rule. Given what Mr. Boehner said yesterday, given what Mr. Dreyer has said here, I would like the assurance from the Vice Chair that this will come to the floor under an open rule. If you could give me that assurance, that would be, or at least tell me that Mr. Cantor misspoke. That would be helpful.
You know, what I would say to the gentleman is that what we're attempting to do is not a surprise to the American public, nor to any member of Congress that has been reading about the expectations of performance. This was a promise that was made during the campaign in the election, where people would decide of who they would want to be their member of Congress. I believe that the gentleman, Mr. Cantor, the Majority Leader of the United States Congress, has forthrightly says that he believes that we are going to schedule the hearing today, which we are doing. He believes that we will then have a vote on the rule, and he believes on or about Wednesday allowing the time for dissemination, discussion, and a full vetting of the process for there to be a vote where the American people understood what this was about and every member of Congress knew what they were doing.
Right.
As it relates to whether this will be an open or closed rule, I think the gentleman knows that at the end of this hearing, before we vote on the rule, there will be a discussion about that, and then we will decide that.
So Mr. Cantor spoke prematurely.
You know what? I believe that the gentleman is entitled to an opinion about what he believes, and I will take the gentleman at his word.
Thank you very much. Let me ask the three gentlemen here, would you support an open rule for the discussion of this next week? Yes, Ms. Klein.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman. I think that we have been very clear as a party, the majority leader we were just talking about. We believe that we owe to the American people an up or down vote on this law. And so I would not support an open rule in this case.
I would say that the way, as I understand the bill is repeal and replace. This is the first step. It then directs the proper committees to come back and talk about how we want to replace it. That work has not been done. That's where we're going to have the hearings. We're going to have the markups, whether it be in the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, whether it be in the Health Subcommittee. And that will be when the time is taken to thoughtfully put together a piece of legislation that, in fact, replaces the repeal bill. But on repeal, it ought to be yes or no, knowing that the next step
no open rule, no process to amend.
I don't think we need an open rule on this now. We'll let the committees then take the action to
Mr. King?
replace it.
Mr. McGovern, I'd suggest there's nothing to amend. This is either repeal it or not repeal it, and as I said, pull it all out by the roots. And I think there's something that's completely left unsaid here, and that is that there's a piece of legislation, H.R. 4872, that passed the House without hearings, as Mrs. Fox said, that could not have passed this House
I am stunned
with a legitimate approach. This is an illegitimate bill.
It
didn't have the support of the majority in this Congress that
I am stunned in light of what Mr. Boehner has said and what Mr. Dreyer has said and what others about an open process, that all three of you here are saying that we should have a closed rule. I mean, that just it is really stunning. And no, I don't think it is as simple as an up or down vote. And that's one of the reasons why this is kind of a travesty here, is that it is a complicated issue. And quite frankly, I'm looking at I was just looking at a Kaiser poll that just came out, where quite frankly, when people realize what is in the bill, more and more people do not want it repealed. In fact, only 24% of the people that they polled wanted a total repeal. And there are things in this bill that I would think that even Republicans would agree. So this notion that we're going to go in, we're going to throw everything out and start over again without caring about a CBO score. I mean, no one, all of a sudden, the campaign's all about reducing deficits and lowering the debt, and yet we have a preliminary CBO score that says this is going to cost a great deal of money to repeal, but that doesn't matter. And no hearings. This is not a thoughtful process. And then you're all telling me that you want a closed rule. Bring it to the floor, no amendments, no input. So much for the open process. There's none. There's none.
Mr. McGovern, I might note, as I have looked at some of the questions by not maybe specifically the Kaiser poll that you're citing now, but other polls, and I would suggest that this is probably the case for the Kaiser poll. When you look at a number of different individual elements, there is strong support for them. No pre-existing conditions can we allow for discrimination. Allow for insurance across state lines. Take the President's promise. If you like your health insurance, you can keep it. I think those things most Americans would support. And I would bet that at the end of the day, when we come back with the charge, whether it be the Education and Labor Committee, whether it be the Energy and Commerce Committee, whether it be the Ways and Means Committee, hopefully perhaps the Judiciary Committee as it relates to tort reform, something that the President supports himself, those will be common ground issues that Republicans and Democrats can support, something that we did not see in the process in the last Congress.
This is all backwards. I mean, you should do the hearings first, and then figure out what makes sense, and then do the legislation. What you're doing is the legislation, and then saying, "Oh, don't worry, we'll do hearings," and then you issue not an alternative. You issue a press release, a statement of principles, quite frankly, which which are already taken care of in the bill that has already been passed. So I mean, it just strikes me as, as unbelievable that after all we heard about openness and about full discussion, that we are rushing this to the floor. We have an emergency rules committee meeting. This is going to be brought to the floor, and the majority leader is saying that under a closed process, and you're all agreeing that it should be a closed process. So where's the openness and where's the discussion? And let me just say, let me ask you a specific question. Some of the health care provisions have already kicked in. I have a lot of senior citizens in my district who have fallen victim to the donut hole. You remember, you guys shoved through a Medicare prescription drug bill that wasn't paid for, that added incredibly to the deficit, and then you allowed this donut hole to be there so that people, when they reach a certain level in terms of their cost of prescription drugs, they have to pay out-of-pocket expenses. That is being reduced. And I can't tell you how many senior citizens that have told me, I really appreciate that, because it is a real burden to this donut hole. I look at the statement of principles, and there's no mention of the donut hole or the Medicare prescription drug bill or any of that kind of stuff. But if you got your way, and we repealed the bill today, and it became law tomorrow, what happens to those senior citizens who are beginning to get relief from the donut hole? Do they get a tax increase?
Two things I'd like to say. First of all, if the repeal bill does pass next week, it's not effective immediately because the Senate hasn't taken it up and neither has the President signed it. So we have a good number of time between when we can actually come back and report a bill that allows it to be replaced. Second, and I don't know the Massachusetts plan as I do know the Michigan plan. From the start, the Michigan plan had at least, Michigan seniors had at least 3 plans among the 30-some that they could pick and choose from. Remember, it was individual choice, where there was no donut hole. And in addition, seniors, low-income seniors, did not have a donut hole. There were provisions in the Medicare Part D program when it passed that provided the subsidy so that they did not have a donut hole.
Well, there are a lot of people.
So for the one that is concerned about the cost,
in the donut hole, it's a real issue. It's a real issue, and you're going to repeal it.
Well, that'll be something that we take up and consider as we look at the replacement part of the bill down the road.
Well, look, I appreciate you being here. And at first, when I heard about all this, I was I thought it was unbelievable that this was the first item that you were going to take up and that you were going to do it in such a closed and restrictive way. But on the other hand, I've been thinking about it, and it's actually a good thing that you're here, and it's actually a good thing that you're bringing this issue up, because I think the American people will have an opportunity right at the outset of this new Congress to see the clear differences between Democrats and Republicans.
Will the gentleman yield?
If I could finish my statement,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Democrats believe that insurance companies should be prohibited from discriminating on the basis of pre-existing conditions. Republicans do not.
Excuse me, sir, would the gentleman yield? That's simply not true.
You know what? You opposed the bill. Democrats
It was in our alternatives, sir.
that we should close the donut hole and reduce prescription drug prices for our seniors. Republicans do not. Democrats believe that young people should be allowed to remain on their parents' health insurance until they're 26. Republicans do not. I got to tell you, I can't tell you how many people, how many parents have come up to me and said how grateful they are that they can keep their kids on their insurance until they're 26. It is a big deal. It is a big deal for a lot of parents all throughout this country. Democrats believe that we should provide tax breaks to small businesses and subsidies to low-income Americans to help them pay for health insurance for their workers and their families. Republicans do not. For 80 years, Americans of both political parties have talked about the need to address health care. In the last Congress, we actually did it. We held dozens of hearings and markups, and to Dr. Fox's issue that she raised, the fact that the bill that we voted on here was not exactly the same bill that we introduced at the outset in the House, the legislative process, that's the way the legislative process works. When a bill goes to a conference committee and comes back, it's different from the original bill we voted on here. But we actually did something. We listened to hundreds of witnesses, expert witnesses in the Congress. We considered hundreds of amendments. The bill was passed, notwithstanding incredible obstructionism by the Republicans on the floor of the House and the Senate. And now, in the first order of legislative business, the Republicans want to take that work and just toss it in the trash. And how many hearings have you held on the impact of repeal? 0. How many markups have you had? 0. And most shockingly to me, given all the rhetoric that we have heard, again, from the new Speaker, from the majority leader, from everybody about this new open process, how many amendments are we going to be able to consider on the floor? And you're all telling me 0. That's what you're advocating. Look, instead of a thoughtful, reasoned legislative language to address this, you provide us with a press release. These are our goals. Let's take care of everybody. But no details. No details. You fought the Patients' Bill of Rights. The Republicans fought the enactment of the Patients' Bill of Rights for as long as I've been here. On all the issues to protect consumers, you've been on the other side. And here we are, I'm sure the insurance companies are thrilled that you're here talking about repeal. But I think this issue here defines the differences between the two parties. And so is kind of, on one hand, as frustrated as I am is that you're trying to undo something that helps a lot of my constituents and helps people all across the country. I'm actually kind of glad that you're showing your hand up front. I mean, there is a clear difference here. And I look forward to fighting you on this, because I think you're on the wrong side of history. I'll yield to the
I thank my friend for yielding. And let me say, I wondered if my friend was here when I offered my opening remarks.
I think I may have been a little bit late.
Okay, I think that you were here, actually, when I offered my opening remarks, during which I spoke specifically about our commitment to 5 specific proposals that would deal with the issue of driving the cost of health insurance down. And they included a number of the provisions that my friend has made in his written statement that he has there. And I also think it's important to note, as we talk about this process, that last summer, as Mr. Upton said, there was a commitment that was made. That commitment was that we would immediately have an up or down vote on repeal of the measure that was signed in March. That commitment was made last summer before the election, and so it should come as absolutely no surprise. Now let me say about the process. It was very clear also that we said that if we were to come to majority, we would have a more open process. It has been less than 24 hours since we've taken the oath of office. We indicated that this measure would be considered immediately, and I have introduced HRES 9, which calls on these committees that have jurisdiction to immediately proceed with dealing with the 5 issues that we've talked about and other ways to ensure that the needs that we all share must be met are in fact met. And so I will just say that the gentleman points to a number of issues that we want to deal with in a bipartisan way, which was not done in the 111th Congress.
Well,
I thank my friend for yielding.
I thank the gentleman for his comments. A couple of things. First of all, it's been less than 24 hours, and it's been pretty restrictive. Emergency Rules Committee meeting.
Well, the general feel of that, I don't know if you heard what I said on that. At the beginning of this week, we informed the membership of this committee, minority and majority, that we would in fact be holding this meeting, and we are acting as expeditiously as possible because we believe that this issue needs to be addressed.
And we have the 3 gentlemen before us advocating for a piece of legislation that has had no hearings. Nobody's had any input, Republican or Democrat, and you're all advocating for a closed process to bring it up on the floor. So, you've been in for 24 hours, and already you've broken your promise. I'm not sure what that means for the rest of the session, but, we'll wait and see.
Well, just wait and see.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. The other thing is, again, for the checks that have gone out to help the people deal with the donut hole, are you going to ask them to send the money back? I mean, is that the way you envision this? I mean, would you ask these senior citizens to forego it, or would they retroactively have to send back the money that they got to help offset the cost of their drugs? Mr. King, how do you see this working?
Mr. McGovern, having drafted the legislation to repeal Obamacare and the dawn in the middle of the night after it had passed that night on March 21st or whatever that date was. I contemplated a lot of these things throughout the summer as I was gathering signatures on the discharge petition, bipartisan signatures on the discharge petition that's reached 173. A lot of questions came up, and that was one of them. And drafting this repeal legislation is one of them on how it does affect those things that would come to a halt. As Chairman Upton said, it can't be anticipated because the timing of the repeal can't be predicted. But what the legislation contemplates, as I understand this and as I looked into it, is that when and if the President should sign the repeal legislation, then things come to a halt as of that moment. So we can't really lead this thing far enough to make this prediction. So there wouldn't be, in my view, a call to go back and gather any of those funds that have been distributed.
But that would also mean that the way the bill is written is that the relief in the donut hole gets bigger and bigger as years go by, so the relief would stop.
The bill is written so that all things stop at the moment of its enactment.
That would stop.
But that does not mean that there wouldn't be replacements in place to address that subject matter written by a responsible Congress.
And what's curious is I'm looking at your press release on the statement of principles. Doesn't mention anything about the donut hole. I'm just curious. You mentioned a lot of other things, but you don't mention that. I mean, why?
Well, Mr. McGovern, you've identified about 4 popular components that can be potentially defended within this entire 2,500-page bill. And that's where the focus of this discussion has been, and I've listened to the points that you've delivered here, and I just suggest in summary that rather than putting an agenda before Republicans, I would say that Republicans are for a constitutional bill that is fiscally responsible, that protects the patient's rights, patient's relationship with the doctors, and that allows for free markets, and constitutional, not an unconstitutional socialized medicine bill, which was what I see.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. King, but basically what you've given me is a soundbite. And what we hear is you're saying, let's repeal this bill. We don't have a replacement. Trust us. Mr. Dreyer is introducing legislation asking you to look into this. But there's no replacement. There's no specifics. There's nothing. So here we are. Beginning the process, closed process, and I think if you got your wish, a lot of people would be hurt by it.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm happy to yield.
Thank you. This is another argument that I've made for a long time. And I have resisted the idea of putting repeal and replace together. Because if you do that, that interrupts the process of having an actually clean process where all members of this Congress can weigh in. If, let's just say, leadership presented a replacement bill that was attached at the hip as a Siamese twin to the repeal bill, then that list of components that Mr. Dreyer listed in the opening statement, there would be members in this Congress that would say, well, there are 5 things on Mr. Dreyer's proposal. I don't like one of them, or I want another one. And the list gets so long, you end up with another backroom deal. We want to do replacement in a legitimate process through the gentlemen's committees so that actually legislation can be built with the wisdom of the new freshman class coupled with the experience of the members of this Congress. That's why replacement can't be part of the repeal.
I appreciate it, but I'll just close by saying this is not a legitimate process. This is an illegitimate process. No hearings, nothing. And we're going to the floor under a closed process. That's not the way this should be done. I yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Nugent. Thank you. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I thank you and our colleagues on the committee for your patience with regard to time in this matter today. I especially am grateful for our witnesses and our colleagues that are here to testify, and apologize to them if in the next few minutes I spend time inordinate with what some might consider to be particularly important, because all of our matters are important and they have just as many important things to say. I associate myself with the remarks of Ms. Slaughter, and I associate myself with the remarks of Mr. McGovern. I do believe that we're embarking down a path that will ultimately redound to our detriment. And I wish to correct just a few things along the way. Mr. King, obviously you and I, as friends and ideological opposites, have fundamental disagreements on what can and should be done. Footnote right there. Ms. Slaughter pointed out something to me last night that you all need to get rid of, in my judgment. She didn't say that. I'm saying, in my judgment, something you need to get rid of. Every member in this chamber right now was elected. And the Constitution immediately establishes a Congress made up of a House and a Senate. I don't then need any other provision other than that I got elected to legislate. And so when you all start, and I'll be among the first perhaps to test you in court, when you start down the path that you're not going to receive my proposed legislation because I didn't cite to a specific amendment in the United States Constitution, which I revere and you revere, then I'm going to tell you that I cite to the fact that I got elected, and I'm going to move on, and then we'll go to court and see whether or not this junk y'all are talking about is going to stand up. But that's for another day. If I heard you correctly, Mr. King, then it is that we probably shouldn't have legislated health care in the first place because we didn't have the constitutional power to do so. Now, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You tell me what you meant.
Mr. Hastings, I believe that this bill that is the law of the land today that's set before us and proposed to be repealed completely violates the Constitution in probably 4 different categories. The most obvious one is it violates the Commerce Clause. And there have always been babies born with the Interstate Commerce Clause. There have always been babies born within the states who lived, breathed, and died without crossing state lines and without accessing any health care whatsoever, let alone purchasing health insurance. They would be compelled to buy insurance underneath this policy, expanding the Commerce Clause to a point beyond the imagination of the Founding Fathers or any legitimate reading of the Commerce Clause. And so under those conditions, this violation of the Commerce Clause, if it's allowed to stand, does allow the federal government to direct every activity of our lives. That's the most egregious violation. I believe it also violates the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution, where, and that, as far as I know, has not been litigated at this point.
It has not.
And Florida would be a state that's aware of that. There were special provisions set up under the Medicare Advantage that allowed some of the people in Florida to keep their Advantage policies.
And some other stuff.
And so I would argue that that violates the Equal Protection Clause in the same way that the formerly in the bill Cornhusker kickback violated the Equal Protection Clause. I would argue that there are not the enumerated powers to grant Congress the authority to pass legislation like this, and I believe that it violates the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. This is a states' rights issue. That's where I stand, and I hope that we're able to resolve this through the litigation process, but I wouldn't leave the resolution of this to the courts, because in the end, as you know, the Constitution you have in your hand puts the power in the people, and we're the people's house.
Whether you leave it to the courts or not, the simple fact of the matter is it's on a path to the United States Supreme Court, and certain provisions, whether your repeal were to be successful or not, and certain provisions as they exist are likely to be tested in court. The chair referred to Judge Hudson's decision. There are 2 other federal decisions that are in disagreement with Judge Hudson's decision, and the chair notably did not reference those decisions. So the courts are going to be in conflict in their interpretation, just as you and I are. I don't think this violates the Commerce Clause at all. I don't think it violates Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. And I do read the Constitution to mean, when you say promote the general welfare, that matters of this consequence and countless others come under that heading. And therefore, I can't ignore some facts. Let me turn to...
But would the gentleman yield on that point?
Sure.
I just think it's important that we understand that the language in the Constitution that says promote the general welfare means the general welfare of the United States, not the general welfare of the individual population within the United States.
Where the powers derive from in the Constitution? The people.
Indeed. But the general welfare of the United States is the condition by which we can achieve our own success and happiness, not impose it upon us by the federal government.
We'll continue to conduct our law school seminar
And I may also ask if you would be willing to respond to the point that I made that about interstate commerce, about a baby born within a state that accesses no health care, crosses no state lines, lives and dies. How would they be covered under an interstate commerce clause in the federal government?
Yeah, I think the legislation as proposed did exactly what you said, and that is to look out for all Americans, and that would be that child that didn't cross state lines as well. What you would have, the Commerce Clause, be read to mean that insurance companies, for example, can cross state lines. That's one of your mantras. So that they can sell across state lines. And it will leave a state like mine and a district like mine and Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Kathy Castor's and Dan Webster's and Nugent's districts where we have high incidences of retired persons and people, lots of them in Debbie's and my district, over 80. That would be left uninsured because we've seen it on automobile insurance. We've seen it on wind insurance. When we had hurricanes, insurance companies go elsewhere. And I'm not mad with them. They have a right to pursue their bottom line. But they will cherry pick, and therein lies yet another Commerce Clause
The gentleman yield.
flaw. I'm not going to yield now because I do have a number of questions, and I don't want to take all of the time of my colleagues. Last night, a dear friend of mine and someone that Debbie Wasserman Schultz knows and Kathy Castor does as well, and I don't know whether my colleagues, Mr. Webster and Mr. Nugent, knew Catherine Kelly. But Catherine died last night. She supported me in 1992, and she did so for the reason that I made a speech in West Palm Beach that she attended, and I advocated universal health care. And she came up to me, I didn't know her from anybody, and she said, you know something, young man, I'm going to support you because I believe in universal health care too. Among the premises that I sought office in 1992 had to do with establishing universal health care. And I had as a subset the great need that we had and have in this nation for people to live in adequate housing. Followed closely, of course, as all of us do, by the need to educate our children. Catherine had good health care because she was wealthy. Her husband had good health care for the same reason. She labored in nursing care in a variety of forms for the last 2 years of her life. I last communicated with her 6 months ago when she had undergone inhalation therapy. I don't know what her medical bills were, and it's not my business, but I'm pretty sure that they were rather considerable. But I do know this, that Catherine would have given her last dime to ensure that the least of us in this great America would have the same opportunities that she did as she exited life. And toward that end, that's just a slight memorial to the loss of a great American, as many of us have had, who advocated for more than what we did in the measure that was passed in the last session of Congress. Now then, for 48 years, I've had good health care. I began my practice with a lawyer that allowed that both of us understood that one of us could die, and we wanted the other and his or her family to be protected. And so what we did was we got a buy and sell agreement and had an insurance specialist come in and set up, even in our poverty days, plans for us. I then went on to become a state judge, and I had Blue Cross Blue Shield of Florida, good health care. I went on to be a federal judge. I had good health care. I was thrown off the federal bench, and I had enough money to buy Blue Cross Blue Shield again. And then came here, and guess what? I still have Blue Cross Blue Shield of Florida, and I have good health care. I come at this from the standpoint of I'm all right. My mama had good health care, not because of what she could afford, but she had an only son who could afford to provide for her, as I did before she died. She had Medicare, and Medicare helped an awful lot, but it did not pay the thousands of dollars of bills for home health care and a number of other measures along those lines. Now, some of our colleagues, specifically, a couple of them are in the room. Representative Welch, Eshoo, Ms. Capps, I didn't see her here yet. Yeah, there's Lois Jane Harmon and Jan Schakowsky, I saw her over there, and Bruce Braley, and several of us are co-sponsors of legislation that they have offered that would include the elimination of lifetime limits, the coverage of individuals up to 26, the requirement that individuals not be denied pre-existing conditions, and the requirement that preventive care be provided free of charge, including the provision that recently took effect providing preventive services for seniors. Mr. Upton, do you deem it unreasonable that that measure could go forward and then the things that you and the resolution as offered by the chair could be undertaken?
Well, let me just say, particularly as I look at the very talented and thoughtful members on the Energy and Commerce Committee, many of them who you just cited, and I consider as my dear friends, as we look at a bill to replace the repeal of this bill, that certainly would be considered in the full and open debate before not only the Health Subcommittee, but the full committee as well. Something that I would note did not happen in the passage of the House bill because they skipped the Health Subcommittee. It went directly to the full committee. But I would think that Mrs. Capps, who's on, you are on Health, right? Well, you haven't decided, actually, that the ranking member Waxman, I don't think, has decided yet who the ranking member is or the membership of that subcommittee, and we're in the process of doing that now on the Republican side. But I would think that under the fair and open process that we're going to have, that would be an amendment that would be offered, and we'll see what happens. But I think that there'll be debate.
Do you think it should be made in order?
Well, yeah, in committee, absolutely, that's going to happen.
Well, we have that opportunity.
Not going to be stifled, and I would note that a number, if not all of those provisions, at least most of them, were in fact in Chairman Dreyer's statement of things that he would support. So,
again,
as a basis of how we would replace this bill, I think that those are certainly building blocks that most of those, if not all.
Then reclaiming my time. Where is the data that you all have reflecting that what has passed and what is the law of the land as we continue the debate on repeal? And you style your repeal measure sort of a stab at the legislation. You call it job killing. I forget the exact name, but it's the repeal of patient protection and affordable, what is it called, job killing something or another. But the job killing part continues to stick out at me. Where have the jobs been killed? Where did you see?
We'll be glad to get you that evidence for the record before the day is out.
All right, then do that. And will you also get for me the jobs that were made as a result of the bill?
I would note that in my testimony I talked about the nearly 400,000 jobs that Speaker Pelosi said would come about almost automatically. I know that the 15,000 jobs that are in the bill for the IRS, I don't think they've come yet, but I've not seen a great number of jobs to the 400,000 that the Speaker
predicted. Seen a great number of loss that you can attribute to the health care. You all told us back when this bill passed that the sky was going to fall. Well, it didn't.
It did.
And we still are alive and well.
Why we take the tunnel now.
You talk in here as if the American public, all of them are in agreement with everything that you say. There are many things not to like in this bill. And there are things to like in this bill. And there are many people in America who like a lot of this bill, and determining who likes it the most and who likes it the least is something that I gather that all of us can do. But let's go to the neutral, and I asked about this in last night's Rules Committee hearing, the neutral CBO process. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask that the January 6th reference from Doug Elmendorf of the Congressional Budget Office be made a part of this record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only wish to read one paragraph. CBO has not yet developed a detailed estimate of the budgetary impact of repealing that legislation. And that's the question that I raised last night by us going forward without having a CBO score. Although it is working with the staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation to complete such an estimate in the near future, because congressional deliberations on H.R. 2 could begin very soon, CBO is providing in this letter a less detailed preliminary analysis of that legislation. CBO and JCT estimated that the March 10th health care legislation would reduce budget deficits over the 2010-2019 period and in subsequent years. Consequently, we expect that repealing that legislation would increase budget deficits. Now, a lot of talk goes on around here about budget deficits. Do you all agree that the repeal of this legislation will increase budget deficits? Mr. King? You don't. CBO is wrong.
Gentleman would yield. I'm just starting a list, and I've only begun to go down through it. But this legislation has the legislation that's set to be repealed before this new 112th Congress, of which I think the sky actually did fall for people here. It has tax increases in it that are calculated into the funding that you're discussing, and it has a $532 billion cut to Medicare services in the country that's also calculated in there. I don't know all the assumptions of CBO. I know those two things. So I think that needs to be taken into account rather than just wave the paper.
So you're on the 10 years tax benefits, 6 years tax hikes, 6 years benefits that Cantor wrongly asserts. And if you look at the charts that CBO utilizes, you will find that estimate is wrong. Again, to show you what you're getting ready to do, and why you should listen to Mr. McGovern and Ms. Slaughter, and me, and Mr. Polis, I'm sure, when he talks. Let's tell you what you're getting ready to do in my state. I want Mr. Webster and Mr. Nugent, and Ms. Wasserman Schultz and Ms. Castor to pay particular attention. Without this Affordable Health Care Act, what we will have is 83,300 young adults will lose their insurance coverage. More than 8.7 million residents of Florida with private insurance coverage would suddenly find themselves vulnerable again to having lifetime limits placed on how much insurance companies will spend on their health. Nearly 1.1 million people in Florida alone are at risk of losing their insurance. Nearly 1 million residents of Florida would not know if they are receiving value for their health insurance premium dollars, as insurers in the state would no longer be required to spend at least 80 to 85% of premium dollars on health care rather than CEO salaries, bonuses, and corporate profits. New insurance plans would no longer be required to cover recommended preventive services like mammograms and flu shots without cost sharing. Nearly 3.2 million seniors in Florida would have Medicare coverage or be forced to enter copay. Nearly 3.2 million seniors in Florida who have Medicare coverage would have to pay extra if they want to stay healthy by getting checkups regularly. 182,672 Medicare patients would see significantly higher prescription drug costs, and you all stand accused repeatedly of not filling the donut hole. This legislation starts by filling 50% of it and could benefit those persons who are my constituents that are in that donut hole, and now you would repeal it and say we start all over again. I don't know when it is you propose to put it back where it is now, but I gather you do intend. Florida would not receive additional resources to crack down on unreasonable insurance premium increases. Florida would not receive additional funds to plan for a health insurance exchange. Maybe they won't have to. They just will have lost the money that was provided if you all decide not to have one. Florida would not receive funds to support a consumer assistance program, and 190 employers would not be receiving help from the early retiree insurance. Let's don't stop there. Let's go nationwide. 142,000 again in the donut hole in my state. 293 already signed up pre-existing condition insurance situations. The $1 million crackdown that I pointed out to you, that has already been set forth. Let's talk about grants. In the state of Florida alone, and this is true in all of your states, let's just talk about grants. Already, $26 million plus in therapeutic discovery project programs and tax credit grants have been allocated. Other grants, $1.7 million for demonstration projects to address health professionals' workforce needs. $3.4 million for tribal maternal, infant, and early child. This is already done. $500,000 for aging and disability resource centers. $1.4 million for Medicare improvements for patients and providers. $2.1 million to strengthen public health infrastructure to improve health outcomes. $5.4 million in communities putting prevention to work grant awards. Mr. Chairman, I'm so glad you put cameras in the courtroom or in the rules room. $600,000 to build epidemiology, and I'll get that word right, laboratory and health information systems capacity. $1.3 million, very much needed in Florida for HIV prevention and public health fund activities where we have already seen cutoffs that are causing people not to be able to get drugs to keep them alive. $3 million to implement the National Background Check Program for long-term health workers. $6.7 million for the primary care residency expansion program. $2.1 million for advanced nursing education. $600,000 to expand physician's assistant training. $14.5 million to support capital development and health centers. $1.4 million for Medicare improvements. And I'll spare you the national details. Suffice it to say that they mirror what's happening in Florida. But what I want you to tell me is, if you are successful, and you're not going to be, but if you were successful, other than passing it here in the House of Representatives, which is your prerogative, and it goes to the Senate, and if you were fortunate enough to get senators crazy enough to sign on to this and send it to the president, and he caved, what would you say to all of those people, and how would we get that money back, and how would that not be a loss to the federal government?
Again, as Mr. King said earlier, no one's talking about taking away money that's already been the checks that have already been cut. And
I hope Kathleen Sebelius hears that. She could get into a lot of check business.
But we are committed, all of us here, as well as Dave Camp, Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, to come back with a plan that replaces the repeal. Most members of Congress do support reform of health care. The question is, do you want the reform that passed without amendment? We just took the Senate bill last year. It was ramrodded down our throats. Or do you want to come back and look at an open process where we can look at common ground to actually make improvements to the current system, as Chairman Dreyer indicated in his opening statement? That's where those of us here at this table today stand ready and prepared to move forward.
Well, I think you will repeal in a manner that will hurt America's middle class and eliminate millions of American jobs in spite of what you say. And I believe that it explodes the federal deficit. It certainly does by the announced and already scored CBO score of at least $143 billion. And I believe that there will be millions of people that would be affected by this. I would like to, at this time, yield to the ranking member, Ms. Slaughter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thought that you asked a very interesting and important question earlier in your enlightening testimony about how many jobs had been created since this health care bill went into effect. Private employers, since that time, have added 935,000 jobs to their payrolls, and the health sector has added an additional 171,000 jobs. That's for a job killer bill. It's not doing its job very well, is it?
Not at all. Thank you, Ms. Slaughter. And before I yield, Mr. Chairman, particularly for the members and young people in this audience in the Rules Committee today, as you heard me say, those of you that were in the room, for 48 years, I've had good insurance. I don't know how many of you have had good, bad, or indifferent insurance, but I would ask any member in here who has had insurance in the last 20 years, and if you have had it continuously for the last 20 years, as I have, and as the chairman has, and others in the room may have, if you have had that insurance and you did not choose to increase your deductible or choose to have extracted from it benefits that you may have derived, one that they didn't get straight until just recently, for example, is dental care. One that they need to get on with is long-term and therapeutic care for individuals. But in the last 20 years, how many of you have had your insurance, health insurance, go down? Raise your hand. The point that I wish to make is health insurance was going up before this measure. I rather suspect that if we are not careful, health insurance will continue to go up if we let the insurance company bandits, and you tell them that's what I said they are, get away with this.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hastings. Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. This was a discussion that I had throughout the past year, and one of the, in the spirit of full disclosure, I'm a co-sponsor of H.R. 2, a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 2. Down in the 7th District of Georgia, before March 30th of 2010, we used to talk about solutions. We were talking about health care costs rising as they have been over decades. We were talking about health care access. We were talking about some of the solutions that Republicans put in place in 1996 at the federal level for federal plans. But the moment Obamacare passed and was signed into law on March 30th, 2010, that discussion stopped. No more were we talking about solutions. We were talking about repeal. My constituents were so alarmed, so disturbed by the takeaway of freedom they had in their health care decisions and the takeaway of the increase in tax dollars they were expending. The entire discussion of productive solutions was completely subsumed by this new discussion of repeal and trying to get back to a level of status quo that we could again begin to find solutions from. I'd like to ask you, I think I've heard you say that you're committed to going back to that place where we were, that earnest search for solutions, whether it be medical malpractice solutions or whether it be access solutions or whether it be further ERISA reforms. Is that an accurate reflection of your commitment here today, not just your hope and your dream, but your commitment here today?
That's a commitment of all of us. We made that clear from the very beginning. As the debate went on for months and months and went through the campaign, it became clear, I think, to us here, and we certainly were hearing from constituents in our districts and from people throwing rocks at town hall meetings and so forth that Ms. Slaughter brought up, that they didn't like this legislation. It's not that they didn't want the old status quo, they wanted improvements, but they didn't like what we are calling Obamacare. It's job-killing legislation. I talked to small businesses in roundtables and one-on-one, and they told me they're not making decisions to hire. They're looking at this law. They're looking at the absurd provisions that I outlined in my opening comments, where if you're sitting around 50 employees, you're making decisions to not hire. Those are not the kind of decisions that we want our business to be making. We want them to put Americans back to work. So we believe that you can get a better solution if you can clean the table of this job-killing, flawed legislation and then go forward and start taking steps, some of which have been outlined and discussed here today, that will help lower the cost of health care and allow people to have affordable insurance. So we have a commitment, and I think Chairman Dreyer has a resolution that will, in fact, direct us to take that up.
Well, I very much appreciate that. That's Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Woodall. In response to that, I wanted to express how we view this going forward. I just think it's universal among Republicans that we want to make improvements in the health care policy once we get down to the foundation that you referenced in your statement. And I was one of a number of authors that joined together to draft and establish a Declaration of Healthcare Independence. We put it right on a document that looks like the Declaration of Independence. It has at least 100 signatures of the members of the 111th Congress. We took that document out and read it alongside Mr. Dreyer's resolution on going forward. It's consistent with Mr. Dreyer's resolution. So not only do we intend to follow down through those lines, we have 100 members of the 111th Congress that have signed a document that's consistent with that. And I would just add another point to this, that I would submit that I don't think it's necessary for us to go forward with a comprehensive reform or replace bill. I think we can do a lot of these changes individually, one at a time, stand alone, so the American people can hear the debate, weigh in on it one at a time, and not have to make a decision on a long package. But that'll be a decision that's perhaps made by others, but I wanted to make that point. Thank you.
One of my commitments was to work to bring the simplest bills possible to the floor, and I'm thankful to the chairman of the Rules Committee for bringing this very simple one-line, one-page piece of legislation to the floor. I was struck by Mr. Hastings' list of all the things that the Obamacare legislation was going to do for Florida, and I confess, even though we're neighbors across the border, Mr. Hastings, I'm not aware of all that it does for Florida. Well, I am now after that educational bit. But we in Georgia are involved in a lawsuit to overturn Obamacare, and as a strong states' rights proponent, we're not giving up on health care in Georgia. We have tremendous solutions going on in our state legislature, tremendous programs going on in our state legislature, but our state has decided that this piece of legislation is restrictive as opposed to something that encourages oversight. Do you all see what your solutions that will come forward down the road as something that we in a states' rights location, a place where we think we have our own good ideas that will encourage us, or do you see more federal solutions in store?
Mr. Woodall, I know that as we look at the replacement side of health care, as well as looking at the many individual trouble spots in the existing bill that did pass last winter, I'm going to be asking the governors to be very actively engaged with our committee and subcommittee, that they come and tell us precisely what is happening in their state of Georgia or Florida or Michigan or California or New Jersey, New York, etc. I want the governors to weigh in terms of the new burdens and how they're going to pay for the additional costs. One of the things that has not been mentioned today, of course, is the requirement that states take up or expand the Medicaid rolls up to 133% of the poverty. And though I don't know tremendously about your background, I know that states like mine, which has a big deficit issue and does not and will not raise taxes, all of a sudden they're going to, because Medicaid is a plan that has always been shared between the federal government and the states, how are the states going to cover these additional costs during these very difficult economic times? Again, my state, 12, 13, 14% unemployment over the last 3 years. How are we going to do that? I want the governors to come tell us exactly what these new burdens are going to do to their states. And I, as one that also supports states' rights, I think that's a very important, integral part of where this Congress goes in terms of looking at legislation to replace the bill that I do predict will be repealed, at least in the House, next week.
Mr. Woodall, would you yield just a moment?
Be happy to yield, Mr. Hastings.
Did your research too, but won't go into the litany that I did. But just to help you along, 43,500 young adults in Georgia will lose their insurance. 5 million residents of Georgia with private insurance will be vulnerable. Again, 387,000 people in Georgia are at risk of losing their insurance, and 380,000 residents of Georgia would not know if they're receiving value because of all those issues.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Hastings.
Go on and on.
Reclaiming my time. I know that you could. I wanted to be preemptive. I'm grateful for that, and I don't doubt those figures in the least. And that's one of the things that's great about coming from the great state of Georgia. I've talked to some of those young people who are now getting free insurance on their parents' policies. That was insurance that they were paying for 2 years ago that they're now getting for free today. And there are smart folks in Georgia. I say I want to hire the best and the brightest Georgians I can find, but I can't get them up here because the best and the brightest Georgians want to stay in Georgia. And they know that when they get added to their parents' policy, they're not getting something for free. They're getting something they paid for 2 years ago, and now it's on the backs of somebody else. And I got to tell you, for all the regional distinctions we may have in this country, Georgians don't want to ride on the backs of anybody. We have one of your former colleagues, Nathan Deal, as our new governor, and we can solve our health care problems all by ourselves. And with all due respect to the very bright minds here at this table, we're looking for them to help Governor Deal solve these problems, not to mandate solutions upon us, and I appreciate your commitment to do that.
And Mr. Woodall, as you look at that specific provision, I would note that that was in the Republican proposal that most Republicans voted for in the last Congress, the idea that children up to the age of 25, I know in essence the same, would qualify under their parents' plan.
There. I tremendously appreciate that commitment, and of all the things I've heard on health care over the past 9 months, today has been the most encouraging. So I thank you all, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woodall. Mr. Paulus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your initial outline of the 5 areas for improvement. I think there's ample ground for bipartisan cooperation on some of those, certainly with regard to the 1099 fix. Now, we did bring that forward last July on a suspension. I supported it. Unfortunately, it did die with insufficient support from the other side of the aisle. So we're glad to see that now there is support for that. I know there's obviously an issue of how to pay for it. With regard to elements of the bill that could be conceived as destroying jobs, I think that's a critical piece to fix. The President is on board with fixing that. I've also consistently supported competition across state lines, and I'm hopeful that there might be some opportunity to work together with regard to that. Now, I understand, having heard why this is coming so quickly. I think there was a commitment made this should happen soon upon the start of the new Congress. Maybe that's a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's probably not a month or 2 months or 3 months, but it's sometime soon. I'm glad we're able to receive a preliminary Congressional Budget Office score. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of a leap of trust here when you're telling us, well, don't worry, some of the good things we're going to find a way to do, and I'll get into House Resolution 9 in a moment. But the one piece that I think I'm really shocked and surprised is not part of this, because even if we act quickly, is the offsets for the $230 billion that this would increase the deficit over 10 years. So my question is, first, A, why does this not include offsets? So this is a deficit-neutral bill. And 2, do we have your commitment, if this bill passes, for your committees to identify where this $230 billion is coming from so that this does not increase the deficit?
Let me answer the second part of that. I know that our committee is going to be looking at, as I have sat down with a couple of the members of the administration in the new year, and as I've talked to them a little bit about the budget that they're going to be proposing now in mid-February, we're going to be looking in every department and agency to look for savings. I thought that the President's proposal was very reasonable in terms of a pay freeze for all, a COLA freeze, I should say, for all federal employees over the next 2 years. I think maybe in the past some of those proposals may have been offered. As a former member of a Republican administration who worked at OMB, often I know some of those budget requests that come up, particularly when it's a different party, would be dead on arrival. We're going to be looking at all of the President's proposals to save money, and I've instructed members on my side, on the Republican side, to in fact go visit the agencies and see where we can find budget savings, and we'll see where they total up.
I think I welcome that. Those of us who care a lot about the deficit welcome that. I worry that as a initial out of the gate bill, we have what is really the most expensive one-page bill in the history of Congress. We have a $230 billion bill as a one-page bill. The first $230 billion you identify in savings, and I'm hopeful and I wish you well, we're going to come up with ideas too, will basically just go to pay for this bill. I mean, the money above that will then go to reduce the deficit and fund any other programs that you're looking to fund. We certainly wish you well in that regard. I just wish that as part of this initial effort, consistent with CUTGO and consistent with the rules package, there was an offset with regard to this, but we will wish you well. And, of course, just keep in mind that the first $230 billion in cuts that you come up with is simply to pay for this one-page bill. Above and beyond that, we have to make a dent in the deficit. I also wanted to bring up kind of what we are going to replace this with. I was just looking at House Resolution 9, and I guess there's a number of things in there that have broad bipartisan support. I mean, providing people with pre-existing conditions access to affordable health care coverage, that's something that we accomplish in this bill, and we look forward to other ways of accomplishing that. Preserving a patient's ability to keep their health care plan, lowering health care premiums, one that we feel very strongly about, which is increasing the number of insured Americans. I'm very happy that that's in there. That's something that we feel very strongly about. The one very shortcoming in the resolution, though, and I guess I'll address this to our chairman if he doesn't mind to answer, is why these are all or conditions rather than and conditions. After 11, the instructions of the committee, it says eliminate duplicative government programs and wasteful spending, and then or, which therefore applies to all of them, do not accelerate the insolvency of entitlement programs. So
the gentleman yield on that.
I will in just a moment. I'm going to yield to you.
Why that is.
So the worry, obviously, is that one of them, for instance, is protect the doctor-patient relationship. So technically, they could say we protect the doctor-patient relationship. That's all we accomplish.
Let me just explain.
Sure.
I thank my friend for yielding. As we see, we have 3 committees represented here. There is a 4th committee, the Ways and Means Committee. Many of these items fall under the jurisdiction of different committees, and that's the reason that OR was used, because some items relating to tort reform obviously will be addressed by the Judiciary Committee and not by the Education and Workforce and the Energy and Commerce Committee. And so that's the reason that OR is there. And so it is assumed that all of these items plus are going to be addressed, and any other proposal. I mean, in introducing HRES 9, it was my goal to ensure that we explore every possible way to ensure that we can drive the cost of health insurance down for every American. I thank my friend for yielding.
Thank you, and I would simply suggest an alternate instruction that gave the appropriate areas of jurisdiction instructions to the appropriate committee. So instructed the Ways and Means Committee A, B, and C. Instructed the Judiciary Committee A. Instructed the Education and Labor Committee, D, E, and F. It would be possible to accomplish that, which would give more peace of mind, and I think let people know a little bit more explicitly that these were and conditions rather than just one of the above satisfying.
Well, if the gentleman further yield, the first paragraph actually says House legislation proposing changes to existing law within each committee's jurisdiction with provisions And so
that part is fine, but the problem is they're all or. So compliance
and that's
with one
because
of them.
that is because items fall within the jurisdiction of different committees, and that's the reason. Obviously, the issues that are, as I said, tort reform is not going to be addressed by Mr. Klein's committee, and that's the reason the OR is there.
Well, we certainly look forward to seeing the legislative result of these instructions, which is obviously where the rubber meets the road. But it would.
I think common sense here obviously prevails, and I know that my friend does not believe that
I would just,
going to
if
come
I might
forward with a measure that
interject,
would one of these items.
And I would note that Chairman Emeritus Dingle from the Energy and Commerce is here. We would be glad to have that jurisdiction with the Energy and Commerce if you'd like to do that.
No. The key element is that respectively each committee will do all of the areas indicated under
And if the
their
gentleman further,
jurisdiction.
let me just say that this is the language that the parliamentarian provided to us in drafting HRES 9, and it's clearly understood that these are all items that will be addressed.
Thank you for clarifying that. With regard to, it has been tossed around the language job killing, and I think in the opening remarks, I think it was both Mr. Klein and Mr. Upton addressed.
It's referring to the title of the bill. Isn't that the title of the bill?
It is. I think both of you hit upon, or one of you hit upon, I can't recall which, the employer mandate. Which one of you referred to that? I think it was Mr. Klein. Now, I think we all value, intellectual consistency and honesty. So my question with regard to the employer mandate, Mr. Klein, is the employer mandate so high as to discourage employment, or is it, in fact, so low as to encourage companies to drop coverage?
It's going to be a choice. You're posing the question actually correctly. It's going to be a choice that businesses are going to look at. The example that I've been talking about is if you're a small business sitting at 49 or 50, you're going to look at the cost of going from 50 to 51, and there the costs are very high to do that. It's going to cost you over $40,000, so you make a decision to not hire that additional person.
Well,
that's a job-killing decision.
To be clear, most companies of 50 employees already have benefits. I've was a small business, and before I came here, companies that had 7 people, 12 people, 15 people, they had that to begin with. So you're referring to companies that employ 49 people and don't provide benefits to their employees that are affected on the margin. With regard to companies that are 70 people, 80 people, 100 people,
They may not be providing the insurance exactly as dictated by the health care law. They may be providing some. We've seen already the examples of where you had these mini-med programs that were part of the 222 waivers that Secretary Sebelius has already had to give to businesses.
to be clear, again, not at levels exactly indicated by law, but rather at minimal levels indicated by law. Obviously, that is a minimal package that would be required in most benefits programs that people receive exceed that already. It's simply not just checking a box and saying, by the way, we provide, $50 of coverage, and that is in no means a meaningful form of coverage. What all of this is about is reducing cost shifting that occurs in the economy, which is very inefficient with regard to how we pay for health care. This is not a principle that is in any way, shape, or form contrary to the free market. What it is a way of correcting for a market failure, and that is namely the problem of people mooching off of others, me making the personal decision. Somebody talked about, again, this mandate, I think it was Mr. King, and saying, why is it anybody else's business? I'm in my castle or house, as it may be, and I choose not to be have health care. Why does that impact anybody else? It does, because if you have a heart attack and call 911, you're picked up by an ambulance, they bring you to a hospital, they operate on you if you need it, and guess what? Somebody pays for that. The costs of treating you are foisted onto somebody else, and therefore it becomes somebody else's business, that other person that you're paying more for that other person. Now, if you truly had a system where you didn't have that cost shifting, if you let that person die at the hospital or not even be picked up, that would be one thing. But we don't have that. We have laws that require that if you have an emergency condition, the hospital is actually required to treat that. So I would ask, Mr. King, why this is why this is at all inconsistent with this concept of it in fact being somebody else's business, who then is forced to pay for that person in the castle.
Well, and the answer is because my statement is consistent with the Constitution. I'm making the point, and I said specifically that there have always been and likely always be babies that were born, lived, and died within the jurisdictions of the individual states who never cross a state line, access no health care, and therefore do not impact interstate commerce. Therefore, to compel someone who fits that category to buy an insurance policy cannot be defined as is within the confines of the Interstate Commerce Clause. And Mr. Hastings didn't answer that. He devolved into policy and politics, but not the Constitution.
Well, my challenge to you, Mr. King, is you find that baby, you find that human being that has never accessed health care. And I will revise.
Sorry, I'm only simplex.
Every human being in this country has access to health care. Even those who have religious objections to certain kinds of health care still access health care. It is impossible to live without access to health care in this country. It
happens all the time.
What's that?
It happens all the time.
It happens.
It's happened forever in this country and in every country in the world.
You find the baby that was not born to at a hospital or with a midwife who did not receive inoculations. You find that baby and identify them, and I'll be happy to have that discussion.
I hate to tell you, but they show up in garbage cans around this country, sir.
Well, I sure hope not. Show me where somebody doesn't interact with health care, and we'll continue that discussion. I wanted to get back to the job so-called job killing piece with regard to the employer mandate and my discussion with Mr. Klein. I had asked initially, because I've heard again arguments out of both sides of people's mouths that A, the employer mandate is so onerous that it will discourage employment, and B, that it is in fact so marginal and low that people will just drop coverage. I asked you to clarify which one of those were true. You didn't answer that directly, but you pointed to companies on the margin going from 49 or 50, that the small subset of companies that perhaps don't already have benefits for their employees that might be impacted for this. So I ask, is your concern about the job killing focused exclusively then in that small subset of companies that have 47, 48, 49 people, or do you also have concerns about the 100, 200-person company? And if so, I revise my initial question about whether you think it's too high or too low.
It's not so much a question of too high or too low. We've used a voluntary system in this country for providing health care employers. It's something they choose to do. They choose to provide health care as an incentive to hire or retain employees. And we believe that that's their choice, and they ought to be able to choose to provide health care or not provide health care based on what is best for their business, and not because Congress mandated that they had to provide that coverage.
Yeah. And again, this is my answer to that, and I'll be completing my remarks after this as well. Similar to my initial answer to Mr. King and my discussion with Mr. King, that this is not a decision made in isolation. Effectively, you have companies of great size that do not provide health care benefits to their employees. They are effectively passing the burden of providing those costs on to others, sometimes on to counties and states, sometimes on to other private employers who have to pay more for the insurance premiums for their employees because the costs of shifting for the uncovered have been shifted onto them. So this is simply a matter of finding the proper cost allocation in an economy so everybody pays their fair share. A concept of individual responsibility that I think is consistent with Republican ideals as well as Democratic ideals, and one that we hope to reach through this health care reform. And we certainly welcome ideas from both sides of the aisle and look forward to working with you to better accomplish economically what we need to with regard to the allocation of health care costs in the economy. Again, I think that the main piece missing from this initial bill is the offsets. We look forward to finding out what the offsets are, of course keeping in mind that the first set of offsets you come up with are merely paying for a very expensive one-page bill. And we certainly look forward to working with you where we have common ground on the elements included in House Resolution 9. And I'm very glad to receive the clarification that the intent is for all of these things to be accomplished, because any one of them would be far from a silver bullet. And we certainly have our work cut out for us, and we look forward to working with you in this regard. And I yield back the balance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Polis. Mr. Webster.
I just have one question, Mr. Chair. That is, when the CBO scores a bill, do they take into account any other taxes or other fees or costs that would be generated other than those that would affect the federal budget and the federal deficit?
If I may, the CBO, and we've had this discussion at great length as we were going through this, the CBO scores the legislation as it sits in front of them. They don't take into account outside considerations. One of the great disagreements that we had during the debate leading up to the bill's passage was that in order for the CBO score to balance and meet the President's requirements, you had to assume that doctors were going to take a 21% cut in their Medicare reimbursement, when every single member of Congress knew that wasn't going to happen. And yet, to get the numbers to balance, you had to assume that, and CBO had to score it that way, even though they knew, as did every member of Congress, that that wasn't going to happen. They score, and we've talked about them being the judge on the field or the referee on the field. They do a good job of scoring what's in front of them. But they do not, nor are they allowed to go and speculate on other things.
I would just note as well that the Budget Committee Republicans, in their analysis, figured that it would actually increase the deficit by more than $700 billion over 10 years. And when you looked at some of the things that CBO did, of course, or that the bill did, it increased taxes over 10 years, but most of the benefits don't kick in except for the 6 years of that 10-year window. So a better reflection of the score, and you'll remember that the President said he didn't want to do anything if it was going to increase the deficit. Well, instead of maybe looking at a 10-year window, maybe we ought to look at a 15-year window or a 20-year window to determine the full cost to the American taxpayer.
And that's really what I wanted to discuss, and that is, after 10 years, our state, Florida, their FMAT for Medicaid funding goes back to the way it was pre-recession. And a huge chunk of that cost gets distributed to the state in such a way that it will take a doubling. We don't have an income tax, we have a sales tax. It will take a doubling of our sales tax just to cover that portion of the bill. That's not in any way, in any part of the CBO's score of a particular piece of legislation. So the overall cost to the local and state governments, which is going to soar in year 11, I assume, is not reflected in any of this.
Would
Is
the
that
gentleman
correct?
yield on that point?
Yes.
I thank my friend for yielding. And let me just say, first of all, I appreciate his very thoughtful remarks. We have, obviously, in response to the CBO letter that was just received, have a response that's been put together by the Budget Committee pointing to the fact that there is $2.7 trillion, $2.7 trillion in additional spending that is included in this measure. And I'm going to ask unanimous consent to place in the record this analysis that has been done, because if you look at the added fees and taxes that are imposed, it is very obvious that we are, again, it's to me incomprehensible to believe that somehow this massive expansion of the federal government and its mandates and dictates is going to end up being a cost saving, and I think that this study shows that. And I thank my friend for yielding. Without objection, I'm going to place this in the record. Is there objection? So you'd like to reserve the right to object, or? So you'd like to reserve the right to object, and in so doing, I will say, no. Okay, well, you reserve the right to object to do that, and I will happily give you a copy. And there's no objection. If not, the Budget Committee's report will appear in the record.
Will the gentleman yield?
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Webster.
Yes.
Will the gentleman yield for just a?
Yes.
I think what really I find disturbing about this exchange right now is that we're being informed that basically there'll be no more neutral budget group of experts anymore. The CBO, for whatever reason, if you don't like it, you're going to toss it aside. But basically, all the budget numbers that we're going to base our legislation on is going to be made up by Republicans on the House Budget Committee.
If the gentleman would
and
yield,
I find that very, very, very disturbing.
Would the gentleman yield to me on
Yes.
that point? I think that if we look at the opening day rules package that was offered yesterday, one of the things that we have found here is that if you take the 6-year versus the 10-year window for consideration of this measure, we have dramatic tax increases, and as you go to the out years, that's the reason we made this change, is we want to project, I thank my friend for yielding, we want to project to 20 and 30 years beyond, so that we can't all of a sudden say we're going to have savings early on and then have an explosion of spending in the out years that exacerbates the deficit problem.
I think what you're doing is politicizing the budget process, and I think that's a very big mistake.
No, I just had a question about the fact that
let me just say we're trying to make it more accurate and accountable, and I thank my friend for yielding.
Yes.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
I thank the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster. There's a missing point here. We're talking about this scoring and the number of $230 or so billion, and I know that we've had discussions in previous Congresses about dynamically scored. I don't propose to put a number on a dynamically scored impact of this repeal bill, but I think it will be significant and tremendous. And we're talking about the damage to the freedom and the vitality of Americans here. I am one who started a business with nothing, and I know the psychology of fearing government regulations, primarily federal regulations, but also state regulations. And if you're looking at Obamacare hanging over your head and you are a hesitant potential budding entrepreneur, you are always less likely to enter into and starting a business than you would be otherwise. So it isn't just the businesses that come to 49 employees and decide not to expand to 50 or 51. It's the businesses that will never be formed if we don't repeal this bill. And that's a point that can't be quantified by a CBO score. It can be quantified by the judgment of people who have actually started businesses and written paychecks. I thank you, and I yield back.
Well, Mr. Chairman, all I wanted to know was what the score was, and I found out what the score is.
Thank you very much. Well, you're going to continue to find out what the score is here in years to come, and it's always a challenge, Mr. Webster. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate your patience and forbearance as we've gone through this process, and we look forward to considering this, the rule on this measure on the House floor. First, I'd like to call the Dean of the House, Mr. Dingell, forward, and I'd like to actually call a number of members who are on the Energy and Commerce Committee, but I'd first like to ask the Dean have that spot right there, Peter. I know you've been here. We have other members. We have other members of the Energy and Commerce Committee here. Mr. Andrews is here, and I'd like to have as many members of the Energy and Commerce Committee as we possibly can come forward. We've got, if you could pull some seats up to the table. We have who are the other members of the Commerce Committee who are here? Why don't Ms. Capps? We're proceeding with the Energy and Commerce Committee. So let me just say that what we'll do is I'm sorry? Well, what I'd like to do is at this point, I'd like to call up members of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Mr. Chairman, if you would consider, our leadership had asked a number of members to introduce the concepts behind these amendments. Then the individual members offering the amendments could speak. If the chairman would indulge us.
Let me just say that we have our witness list, and your name is not included on the witness list at all that was submitted to us. And the list that was submitted to us has us going to the Energy and Commerce Committee and then to the Education and the Workforce Committee, and that's the list that's been provided to minority and majority members as well. We have the Dean of the House here, and when I saw him come in, I wanted to go to him first, as well as the other members of the committee who were listed here. So, I mean, with all due respect, there was no request made of this committee for what you're requesting, and I want to show deference to the Dean of the House.
We certainly be guided by the ranking member's decision.
Mr. Chairman, I was just curious as to, you're saying that Mr. Andrews will not be able to testify? Because we've always let members testify when they came up to the committee.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm not denying any member the opportunity to testify. What I'm saying
I
is
thought that was what I heard you were saying.
no.
Mr. Andrews
Okay, let me
is not on
restate
the
it again.
list.
Let me restate it again.
All right.
Okay, Mrs. Slaughter, I will state this again. The Dean of the House came in, and according to the witness list that we have here that was submitted to you before we, as we put this together, we have Committee on Energy and Commerce. You see that? And the Dean of the House is John Dingell.
Look,
and John Dingell is here.
I've been up here many years with you, and I understand that.
What I've said is that what we're going to do now is we're going to hear from members of the Energy
Yes.
and Commerce Committee.
Is Mr. Andrews is not a member?
Of the Energy and
But,
Commerce
Mr.
Committee.
Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
As I understand, the amendments have multiple authors that are from multiple committees.
Right.
And I think I don't quite.
And then we're
how
going to
you're
hear from every single one who wants to hear.
But let me ask
today.
you this question. The First Amendment, on my I know about yours, deals with the repeal of protection.
Let me just explain the way the Rules Committee works here, Mr. Andrews.
Well,
May I tell you how the Rules Committee works?
Does the Rules Committee silence members who try to ask
May I
question of the
explain to you how
chairman?
the Rules Committee is working here
If
and
it-
always has
and
worked?
will the chairman
We go through
entertain a
committees of
question once he's
jurisdiction,
done?
and the lead committee of jurisdiction happens to be the Energy and Commerce Committee. John Dingell is the Dean of the House, the Chairman Emeritus of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I have decided as Chairman of this committee that I want to recognize the Chairman Emeritus of the Energy and Commerce Committee as well as the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee who reported this measure out. We are going to hear from any member of this House who wants to testify on this. And now, if a request had been made by your leadership to me before this structure had been into place, I would have clearly considered that. And so I'd now like to call on Mr. Dingell, the Dean of the House. I'm not going to go through the list. You can consult with the minority members. You can consult with the minority members if you'd like to see that. And so I'd like to call on Mr. Dingell and the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Mr. Dingell.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your courtesy to me. I'm very happy to hear from my good friend, Mr. Andrews, who is a very valuable member of this institution, who is one of those who was very active in the authoring of the legislation. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I am one who has worked on this for a long time. I'm one of the authors of the legislation, as was my dad. I found the discussions before this committee to be most interesting and useful, and it's my hope that they would be replicated on the floor and perhaps replicated in hearings which we could have so that the committees would have a chance to bring their respective expertise and responsibilities under their jurisdiction to bear on the legislation so that we could have a better product. I would note that the Committee on Commerce and others have had as many as 79 bipartisan hearings on the legislation which is being repealed by H.R. 2, and testimonies of better than 181 witnesses and hours and hours and hours of hearings. In contrast, I note H.R. 2 was written in the dark of the night without a single committee hearing and without going through proper legislative channels. There's a question as to whether or not it, in fact, does do the things which have been announced by Speaker Boehner when he said we need to stop writing bills in the Speaker's office and let members of Congress be legislators again. He went on to say that the process starts in the committees, and of course I would love to see that happen because I believe that there are many misunderstandings about this legislation which I think that proper hearings could correct. The title of the bill shows that there is some misunderstanding of what the legislation being introduced in H.R. 2 in fact does. It calls it the Repealing the Job-Killing Healthcare Law Act. And yet studies show us that 4 million more jobs will be created than would be created without reform. That's something that I think we ought to address. The Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan entity, found that the health care reform reduces the deficit by $143 billion in the first 10 years alone and would reduce the deficit by more than $1 trillion in the next decade. H.R. 2 would, according to CBO, increase the deficit and add to the already troubling task of reducing our skyrocketing deficit, as well as addressing the skyrocketing increase in the cost of health care in this country. It would also return, H.R. 2 would also return us to the very regrettable situation where we saw that we had a sick and non-functioning health care system in this country. Of course, one of the interesting things, it would abolish some $40 billion in tax credits to small businesses that provide health coverage for their employees, tax credits that are already being utilized by small businesses across the country. I note this violates the majority's pledge not to raise taxes in the 112th Congress. Repealing the Affordable Care Act would once again put American seniors in a position of having to choose between life-saving prescriptions or groceries by opening the prescription drug gap. The last time the majority was in charge, they created this drug gap, forcing thousands of seniors to pay full prices for prescription drugs, something which many cannot afford. The Affordable Care Act has already begun closing this gap, first offering a rebate to seniors in the gap, and now by giving people in the gap a 50% discount on brand-name drugs. Because of that statute, the Affordable Care Act, the gap will be completely closed by the end of the decade. Now, I would hope that this committee would address some important questions. What is it about health care that the new majority wants to repeal so much? Is it preventing insurance companies from denying coverage based on pre-existing conditions, source of terror to our people? Is it demanding oversight and accountability of insurance companies' premium increases? Is it preventing insurance companies from placing arbitrary limits on coverage? Or perhaps is it allowing young adults to stay on their parents' plans until age 26? I would note that there are a number of amendments proposed by my colleagues who are here at the table with me and others, and I would hope that the majority will keep its promise of openness and will allow not only the offering of these amendments, but will allow us to proceed in the regular order by having this kind of legislation of vast complexity and of great controversy to be heard before the committees in a proper way, subject to whatever necessary limitations may be required to assure that the committees act expeditiously to present the legislation to the House for proper consideration after having heard from people who have real concerns with regard to what the legislation will do, and also having a good understanding of what it is the legislation does to people, and so that when we go home to answer the questions of our people, we'll be able to say, we have had a responsible consideration of this legislation, something which has enabled us to present the people of this country with not only the best legislation, but all the answers to the questions which might surround it. I ask unanimous consent to insert the balance of my statement in the record, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for your courtesy to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dingell. Mrs. Eshoo. Let me just explain that it's my intention to follow regular order for consideration of this measure under the House rules, which is the way it would be handled on the House floor, by seniority and by committees of jurisdiction. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Andrews, and because we have these different committees of jurisdiction, and we've had so many members who've been waiting for a long period of time, Mr. Wiener is a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I'm going to be calling on him to testify, and when we're completed with the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, again, your name is not on the list as a witness. There was no request made for you to be a witness. Mrs. Slaughter has just informed me that now there are several amendments that you all have and that people want to testify together on that. I'd like to be flexible with that and allow you to come and join other members, But the structure that we have right now, under regular order of the House, is for us to hear from members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and then we proceed to the Committee on Education and the Workforce following that. And that's pretty much the list of witnesses we have from those two committees. We have Mr. Conyers. I don't know if he's going to be here on the Judiciary Committee. So that's the intention that I have as far as proceeding. We have a full day ahead of us. Yes, Mr.
You know, I appreciate your comments, but I think the practice over the last 4 years anyway has been that while we try to follow the witness list in terms of committee of jurisdiction, when there are amendments that multiple people are sponsors of,
let me just say, I was happy to yield, but let me just
So,
explain what has happened here. As you know, the room is filled with colleagues of ours who are from the committees of jurisdiction. And Mr. Welch has been here since I arrived at about 9:45 this morning. And I will say that I believe, out of respect to the members who have prime jurisdiction and have obviously been waiting to come before this committee, that we should recognize them. So it's my intention to follow the rules of the House when it comes to testimony at this juncture, and the rules are to recognize by seniority the committees of jurisdiction, and I have just done that by beginning with the Chairman Emeritus. The next ranking member is Ms. Eshoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone, and a special warm welcome to the new members of Congress and the new members of this committee. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak on a very important amendment that I'm offering to maintain the provision in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act which protects individuals and families when it comes to caps on our health insurance policies. I've been here since about 10 a.m., and what I'm struck with in all of this is, as painful as it is, coming out of a campaign and the rhetoric that takes place in campaigns, that when we get here, we have to deal with specifics and not the generalizations that we all make in a campaign. And the specifics are the very specifics that people deal with in their day-to-day lives, your constituents and mine as well. More than half of all existing private health insurance policies in our country had in place, in fine print, a lifetime limit on benefits. I first introduced legislation on this issue in 1996, and I named the bill after the wonderfully optimistic Christopher Reeve, who championed this issue because of what happened in his life and mirrored what happens in the lives of your constituents as well as mine. It was an uphill battle to get people to understand the harrowing experiences of those who had hit the cap, as well as the basic notion that buried in the fine print of health insurance policies was language that essentially cut people off from benefits once the ceiling was hit. Frankly, most people were not aware that this fine print existed in their insurance policies. It was a surprise to them. We all know that medical costs have continued to climb, actually skyrocket over the years, and caps on insurance plans basically stayed the same. Insurers often set the cap between $1, $2, up to $3 million, which sounds high, but may not cover the cost of a baby born with a disability, adults with chronic diseases, those who struggle with a sudden illness, or as Christopher Reeve experienced, a tragic accident. It was an equestrian accident that caused his paralyzation. Today, almost everyone knows about the implications of a lifetime cap. Once a patient hits the cap, they're immediately dropped from their plan, regardless of their medical situation. Cancer patients, these are all our constituents. I don't think there's a congressional district in the country that doesn't have constituents that have these occurrences in their lives. Cancer patients in the middle of chemotherapy, or teenage hemophiliacs in need of expensive blood clotting medications can be released from their insurer without any real hope of funding or finding another plan that's going to cover them. That's why this legislation that you are repealing, which contains the removal of this cap, is essential for you to address. We hold in the palm of our hand the lives of every human being in this country. It matters not what their party registration is. And so this is something that we all need to deal with. There was a specific purpose as to why it was placed in the Act. And so I'm asking the majority and the minority to see to it that this amendment is made in order. Understand that effective September 23rd of last year, the lifetime caps were eliminated. I think that was a step in the right direction for our country. We all speak of the perfection of this union. Go to those patients, your constituents in your district, and they will confirm that. It has brought more perfection to their lives. I think we need to move forward and not backward. I think that we need to pay attention to the details and not just simply the rhetoric that goes on in campaigns. As appropriate as that is in campaigns, we need to deal with that. There's something else that I'm asking the members to keep in mind of the committee, that this not only has overwhelming public support, but it actually saves the government money. Medicare and Medicaid do not impose caps on the sickest and the most costly patients. They are those that are moved into those programs, and they will be, if this is repealed, is going to increase the burdens of these public health insurance programs. When we buy insurance to protect us, and when we buy insurance to protect us when we need it most, not to be dumped when it becomes inconvenient. So this amendment will continue to honor the protection against lifetime caps in the Affordable Health Care Act. And I really urge all members, regardless of your party registration, to think of this as a nonpartisan issue. It's why we put it in the bill. We put it in the bill because of the experience of the lives of our constituents. So I thank you for your time and urge you to consider making amendments possible to this bill. Because if, in fact, there is a repeal of this, and I didn't hear the chairman, and maybe he wants to address this in his list of principles, that the limit on lifetime caps, I didn't hear you speak to that, and I haven't heard others speak to it either. This is absolutely critical. And
well, thank you very much for that. Let me just say I appreciate your testimony, and I want to hear from the other witnesses from the Energy and Commerce Committee. But the fact is, obviously, in HRES 9, I am calling for everything to be addressed, and you will have an opportunity when this comes to your committee to obviously raise this, and I hope very much that it is adequately addressed. Ms. Schakowsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope in your leadership position that you will...
Then Ms. Capps, your name was not on the list.
No,
Ms. Capps,
not in it.
and then Ms. Capps.
That's great. Chairman Dreyer, Ranking Member Slaughter, and members of the Rules Committee, and I apologize particularly to the new members who my back is turned to.
Actually, most of them have already left, so.
Right? Well, I do appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to support a series of amendments being discussed today with the strong hope that these be made in order for the floor debate of the Republican bill to repeal the Affordable Care Act. I strongly support the many efforts of my colleagues who are fighting to retain many important provisions of this law. I want to speak today to endorse a specific group of amendments that will ensure that the critical consumer protections included in the health insurance reform will be preserved even today. Critical benefits that this repeal would take away from the millions of Americans who need it most, and many of whom are already enjoying and having their lives improved dramatically by the passage of the law and the provisions that are already in effect. This includes key provisions in the Patient's Bill of Rights that will allow individuals with pre-existing conditions to get health insurance. The elimination of lifetime and annual limits on care, which my colleague has really endorsed so well. Regulations allowing young adults to stay on their parents' plan until they are 26. Many of our constituents have already taken advantage of that. And new provisions allowing for free preventive care for all Americans, including seniors. Cost-saving device, taxpayer-saving device. Most of these provisions are already in effect. And now, as I mentioned, many of our constituents are enjoying the benefits. Across the country and in my own district, I've witnessed how parents have been given peace of mind that their children will not go uninsured just because they graduated from high school. Seniors have received much-needed financial assistance to pay for prescription drugs when they reach the dreaded donut hole and now permitted a free physical exam each year, saving taxpayer dollars. Women no longer need to worry about insurance company abuses considering their gender a pre-existing condition, and how all Americans are now eligible for preventive screenings like mammograms and colonoscopies for free, but also, again, saving taxpayer dollars, helping their pocketbook, and improving their health. Those who are sick have received even more benefits. A diagnosis no longer brings with it the fear that you will be dropped from your plan. Lifetime coverage limits, fine print, as that was explained, that can thrust a family into bankruptcy if someone gets cancer or another serious ailment. These are now a thing of the past. And because the law bans insurance companies from denying those with pre-existing conditions and rescissions, individuals who need it the most will no longer be dropped from their plans or denied coverage because they are sick, and our constituents are realizing this and realizing the benefits. I'm here today supporting these specific provisions, not just because my background as a nurse has shown me the importance of these critical reforms, but to speak for those who did not have a chance to voice their opinions in a single committee hearing on this misguided legislation. Perhaps my constituents, and I'll now specify the Strong family of Santa Barbara, put it best. When asked what the health insurance reform law means to them, this is what they said. It means we no longer have to lose sleep worrying about heading for bankruptcy when we hit that lifetime cap on our health insurance policy and become immediately uninsurable due to our daughter's pre-existing terminal illness. To take away the security that the Affordable Care Act has given this particular family without a single committee hearing or markup, without hearing the millions of other stories like theirs across this country, is an irresponsible political stunt. These amendments are critical today to all Americans, and I urge you to make them in order for an up or down vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Ms. Chakowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here as a proud member of the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Health Subcommittee that worked very hard to include language providing tools to ensure that health insurance premiums are reasonable and that individual consumers and businesses get value for their premium dollar by ensuring that at least 80% of those dollars are actually spent on medical care. I'm offering two amendments, one along with Representative Tierney and another with Representatives Sutton and Jackson-Lee that are of combined importance. They would not permit insurance companies to spend an unlimited amount of premium dollars on company profits and non-medical care like CEO pay, or unreasonably increase a family's premium without any justification. These provisions are especially critical for Illinois and 25 other states that currently lack authority to review rates, prevent unjustified rates, or even require that insurance companies disclose the justification for rates. The Affordable Care Act, for the first time, requires transparency in rates and gives the tools needed to help limit annual health insurance premiums while reducing health care costs for families and small businesses. Beginning this year, health plans must rebate the difference between minimum medical loss ratios and actual spending on health care. If those standards had been in place in 2009, 6 of the largest for-profit insurers would have been required to refund $1.9 billion for spending too much on profits, CEO pay, and administration. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put all of my testimony in. Thank you.
Absolutely.
This repeal effort would take away safeguards that protect all Americans from insurance company abuses. It would take us back to the time when insurance companies held all the cards, when they decided who they wanted to insure, what coverage they would provide, and at what price. Giving insurers that power will help them earn enormous profits, but it would be devastating for the rest of America. The biology class at Maine South High School in Park Ridge understands the dangers of keeping the insurance industry in control, as this repeal bill would do. They wrote me, quote, "It isn't fair that currently the different health insurance companies are charging so much for coverage. The companies also charge more depending on age, gender, history of health, pre-existing conditions, and sometimes they won't cover you at all," unquote. And all of us have heard from our constituents, families and business owners asking for help in preventing rising and unwarranted premium increases. Adrian from Wilmette told me that her 63-year-old husband, Alan, had not met the deductible on his Assurance health care policy in the past 3 years. The policy had a $4,000 deductible, then goes to 50-50 cost sharing until the next $2,500 is met. Last year, Alan paid nearly $3,500 a quarter. That's almost $14,000 a year. When he received his renewable notice, he learned that his premium would increase to almost $4,200 a quarter, almost $17,000 a year. This is an insured person. These are out-of-pocket costs. There's no excuse for this egregious rate hike. Carol, who works in the Human Services Resource Department for a small firm in Chicago, shared with me that they received notice in September that their premiums would increase 18% per employee. She said she spoke with their insurance broker several times about the increase and was told there's no way around it. Carmen from Skokie called to tell me she's a small business owner who has Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois for all her employees, but had to cancel it when the premiums got too expensive. And John, who also has Blue Cross Blue Shield, told me at the train station that his company's premiums were going to increase by 30%. The insurance companies have increased rates by double-digit percentages over the last several years, one of the reasons why we needed reform in the first place. These situations are particularly frustrating when there's no justification for increase other than corporate greed. From 2000 to 2008, premiums for families in employer-sponsored plans rose 97% and 90% for individuals. During the same period, private insurers' payments to providers rose only 72%, medical inflation by 29%, and overall inflation by 21%. Clearly, the increases are based on costs other than medical inflation, wages, or general inflation. The Affordable Care Act forces the insurance industry to report information regarding premiums and expenditures for major medical health insurance plans and requires them to publicly justify the reason for unreasonable premium increases, for all premium increases. It gives insurance departments new analytical tools. It improves transparency and provides invaluable information to help educate all of our constituents. Repealing health care would mean that Illinois and the rest of the states would no longer have access to resources to review proposed health insurance premium increases and hold insurance companies accountable for excessive, unjustified, or unfairly discriminatory rate increases. Thus, the reason for the amendments that I have had the honor to co-sponsor with several of my colleagues. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schakowsky. Let me just announce what is our intention as far as proceeding here, because we have so many members who are here. We plan to go through by seniority those members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, as I said, and these names are just now coming in to us that have been submitted, and a couple of members have added their names to the list. And then we will proceed with the Education and the Workforce Committee. We had already heard from the chairman there, and so it's our intention now to proceed. And please let me know to go to Mr. Inslee, then Mr. Weiner, and Mr. Matheson, Ms. Castor, Mr. Murphy, and then Mr. Welch, and then we'll proceed with the Committee on Education and the Workforce. Mr. Inslee, excuse me, Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley's name is not on the list, but I'm a member of the committee, Then we'll put your name down by seniority, and we'll look forward to hearing from you as well. Mr. Inslee.
Thank you. Mr. Braley is a great member of the committee. I just want that in the record if I
Glad to hear
can.
that. I'm sure he
Thank
is.
you. He is indeed. Thank you. This is a new year, and I want to have my comments in the spirit of the new year and the New Year's resolution that we heard from new Speaker Boehner yesterday. There's a couple defects I'd like to have an opportunity to remedy in the bill, one of which is that this bill, as currently drafted, would strip our young people of the ability to be insured through age 25 in their homes. We know these young people, our kids, are having a real hard time. We got 15% unemployment in this group, and we want to keep them insured. And as this bill is drafted right now, it would strip them of that insurance. Second, as we've learned, it would create $230 billion of deficit spending, and we want to remedy that. And I have two amendments that will remedy both of those issues. Now, here's what I want to make. I want to ask the Rules Committee to allow these to go to the floor. It's in the spirit of a New Year's resolution, which some of us make. And the New Year's resolution I heard from the Speaker yesterday is that, number one, we're going to have a new way of doing business. We're going to be open. We're not going to have closed rules. That's the first. And the second is we're not going to do this deficit busting activity that has hurt the fiscal condition of the United States. And yet, within 22 minutes of him announcing those New Year's resolutions, we hear there's going to be a closed rule. We're going to break that resolution, and we're going to break the resolution by creating another $230 billion of deficit spending, which this bill would do if our amendment is not added to this bill. Now, as far as I could tell, that would set a new record for shortness of life of a New Year's resolution in American history. It would be 22 minutes, breaking the previous record held by Mr. Fielding Mellish of Queens, New York, who promised not to eat cheeseburgers and only went 45 minutes. We need... I love Queens, and I love Mr. Fielding Mellish as well. In any event, we do hope that we will abide by this new idea of openness and fiscal responsibility, and I hope you allow these to be considered and not defer. And I've heard some of the comments that, we're going to fix these things later on and some other bill later on, but that's kind of like going up to a guy in crutches and kicking the crutches out from beneath him and tell him we'll get you some crutches some later date that you may or may not do. That's not good enough for the people who need insurance right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wiener. Yeah, we want to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, many of my colleagues are offering amendments dealing with the substance of the Health Care Act we passed and the problems it would cause if they were repealed. But I want to try to address an amendment that I and Ms. Van Hollen are going to be offering addresses, I think, the crux of the agenda of the new Congress, and that is the idea that we need to reduce deficits and reduce costs, not only for the federal taxpayers, but also for state and local taxpayers, and, of course, for citizens and families in their homes. Our amendment is a simple one. It simply says that the costs that will be incurred have to be paid for in the bill. This is a classic pay-as-you-go or cut-as-you-go, whatever you're using this year. It says that if you want to take an action, whether it's to pass a law, whether it's to change a law, amend a law, that it should be fully paid for. It's something that I have heard repeatedly articulated by my Republican colleagues, and frankly, those of us on the Democratic side have already articulated in the form of the pay-as-you-go rules that were set up. Now, I do need to ask for unanimous consent that my amendment be amended because this morning the number went from $143 billion that this bill would cost. It went up to $230 billion according to the CBO estimates. And just for my newer colleagues, and frankly all of us should be reminded why repealing this law costs money. First, it costs money to the taxpayers because the uninsured and those that are underinsured wind up getting health care. This is not a bill that provides them with health care. It's simply a bill that says how we're going to pay for health care and what the standards shall be. So when people are uninsured and they go into hospital emergency rooms and get care, it costs all of us a lot more money to pay for those costs because, frankly, ladies and gentlemen, the bill fairy doesn't come in and pay for those costs. We all wind up doing it. So the basic structure of this law says, you know what? It's actually less expensive for us to provide a subsidy for the uninsured, to buy insurance, than it is for us to keep paying for them in the hospital emergency rooms. So when you repeal this act, what do? You basically say those protections will no longer be there. We're going to revert to paying for people when they come to hospital emergency rooms. That costs the taxpayers money. This saves money for families in a different way. when there are more people who are insured, just like in automobile insurance where everyone is insured, it allows insurance companies using free market principles to aggregate their costs over a greater universe of people. All of our costs come down. That's not me saying it. That's the insurance industry saying it, and that is the CBO saying it. So you've got to make up that cost somewhere. And then there's the cost to our states and localities, and this is the important thing that I think my colleagues need to understand. You can say all you want, well, we're going to slash this bill and leave it to the states, but what winds up happening is if someone gets hit by a bus who's uninsured in a small town or in a big city in the United States, and they wind up going to a hospital emergency room to get paid for, very often those costs fall largely on state and local taxpayers. So this insurance, the structure of our bill would protect those state and local insurance costs. So now a city like mine, $8 billion we pay for the uninsured and the underinsured. This bill kicks in, that dramatically goes down. It's not me saying it, it's the Congressional Budget Office. So what the amendment says is a simple one. It says you may agree with some of my colleagues here about the individual things. You may believe that they're good or that they're bad. But however you believe, you should back up your vote with an actual pay for it, to say this is how we're going to pay for the bill. And let me just say in one concluding thing, you know, I'm asking unanimous consent that on line 9, $143 billion be struck and $230 billion be inserted. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. According to the CBO, we will save 0.5% of GDP almost in perpetuity because of the new effect of this bill. That is $1.2 trillion. $1.2 trillion of savings that are arriving from this bill. And I'll make one final point, and if I neglected to offer congratulations to you, Mr. Dreyer, congratulations on taking over this committee again. I have heard a lot of talk about the government takeover of health care. Let me make it very clear, because this is said so often, I think we sometimes forget what this bill does. This bill takes government taxpayer money and gives it to a private entity, the insurance companies. It's taking our money and giving people subsidies so they can buy insurance. It's the opposite of a government takeover. And by the way, just the same way, Medicare isn't a government takeover because you still have your individual doctors and your payments. It's only a matter of how that money gets processed. So I believe that if you are sincere about cutting costs, you will have to vote, allow this amendment to be in order, and you'd have to vote in favor of it. And by the way, I think it's the reasonable and consistent thing to do. $233 billion is what it's going to cost you to repeal this over 10 years. That, by the way, is $200 billion more than you've committed to save in this entire Congress. And I thank you to members of the committee, particularly my friend Mr. Sessions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiener. And I noticed you did not seize the opportunity to comment on Queens at all or Cheeseburger.
I don't.
which I thought you
I never fight with people smaller than me, Mr. Chairman.
Our next witness is Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you've got a big agenda, and I will be brief.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
I have an amendment that really adds another item to the list of instructions in HRES 9, the instructions of the committees if they're going to look at changing things. Just a few weeks ago, Congress voted overwhelmingly in a bipartisan way to avoid a 25% cut in Medicare payments. This is the sustainable growth rate issue that we are all more than familiar with as members of Congress over the years. We're also all familiar that the problem is Congress keeps doing one-time fixes but doesn't address the underlying problem, which is a flawed formula that does not reflect the true growth in health care costs from providing health care to people. And so I would, my amendment's very simple, and I'll just read a two-sentence description to make sure everyone understands this. My amendment simply adds another goal of the instructions of the committees that tells the committees they should also include a permanent fix to what is now the flawed SGR formula as part of any replacement legislation that goes forward. Mr. Chairman, I told you I'd be brief. I think that pretty much explains it, and I'll yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matheson. Ms. Castor, former member of this committee, we're very happy to have you back.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to you
Thank
on
you.
having the gavel. And I'd like to congratulate my new colleagues from Florida, Richard Nugent and Daniel Webster, who are new members of the Rules Committee, and of course,
we're very happy to have them.
Regards
They've been represented very well
to our Dean, Alcee Hastings from Florida. I'm glad that we have new Floridians here because the Affordable Care and Patient Protection Act is already helping millions of families and seniors in Florida and all across this country. As the Republican majority works to repeal these important consumer protections that the health care law provides, today I'm offering an amendment that will ensure that Americans will not lose these critical protections created by the Affordable Care Act that ends insurance company discrimination based upon a pre-existing condition. Because as you are aware, the Affordable Care Act outlawed the worst abuses by the health insurance industry, and it instituted these vital consumer protections for families and individuals. Specifically, the new health care law says that insurance companies cannot refuse coverage or certain medical services because someone has cancer, or they have diabetes, or they have asthma, or they have some other grave diagnosis. This is the bedrock of our patient Bill of Rights, ending insurance company discrimination of citizens with pre-existing medical conditions. And we throw that term out a lot, don't we? Pre-existing medical condition. But if you all would pause and think for a moment of a family member, a neighbor, someone that you go to church with that has cancer, that has HIV, that has received a diagnosis maybe in the past few weeks, maybe that has had cancer and is in remission, but has struggled with those insurance companies to try to get the medical care that they need. In my hometown, I think of a woman I met that works at the community college named Sharon Williams. Sharon was diagnosed with breast cancer at the age of 21. And upon that diagnosis, she went down the list of covered health services and diagnosis for her health insurance. And you know what? Breast cancer wasn't on it. It wasn't on the list, even though she had insurance. She said, after her diagnosis, they showed me a list of different types of diseases that the health insurance company covered, but there was no breast cancer. And I remember becoming really, really angry, and I said, look, I have something growing inside of me that's going to kill me. Somebody help me. She went home, closed her blinds, and cried herself to sleep. She felt hopeless with nowhere to turn. She didn't eat and was only a step away from throwing in the towel. She said, no one would cover me. She went uncovered with health insurance for 10 years after that breast cancer diagnosis. She fought through it, and she's in remission now. But she said she felt like damaged goods. And she looked for another plan to cover her, but there was no plan out there that would cover her. She became more frightened of not having insurance coverage than the cancer. But after the passage of the Affordable Care Act, Sharon cheered. We were together a few days after President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act into law, and she said, in front of a lot of TV cameras, this health care reform bill is very, very important. It's dear to my heart because I have a pre-existing condition, and there are millions of people out there all across America that have pre-existing conditions that are being denied even as we speak. And it's just not right. And you know, there are also thousands of children, of American children who are childhood cancer survivors, or they have other conditions, who now have insurance coverage because of the Affordable Care Act. And I ask you all, don't repeal it. Don't take away their insurance coverage now. Our new law has now outlawed the discrimination the health insurance companies had instituted based upon the kids having cancer or asthma or diabetes. One is a student that attends the University of West Florida who was dropped after she had AML leukemia. She lives on her own and completely supports herself. So she said to me, of course I panicked after her diagnosis. With me going to the oncologist for my blood work and checkups, I could be charged a ton for co-pays and out-of-pocket costs. With me being dropped, I feared that I wouldn't be able to find another insurance company to pick me up. But thanks to the new law, my mother's health insurance has accepted me, even with my cancer being a pre-existing condition. Another student, college student in Florida, Sarah Woodbury, says, I'm a leukemia survivor, a daughter, a student, and a citizen of the United States of America, and I have multiple checkups to make sure I stay free from cancer. And because I have several lasting medical conditions from my cancer treatment, my mother was denied several times of insurance for me when she tried to switch. And the quotes they did give her to cover me were impossible to afford. But now, with our new law, she said, I'm very glad to hear that child survivors of cancer are given a chance to stay covered by insurance regardless of their medical history. No person who has fought or is fighting cancer should be denied anything simply because of the cancer. Cancer takes so much from so many undeserving people. Why should insurance companies have the right to deny them insurance or a chance at an affordable plan? After all, no child asked to be plagued by cancer. So committee members, before the Democratic-led Congress passed and President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act last year, if you had a cancer diagnosis or you were in remission or you have a heart condition, believe it or not, if you had been a victim of domestic violence in 8 states, some insurance companies called that a pre-existing condition. If you had any of those conditions, you were often denied care. Well, we finally changed that. And I implore this Republican majority, don't go back. Don't repeal these important consumer protections. Our children shouldn't be penalized because they were born with a heart condition or leukemia. They need access to the very best doctors and the very best care, and that's what the Affordable Care Act does for our children and will soon do for all adults. Mr. Chairman, there are people like this all across America. I'm certain you know many of them back home in your district. We need to maintain this vital protection, these vital protections created by the Act. If you repeal the Affordable Care Act, you will be sanctioning that type of discrimination again. If you repeal the Affordable Care Act, you will add to the instability of the workforce. Just when we've given them an economic lifeline, you will snatch it away through repeal of the Affordable Care Act. If you repeal the Affordable Care Act, you will explode the deficit. Now we know to the tune of $230 billion. If you repeal the Affordable Care Act, you will demonstrate an affinity to the health insurance companies over the interest of the American people and our families. So I urge you to support this amendment that bars insurance company discrimination of people with pre-existing medical conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Sessions, and appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. Let me associate myself first with the remarks of my good friend, Ms. Castor, and her amendment. I think of a story from a gentleman in my district in northwestern Connecticut, and I met him at his door sometime in the end of 2009. He told me a story that unfortunately is all too familiar. He had gotten injured, and due to his injury, he was no longer able to work, and due to the fact that he was no longer able to work, he lost his health care. And he was faced with the same situation that countless families are faced with all across this country and all across my district, that the illness that they contract then leads to the loss of their health care, that then leads to the devastation of their family. And what this family was finally confronted with was a pretty simple choice. They either had to stop making the mortgage payments on the house that they had grew up in, or they had to go to the one savings account that they had, which was their son's college savings account. And they sat down as a family and they made an awful decision. And that decision, in consultation with their son, was to go and exhaust the college savings account. Their son decided that he'd just postpone college, that he'd go and work and hopefully someday go and get an education. Now that's an awful outcome, both from a position of conscience as the most respected and most powerful, most affluent country in the world, but also from an economic perspective as well. Postponing that child's education hurts our economy as well. And the fact that that situation is replayed over and over and over again, leading to lost productivity in our economy, speaks to the importance of Ms. Castor's amendment. The amendment that I'd like to offer to those families that don't have it through no fault of their own, but we've got to make sure that once they get health care, that they have access to doctors. So let me briefly describe what's at stake for primary care if this repeal goes forward. First, under this law, primary care practitioners receive a 10% Medicare payment bonus for the next 5 years, and Medicaid reimbursement rates go up to Medicare levels. This would be a dramatic downward adjustment in reimbursement levels for primary care physicians right now who don't make enough to make ends meet all too often. Repealing this law will take $11 billion away from community health care centers that for years have been supported by both Democrats and Republicans and are doing so much to extend primary care to residents in both rural and suburban areas. Repealing this health care reform law would also take away critical support from the National Health Service Corps, one of our nation's most successful workforce programs, and it would repeal and eliminate other critical enhancements to the primary care workforce system, including training and the reallocation of unused residency training slots to train primary care residents. Repealing this law not only takes away the one answer we have for that guy in Torrington, Connecticut, who has lost everything that his family has built up to just try to take care of an injury, but it also takes away the one hope that we have to get primary care resources to people who right now have insurance and people who we hope will get it. Mr. Chairman, the committee, I hope that you would make this amendment in order as well as the others that have been offered by members of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Ms. Murphy, thank you so very much.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman
is
Henry Cuellar was here early this morning and had to leave, but he asked that I mention that for the record, that he was here to speak on the pre-existing conditions amendment.
And
hopefully he will be able to return later.
I appreciate the gentlewoman extending that courtesy on behalf of the gentleman from Texas, and thank you. Before I recognize the gentleman, Mr. Welch, I will recognize that excuse me, I'm sorry?
Mr. Braley has he has a little more seniority than me.
You know, I know the gentleman quite well. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to recognize the gentleman in just a second.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I'm sorry. Mr. Murphy looks like he's about to leave, and I'm wanting to ask him a question. I apologize for interrupting you.
I appreciate. The chair would like to give notice that as a result of evidently the gentleman leaving, that if there are questions for Mr. Murphy at this time, we would extend those very quickly as a request from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. You know what? If there's somebody that has to leave and we'd like to modify what we're doing at this time, we're trying to take our time, meticulously work through this. I will listen to the gentleman from Massachusetts and agree with him. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for the purpose of a discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if he's not about to leave and is going to stay, then I'm happy to wait till later. Is that good?
Gentleman's going to stay. Gentleman's going to stay. If I could, before I recognize Mr. Welch, I appreciate the gentleman from Massachusetts. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Pallone is here and that Mr. Pallone will follow Mr. Welch, and then we will go directly to Mr. Braley. Gentleman, Mr. Welch is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's wonderful to be here in the Rules Committee. You know, I want to acknowledge all of you, but especially you. Your team campaigned very effectively. Now the challenge is whether you can govern responsibly. And this decision that this Rules Committee makes is going to set the template for the entire 112th Congress. And the questions before you were basically three. The first question is whether on the promise of fiscal responsibility and implementation of the cut-go rule that is replacing our pay-go rule, you'll apply that when the evidence from the impartial referee is that repeal, your proposal for health care, will add $230 billion to the deficit. And from where I sit, the promises that you have made impel you to come up with an offset for that $230 billion. Second, you've made promises after criticizing the way our Congress was run, that there will be open rules, that there'll be an allowance for debate on important questions. There is no more important question, more intimate to the American people, than how their health care will be delivered and how they'll have access to that health care. And we are seeking, all of us, and the amendment I'm going to propose is co-sponsored by 65 of my colleagues, and 65 of us have co-sponsored Ms. Castor's amendment, Mr. Murphy's, Schakowsky's, Ms. Eschew's. We are going to ask for the opportunity for a yes or no vote, up or down. Now, I listened to Mr. Woodall and followed your campaign some, and I know everything you said. You had the backing, obviously, of your people. But I campaign too, and the people I represent want me to defend some of the provisions that are helping the middle class in this legislation. And I believe that my constituents, as your constituents, are entitled to know where you stand, where I stand, and the way we tell them, the way we're accountable, is that when the roll is called on the specific question about repealing access to health care for people up to age 26, about taking away the lifetime caps, that if you have one opinion and I have another opinion, we state that publicly by our vote, and then our voters are allowed to decide whether they agree with you or they agree with me. And that's the way it should work. But this is the first opportunity for you to follow through and allow us to be accountable to our constituents. The third question is this. Is the first bill passed by the Republican Congress on health care going to take away some specific, hard-fought achievements for the middle class of America? And a number of the amendments you're hearing, this is not about political rhetoric. It's about the reality of policy that affects real people, as you've heard, real families, and real businesses. And please understand, you've made criticisms. Some of your criticisms, I think many of us at this table agree with. We do know that this has to be a work in progress. This is a multi-trillion-dollar challenge for this country. So anyone who says that we have to improve this, you have all of us at this table in agreement with you and hoping somehow, some way, we can find a way to work together to improve it. But why would we, in the quest to improve it, destroy things that are now actively making a difference for people and they're depending on it? I'm going to talk about preventive care. I got off the phone this morning with Tom Hubner, who is the CEO of the Rutland Community Regional Medical Center. And I said, Mr. Hubner, what does it mean to you? And he was a close call on whether he wanted this bill to pass. He was one of my local hospital folks. I paid a lot of attention to him because he was in the real world, not the abstract world of what this policy was. And I said, what is the implication to you and to the work you're doing, your hospital, if we repeal the access to free preventive care? And what he said, and I'm going to quote, if we are serious about bending the cost curve, we need to prevent disease and we need to manage disease, and we have to have free preventive care in order to do that. People come into that facility with breast cancer because they couldn't afford to get a screening in time. People come in with advanced diabetes because they couldn't get a simple test. Now, you know this as much as I know this. I'm not telling you anything you're not aware of. But what this Congress did last year is we passed legislation that give our citizens the right to get that test. And why? With all of the disagreements among us, with all of the different people that we represent, why would we take away from Tom Hubner and the Rutland Regional Medical Center this tool that they need to make our folks healthy? I spoke to Dr. Neil Hyman, the UVM University of Vermont College of Medicine. He told me that colon cancer screenings are absolutely essential to early detection of cancer. Again, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but just this week, he saw a 64-year-old patient who could not afford to receive regular screenings. By the way, those are free to him now. Like many others, he was waiting to qualify for Medicare. 64, he needed another year. He waited too long. Now, instead of catching that disease in its early stages, this Vermonter is suffering from metastatic colon cancer. This is real. The decision that you are making is real. This is not campaign rhetoric. You know, you won the campaign, and you were effective in your arguments, but you're making a real decision. You are part of the United States Congress, and the policies that we make are not about campaign rhetoric. It's not about the next election. It's about what's going to happen to the Rutland Regional Medical Center. What's going to happen to this Vermonter who now has metastatic cancer, colon cancer that could have been detected. There are simple things in this bill that are important to the people you represent and important to the people I represent, and it is absolutely unnecessary to take those securities away from the middle class of this country. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, thank you very much. Earlier in the day, when we began around 10 o'clock, there was a big discussion of exactly the items that you bring up.
Right.
And in fact, the committee chairman or their representatives who were here this morning said the purpose of this bill is to also then make sure that we work through these issues very carefully. This is literally a one-page bill, starts the process. We intend to do that. And just like Mrs. Castor has noted, I'm not unlike any other person on this dais or any other member that's here, even the people who are attending this hearing today. I have a Down syndrome son. I'm very aware, acutely aware of the need that we have, whether it be an intellectual or mental disability or physical disability, that we do the right thing. I can assure you, not just because I know you well, we're going to have a full hearing on this. It will be my hope that there will be, as what was suggested, an up or down vote. It's my hope that that will happen too. And I believe as a part of this new majority, senior member, that I'll insist upon that also. I appreciate the gentleman being here, his friendship, not only that he's extended to me, perhaps that I extend to him on a regular basis through a friendship. I respect your testimony today and that which you have done. I appreciate that very much. I now would like to recognize, if I can, the gentleman, Mr. Braley, if he would choose to come and find a chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Pallone. I had previously said, excuse me, Mr. Pallone.
I'm actually enjoying listening.
Oh, you are? Well, you know, sometimes I enjoy listening to myself too, but very rarely do I want to take back something I said. And the gentleman, Mr. Pallone, is recognized. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the committee. I see we have some new members. I said to some of them before I didn't know whether I should congratulate the new members or say my condolences, but in any case, welcome to the Rules Committee, if I could say that. I wanted to address the issue of Medicare solvency with the amendment that I've brought before you today. You know, look, I think that this bill is so important because of patient protections, because of the universal coverage, because of the fact that we're significantly cutting the deficit, and there's so many reasons, which I'm sure you've heard from today, about why it shouldn't be repealed. But another reason is the solvency issue. Many of you, you know, we hear in the media, and we know, in fact, that the life of the Medicare Trust Fund, the ability to pay out, is limited. And one of the things that the bill does that you're seeking to repeal is it extends the life of the trust fund. It extends, it postpones the day of reckoning when we would face the solvency issue. And it does that primarily by basically doing things more efficiently. If I could mention specifically some of the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Welch, Mr. Braley, Ms. Castor, and others. I'm probably making a mistake mentioning people by name, but I know specifically that there were many provisions put in that bill that dealt with doing things better, more efficiency in terms of not only helping people, but also in terms of saving money. And so what we have is that according to the Medicare actuary, the Affordable Care Act added 12 years of solvency to the Medicare Trust Fund. And if you repeal it, I think it's very fiscally irresponsible because it accelerates the insolvency of the Medicare Trust Fund to 2017, just 6 years away. Now, the problem is if that deadline moves closer, which it would under repeal, what would you do? Well, my fear would be, of course, that you'd end up having to cut services to seniors and benefits to seniors, which is the last thing that I think should happen given the promise and the contract, if you will, that we made with seniors when we started the Medicare program and had them start paying into it when they were much younger. So basically, if you look at my amendment, it guarantees that repeal cannot go forward unless the Office of Management and Budget, in consultation with the Congressional Budget Office, certifies that repeal will not shorten the life of the Medicare Trust Fund. If OMB reports back that repeal would shorten the life of the trust fund, this amendment would stop repeal from happening. I think it's very important. I think the solvency issue is a very important issue. I'd also ask, Mr. Chairman, if I could ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Leadership Council of Aging Organizations. It's a coalition representing nearly 60 million seniors. We received it today.
Without objection, the letter will be included.
And that also addresses the solvency issue as well as some of the other issues. And I would urge you really to not go ahead with this repeal for so many reasons, but certainly the Medicare solvency is one of the major issues that the repeal would make worse. Thank you.
Mr. Pallone, thank you very much, and I appreciate you once again testifying for the Rules Committee. I got used to your testimony throughout the years on this important issue, and I appreciate hearing from you today. I'd now like to find a way to make room for the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Braley, on this energy and commerce. You know what, Anthony, if you'll get on the bottom, I'm sure they don't mind stepping on you, but I appreciate the offer there. The gentleman, Mr. Braley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made today. I also want to spend some time to put a human face on the repeal of the health care legislation that was passed and talk about what the consequences are without addressing the consumer protection provisions included in the Welch amendments that we've talked about earlier. I want you all to take a look at this picture. This is a young man named Tucker Wright who lives in Malcolm, Iowa, and he is the face of the health care repeal bill. Because Tucker is 4 years old in this picture, but 2 years ago, he was diagnosed with liver cancer before his second birthday. He had 2/3 of his liver removed, and he faces a lifetime of uncertain medical care. Now, what makes Tucker the poster child for health care repeal is that his parents accumulated over $30,000 in uninsured medical expenses, even though they had the best health insurance they could get in the state of Iowa. Both of his parents were working full-time. And his parents have had to hold fundraisers to pay off those uninsured expenses. But what's more of a problem is Tucker's father, Brett, just started a brand new job. That's him right here in this picture. He couldn't start that job until January 1st of this year because if he had applied for insurance with his new employer, Tucker would have been denied coverage because of pre-existing conditions. Now, what will happen is if you repeal the health care bill that we passed without addressing these concerns, and then you defer till later addressing the problems we've been talking about, here's what's going to happen. His current insurance company will send out a letter of rescission because there's no longer any justification for keeping him on that policy once the ban on pre-existing conditions is removed, which will happen when the repeal becomes law. And that rescission practice was also prohibited by the health care bill that we passed because of widespread abuses of insurance companies terminating people's coverage without any legitimate legal basis. And that's why we held multiple hearings on the Health Subcommittee. We talked about this earlier. 8 days of hearings, 90 witnesses, 5 days of markups with amendments offered on both sides and accepted in just one subcommittee. So to suggest that this process was not transparent when it was the most debated, discussed, talked about, written about bill probably in the last 25 years of this Congress is not an accurate reflection of what happened. So when you think about voting on these amendments, remember Tucker Wright and what's going to happen to him and his family because that is the practical face of what we're talking about. And I appreciated the chairman's comments about his son. We've had very many conversations about that, and I hope you and your family had a wonderful holiday season.
Mr. Braley, thank you very much, and for not only sharing the story with us, but bringing the beautiful pictures of this family, and I appreciate that a lot. This, in my opinion, clears out what I would call the Energy and Commerce Committee Mr. Murphy, if you'd like to come back up, Mr. Braley, if you want to stay for questions, that'd be fine. Mr. Plone, if you want to take a seat. But we would now like to extend ourselves to these questions of this panel. Gentlewoman, Mrs. Fox is recognized.
I have just a couple of questions of Mr. Murphy. In the conversation or in the testimony that you gave, you talked about the family running out of money to pay for their insurance, except that they had a savings account, which they went into. What would have been the alternative, Mr. Murphy, or who would have paid for that insurance if they had had that savings account? Who do you think should have paid for their insurance at that stage? Should they not have used their savings account to pay their legitimate expenses?
Well, Ms. Fox, the idea of insurance is that we all bear some responsibility to help people who have gotten injured or have contracted a disease like cancer or something even potentially more expensive. And so the idea that insurance is conceived upon is that whether it be through a government-sponsored program like Medicare or through a private program through an insurance company, that we all pay the cost of someone who has gotten sick or someone who has gotten injured. And so whether they were able to get a potentially subsidized insurance plan through the government, whether they were able to qualify for a program like Medicaid, the concept, I think, that we've developed in this nation is that we all bear some communal responsibility to take care of our neighbors when they get sick or injured.
Ms. Fox, can I add something to that also?
No,
I think
thank you, Mr. Weiner.
Oh.
No, thank you. No, thanks.
I get that a lot.
Now, you're newly married. You're treated well at home, young man. You've confirmed. Gentlewoman's recognized still.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just was really struck. I've been struck all morning by the use of the term free. Free preventive care, free tests, free this and free that. And your comment about communal responsibility. I do think we bear responsibilities for our neighbors. I have always felt that way. And certainly I do feel that way. And we've shared others, many of us, that we understand the faces of health care and the challenges that are there for us. I have a member of my family who has had very serious cancer twice, a very close member to me, and I know how important it is to stay on the insurance that that person has. It's very critical in this day and time. But I do think it very important that we understand ourselves that somebody pays. You may say that things are free. Yes, there's free preventive care. Yes, there are free tests designed in this legislation. But somebody's paying for that. And so a choice is being made here, and in the family that you described, they had assets. And yet you implied that they shouldn't have used their assets to pay for their own responsibility and that someone else should have paid for that. And I just wanted to point out that as long as we have assets that we have accrued individually, I see that as our responsibility. And that's what I think has made our government great and our country great, is that we understand individual responsibility and we do not rely on the government to take care of us when we have the wherewithal to do that. And that's all I wanted to point out, Mr. Murphy. I think, again, the implication that we don't have individual responsibility is something that is very concerning to me as a member of Congress, as to hear someone in this Congress promote that idea that we don't have individual responsibility. So I just wanted to make it clear whether you were implying that it was somebody else's responsibility to pay their insurance or whether it was their responsibility?
Well, listen, this is obviously a much broader philosophical debate to have here, Representative Fox. But, listen, I have responsibility of what I have control over. And I certainly accept the premise of individual responsibility so far as I can control my actions in order to control the ramifications of those actions. In this case, as in the case of all of the instances that you've heard today, those families had no control over whether their loved one, their 4-year-old child, contracted cancer. They had no control over whether they contracted a disease or had an injury. And so the idea of personal responsibility for illness is something that I think is very different than the traditional notion of personal responsibility for finances or for individual decisions that a lot of our constituents think about. Maybe our constituents disagree on this. My constituents don't believe that you should have to exhaust all of your assets, your college savings account, your home, everything that you've accumulated over your life in order to take care of a sick loved one. And that's not personal responsibility to them. They had no ability to control whether or not they got that injury, no ability to decide whether or not their child got cancer. And so I don't think there's anything dirty or pejorative about the word communal, in the sense that when one of our loved ones, our neighbor, gets sick, that we should have some responsibility to take care of them. That's what insurance is. That's what I think that this legislation builds upon. And my last point, Ms. Fox, would be that the first place they would go would be that college savings account. But that wouldn't cover all of their costs. Eventually, they'd go on to the public's cost. Eventually, they'd show up to the emergency room with no money in their pocket. Once they went through the savings account, once they sold their house, once that family was out on the street, eventually they'd show up to the emergency room with no way to pay. And then it's all of our cost. And that's a result that repeal would have that has consequences not just for that one family, but has consequences for the entire federal budget.
Mr. Chair, if I could have you hold just for a moment, please. The chair would like to remind members that we are on a one vote at this time, and we are going to continue with this hearing. There may be those among you who have not spoken yet who would wish to go down and vote, knowing that we will quickly get to you. At this time, I would wish to recognize the gentleman, Mr. Polis, for a question. Gentleman's recognized.
You answered my question before I asked it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. You know, bright minds sometimes exist in the same room. The gentleman, Mr. McGovern, is recognized.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. I'm sorry that Dr. Fox left, but we're not talking about anything free here. I mean, people pay their health care premiums, so we're not talking about free. What we're talking about is eliminating co-payments and deductibles for preventative care, so that people utilize preventative care more often and more regularly. My wife works with the Prevent Cancer Foundation. She always says that no one should ever die of colon cancer in this country, but we should encourage people to get their checkups because if someone's caught early, then it could be dealt with. And quite frankly, it's not only better for the person; it's cheaper. It doesn't cost as much, to get a colonoscopy versus full blown colon cancer. We're all pretty lucky here in Congress. We all have health care. And we get to take advantage of preventative care, regular checkups. I went for a regular checkup in September. They found a nodule on my thyroid. It turned out to be thyroid cancer. I went and got it taken care of. Prognosis absolutely excellent. But if I had neglected that, if I didn't go for the regular checkup and I waited until I felt some terrible pain, it might have been a lot more complicated. So I think it's important that we clarify here. We're not talking about giving people something for nothing, or we're not saying that people shouldn't take responsibility. I think Mr. Murphy explained it really quite well. I also want to thank this panel for also talking about real people. That when you repeal this stuff, this is not just rhetoric. It's real people that are behind all of these words. I was looking through some of my emails and letters. I had a mother from Holden, Massachusetts. She writes, "Thanks for the health care bill. My son is covered by my insurance for the cancer he got right after he graduated from college. He would not have been covered if the bill did not pass. How is that a bad thing?" And I appreciate Mr. Dreyer's kind of press release of a bill that he put together. It's not a replacement. It's just concepts. But if you vote for this repeal, you are voting to repeal the provisions that ban insurance companies from discriminating against people for pre-existing conditions. You're voting against allowing parents to keep their kids on their insurance until they're 26. You're voting against all the preventative care measures. I mean, and people are going to be impacted by this. The whole issue of the donut hole, the senior citizens, I have tons of letters from senior citizens who are benefiting from the relief. And the donut hole, you're going to thrust a new tax on senior citizens. And if everybody's, all my friends on the Republican side say, well, we were all for all that. If you're for all of it, then don't repeal it. You know, if there are specifics in the bill that you don't like, then go after those. But a wholesale repeal, you know, I think is a move backward. Now, Mr. Weiner, you were about to.
Well, I just wanted. I think Ms. Fox unwittingly made a point that many of us often forget. The scenario that Mr. Murphy describes, where people have personal savings and then spend it, is why we have nearly as many bankruptcies, even in this economy, attributable to health care costs than there are to people losing their job. So the scenario that Ms. Fox lays out, well, shouldn't they pay their own money? Well, that's happening at such an alarming rate in this country that people are showing up in bankruptcy. And I just want to make one final point. You know, Ms. Fox does something that's common in this debate, confusing insurance with health care. You know, what happens is if someone doesn't have health care or becomes bankrupt and goes into Mr. Murphy's scenario where they wind up in a hospital emergency room, Ms. Fox's constituents pay the bill.
Right.
Mr. Woodall's constituents pay the bill. Mr. Nugent's constituents pay the bill. That's who we're talking about. So it's not a function of, you know, it's kind of like Buddhism. It's not whether we'll have change, but what kind of a change we're going to have. It's not whether we're going to have health care costs. It's how we keep them as low as possible, how we get people as much coverage as they can in the private insurance market to aggregate the costs over as many people as possible, because the choice is Mr. Murphy's family goes into a hospital emergency room, poorer for it, they have a daughter who doesn't have the care, and we pay the bill. It is not as if we're going to stop providing health care once you repeal this Health Care Reform Act. We're just going to be passing the bills at much higher rates, according to the CBO, than we were before, to all of our constituents. I don't see that that's particularly valuable, which is why, by the way, we have my new freshman colleagues who are on the Federal Employees Health Benefit Plan, who are on Medicare, and who, God willing, will never be on Medicaid, but who probably will when they become senior citizens and need nursing home care, because it's the only program that really provides it. So I think we've got to get out of this idea that somehow, as I said earlier, the bill fairy is going to come down and pay these bills if we somehow repeal this. No, it's going to be all of our constituents, through their state and local taxes, through their federal taxes, and through their out-of-pocket expenses, who are going to pay these added costs.
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Weiner, because I think a lot of people don't realize that the cost of uncompensated care in our system adds considerably to the overall cost of health care for all of us. We pay more when we go to the hospital. We pay more, you know, for everything. So I appreciate very much your comments, and I appreciate all of you being here.
Thank the gentleman for his question. Gentleman's recognized.
Were you going to the other side? I thought everybody had. We have time to vote.
In fact, I am going to come over to Mr. Nugent at this time. I yielded to the gentleman to see what kind of question he wanted. I appreciate that.
I thought I might have been out of pocket.
You are doing great, and
Thank you, sir.
and I hope you voted.
I did.
You did. The gentleman is appreciated. Gentleman, Mr. Nugent is recognized for question of the Energy and Commerce Committee members that are still present at this time. The gentleman is recognized, Mr. Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank all of you for your input today. It's, you know, as a new member of Congress, and particularly as a non-legislator up to this point, it is different, and I will tell you, refreshing, though, to hear arguments on both sides. You know, that's really what the American people have been clamoring for. It's one of the reasons I got elected. People want to hear from their representatives about what they want out of this Congress. I think that the Republican majority that is in place is here because of the mandate of the public that felt left out, whether rightfully so or not. The perception is that things were done in Congress with the exclusion of the American people. I will tell you that I represent almost 1 million people within my district. Almost a quarter of them are retirees. But across the board, what I heard in the 8+ counties that I cover was that they were upset with the fact that the federal government was mandating things within their life that they feel they're very comfortable and have the ability to take care of on their own. I believe they're concerned about, and I hear this all the time, about federal intrusion into their lives. I hear it from businesses. You know, I listen to the issues that have come up, particularly some of the amendments that have been put in place, or you're asking to be put in place. I don't think that you've heard a disagreement on the Republican side in regards to pre-existing conditions. I have a niece that has a pre-existing condition who was happy day of her life, found out she was pregnant. 2 weeks later, she found out she had breast cancer. If she leaves her employment, that's going to be an issue for her as a pre-existing condition. So I will tell you from the Republican side, at least for this person, is that it is important to us. You know, we're not demons. We really care, just as you do, about the American public. I think we just have different ways maybe to get to the same location. And so what I ask is that, you know, I support the repeal because I believe that we do need to start with a fresh piece of paper and all of us get together in regards to what's important to us and to the people that we represent. I had a clear mandate that the people want us to repeal this. But I truly believe that what they really want, not only the repeal, but they really want to see a replacement, something that has been thoughtfully brought to the table to help more people, particularly in instances where they feel like they have some input into the process.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
You made a very good point about your experience running and the feedback you got. We've heard a lot of expression today on the Republican side about support for some of the amendment topics that we are submitting to the committee, which are already in the existing bill. Are you aware of any efforts made by the Republicans in Congress between 2000 and 2006 when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House to address these conditions?
I'm not.
So I guess that's why some of us are a little bit skeptical about the level of commitment if we repeal this bill today or next week when it comes up on the floor for a vote, that there will be that same level of commitment to address these in a meaningful way.
Well, I mean, I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for myself. To me, you know, the issues are clear. We have an issue in America in regards to affordable health care. As an employer, I will tell you this, that what I will pay for insurance to get through my employer, not through the House, will be it'll cost me $9,000 more a year. But I'm going to remain with that because I believe it's the right thing to do. Because I think that when you have Americans that are struggling, why should I get a cost savings because I've just got elected to the United States House of Representatives? That's the reality of it. And so when we talk about reducing health care costs, I think that we really need to talk about reducing health care costs. When I talk to physicians throughout my district, and we talked about, you know, I said, listen, you guys were obviously for this bill because the AMA was behind it. And the physicians looked at me and said, Rich, they only represent less than 15% of the current physicians in America. They don't represent the position on health care as it relates to doctors every day. And so, you know, I look at those experts and I listen to them and I listen to the constituents that elected me that have an overwhelming desire to repeal this health care bill. But all I can tell you is this, I want to do the right thing. I ran on that, and I truly believe doing the right thing is looking at those things that were presented in Chairman Dreyer's bill are the right steps in the right direction.
Could I ask the gentleman to yield also, please?
Sure.
I just wanted to go back to what you said in the beginning, and I think you sounded very reasonable when you were saying, look, there are certain patient protections and other things in this bill that you guys are bringing up in your amendments that I think are good. What I'm hearing from my constituents is that, you know, we had 2 years of this debate, we passed this bill, and now let this bill unfold. You know, some of the patient protections have already kicked in. More things kicked in on January 1st. like the 50% benefit for prescription drugs if you fall into the donut hole. And what they're basically saying is, let it run its course. If there are, we can certainly have hearings. I chaired the Health Subcommittee in the last Congress. We had so many hearings. We can certainly have hearings where we talk about, the various issues as they unfold. And if changes need to be made on a bipartisan basis, we can do that. But the problem is if you just repeal it outright, you've eliminated all the things that we're mentioning today that are important. And I think it makes a lot more sense, and this is what I'm hearing from my constituents. They'd rather that this bill moves forward because there's a lot of really good things in it. And then we can have the oversight hearings. We can meet in Energy and Commerce or the Health Subcommittee and talk about, how it's going, whether the regulations are, what they're supposed to be. Seems to me that's a lot more reasonable approach than just saying, okay, repeal. Everybody loses all these patient protections and everything else, and then we start from the beginning. That's my only plea.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish to make it very clear to my fellow Floridian, Mr. Nugent, that I don't question it at all. The reports that he just identified from his physician friend or friends and his constituents who, in his judgment, the majority are opposed to the present law on health care. I was born in Altamont Springs, Mr. Newton, 74 years ago. Like the job you hold, I have become friends with Democrats and Republicans in Broward County that were sheriff, including the now sheriff, who is Republican. Among the more critical things along the years that they had to deal with was as they increased employees in the various capacities, from the jails to the line officers, what they found was health insurance was a particularly significant issue. I want to go back just briefly, since many of our colleagues were not in here when I did this previously. I asked the question of the persons that were seated in the room at the time, and I repeat, unless you increased your deductible or chose to not have certain measures provided in your insurance policy, is there anyone in here that has had insurance for 2 decades or more that have ever had their insurance go down in cost? If so, raise your hand. The simple fact of the matter is nobody has had the cost to go down. Now, we have, as Congressman Nugent said, a serious affordable health problem, or health care problem, and health care delivery problem. And there's no question about that. I have different friends than you, evidently, that are physicians, almost universally. And I could call names and won't bother, but almost universally, my friends that are physicians, hospital officials, nurses, people in the technical fields that are training, the people at the teaching hospitals at Jackson and now at Florida Atlantic University, all of them favored this measure, and all of them felt that we didn't go far enough. And therein lies a part of the rub. And so
Mr. Hastings, will you yield for just one moment? I think and there's a lot of confusion going on in the room right now, and I see that there are a number of members who've come in, and people are coming and going. Obviously, this has been a management challenge for us. We are going by the standard rules of the House in our proceedings here, and that is we are going by committee and recognizing members by seniority. And I believe that that is the fairest way for us to deal with this. The names have been submitted to us. and now we continue to have lots of people coming into the room. My friend Ms. Edwards is not on the list at all here, and so everyone is going to be recognized. And so I want to make it clear that we want to hear from every member, but I just will say that it's our intention when we complete the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee's testimony, the witnesses we have listed here, and please contact our staff if you're in the room and we don't have it right. I mean, George Miller, Rob Andrews, Lynn Woolsey, John Tierney, Raul Grijalva, and Paul Tonko are the names on the list from the Committee on Education and the Workforce. Then we will go to the Committee on the Judiciary Committee. We've heard from Mr. King, from Mr. Conyers, and Ms. Jackson Lee are on that list. And then from the Committee on Ways and Means, we have Mr. Levin's name. We've just been submitted, we've just gotten several other names here of members who would like to testify, and so after we go through those committees, then we will get to, we've got Gwen Moore, Bill Owens, Shelley Pingree, Lujan Payne, Fudge Scott, Songus, Susan Davis, I guess, Nadler, Larson, Baldwin, Waltz, Inslee. We heard from Inslee already. Maybe he wants to come back. Sanchez, Spear, and Van Hollen, Peters, Courtney, Bishop, Heinrich, Thompson, Danny Davis, Yvonne Clark, Pasquarel, Wasserman, Schultz, Cuellar, and Yarmouth. And so that's the list that has been submitted to us. Hasn't been submitted to the Rules Committee, and we, you know, I mean, what we do is we proceed, especially when we have a group like this. We want everyone is going to be able to be heard, but I'm just telling you that we go by committee and by seniority on that committee, which is the standard operating procedure for the rules of the House. And so, if I've not called your name, our staff will get in touch with you, and we will put you on the list to make sure that every single member has an opportunity to be heard. So excuse me, and thank you for yielding, Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that a statement that I had prepared be made.
Without objection, of course, the gentleman's statement will be made.
Thank you very much. Returning to my colleague, Mr. Nugent, who says that it would be helpful if we have a fresh piece of paper, his words, and that we start over again. Well, there are many things in this measure to like and to dislike, and it would seem to me that the speedy answer to my Republican friends, constituents who they feel want them to address this, is at least ignoring certain aspects of what could transpire if we were to take the time to hear from people who have benefited, to hear from the folk who are providing the regulations, to hear from the administration as to whether or not any of their views have changed. All of these things could be done. And yet we proceed apace to have a $230 billion measure, if it were to be made law, blow a hole already in a whole blown budget. And I find that anathema and just can't understand how it is that we're in the position that we're in. Let me quote three people. One, and I do not know two of them. Timothy Jost, who is a professor at Washington and Lee University, says, of course the Republicans are too cowardly to hold hearings on what repeal would mean for the American people. But even though Americans are often misinformed by the Republican media, they're not stupid. The Republicans will come to regret this political ploy. Douglas Koopman, another professor from Calvin College, I quote what is attributed to him. House Republicans should be careful. If House Democrats lost their majority in November 2010 by passing health care reform rather than focusing on jobs and the economy, it doesn't really make sense for House Republicans to mirror their obsession with health care. It seems more like petty politics, taking away the favorite, quote, toy, unquote, of your adversary rather than focusing on the key issues of the moment, which are still the economy and the budget. Now, the other one I take a prerogative because he is my good friend, and he too is quoted in this same journal today, and that's Congressman Robert Andrews from New Jersey. He may say this and words similar, but I'm taking the prerogative of saying what he said. The Republicans are working on the wrong problem. The public wants the economy to be fixed and a focus on job creation. Repeal of health reform is a diversion. It is a political symbol rather than a legitimate effort to solve a problem. I have two criticisms. One, they're working on the wrong problem. People want employment. Second, they're casting a symbolic vote. Then they're going to start thinking about what to do about health care, and that is headed in the wrong direction. Now, I agree thoroughly with Robert, and the proof is in the pudding. If I were to put the question to any of our Republican colleagues here, when is it? They say, oh, we're going to hold some hearings. Oh, don't worry about that little part, the lifetime benefits. We're going to get to that. The question is when and why now do what it is that you're doing. And also, all of us enrolled in the Federal Employees Health Insurance Program. I am. And does the government pay a larger portion of our health insurance? And the answer to that is yes. And maybe Mr. Pallone or some of you would talk about your thoughts about members of Congress publicly disclosing this fact so voters will understand the hypocrisy of Republicans on health care. And there's a whole lot of hypocrisy that has been in progress during this election, not the least of which to come in here without a score, knowing full well that there's going to be an increase in the deficit, and yet be the deficit hawks that they claim. Somewhere along the line, the rubber has to hit the road. And all of us, as I said yesterday, need to understand the dynamic of sacrifice. And everybody in here, every one of our constituents, no matter their persuasion, are going to have to sacrifice in order for us to achieve what is necessary in this economy. I can't tell you all on that side how many times some of us argued to our leadership that we are letting health care suck up all the air out of this place, and that we should be talking about jobs. We spent time on it over and over and over again, formed a task force. Joe, you were there, a couple of people. We met regularly about jobs, and we still did health care and got our hat handed to us. And I'm sure the American public must be awfully confused. They thought that we had at least put some of this to rest and would try to fix what the problems may exist. And here we are back here again at the outset of these proceedings, at the second day of the 112th Congress, and what's sucking up the air? Health care. Something is wrong with this picture. Mr. Pallone, did you have a reaction?
I'm just going to say what I said to Mr. Nugent before, which is what I'm hearing from my constituents is exactly that. You know, you should be focusing on jobs and the economy. And, you know, that's why I said to Mr. Nugent before, look, there's no reason to do this now. I mean, if you, as the various provisions unfold over the next few years, we can certainly have some hearings on it, and you know, just like we do oversight on any bill. And if there have to be some changes, then we can do it on a bipartisan basis. But to start off the Congress with a repeal of health care, you know, people want us to move on, and that's exactly what I hear from my constituents. Now, I heard Mr. Nugent, I hope I'm not misunderstanding, but I think you said that you're not taking the federal health insurance through. Did I misunderstand that?
No, that's correct.
That is what you said. But and that's commendable if that's what you want to do, because I assume you're going to vote for repeal. But I would agree with you, Mr. Hastings, that I think that anyone who votes for repeal should also follow Mr. Nugent's example and not take the health insurance themselves, because one of the purposes of this of the legislation was to provide near universal health care and to cover everyone. And of course, the way the bill is written, members of Congress will, go into the exchange. That was also in the bill. We're not going to be treated any differently. And if you're going to say that you want to repeal and you want to throw this thing out, then you should be fully prepared not to take the health insurance yourself and not have the federal government pay for it, in my opinion. The other thing I was going to say, too, is that, when you talk about jobs, I don't want to focus on that because I think we shouldn't be dealing with this repeal at all. But the bottom line is this legislation that they're seeking to repeal creates a lot of jobs. As you cover everyone, and everyone has to get, goes and sees their own doctor or goes to a clinic, you're creating a lot of jobs in the health profession itself, not just doctors, but home health aides. Money's going to community health centers. New community health centers are being built. I dare to use the word because I know my Republicans don't like to hear the word stimulus, but this bill actually is, even though it saves money and reduces the deficit, it also has a tremendous stimulus impact on the economy. And I don't think we should forget that. So again, the repeal in this case is actually going to not only take away from the discussion of the issue of the economy, but actually eliminate jobs, which is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. So I yield back to the gentleman.
Dealt with, what was that figure again? The number of health.
The new jobs,
yeah.
171,000 in healthcare and 950,000 since March.
Right. And if any of you have private colleges and or other colleges, one of the fastest growing areas that we can be assured of in our economy is of the healthcare field. And for those of us from Florida that have as many seniors as we have, it's impossible to believe that seniors don't understand the dynamics of a great need to have Medicare, Medicaid, and the associated sustainability for their life circumstances that they find themselves in. And no, every one of them is not living in the villages. Some of them live in Debbie's and my district in Century Village and are barely holding on and are the people that have to make the distinction between food and medicine. And I think that's ludicrous for a great country like ours to have anybody in this country, anywhere in this country, in the position of having to choose between medicine and food. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hastings. Let me just say that Mr. Markey has joined us. Before we proceed with questions, if you could briefly, we're dealing with a bit of a challenge here. In fact, I was just reminded that since the Democrats haven't even put the committee structure together yet, we have members here, and we're not even sure on which committees they sit, especially newer members who might be in the room. So, Mr. Markey, if you'd like to offer your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been on the Energy and Commerce Committee for 35 years.
So you qualify to be here?
I think so,
yes,
at this
yes.
particular point in time.
No rumor of your removal from the committee as we...
I remember Carl Albert and Gerald Ford, whose names will only be mentioned this one time in this room, just so that I can establish my longevity. But I want to also make it relevant to today. I'd like to recognize, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I would like to recognize Congressman Deutsch and Congressman Boswell for joining with me in introducing this important amendment, and also co-sponsored by Representative Conyers, Jackson, DeLauro, Doyle, Ellison, Van Hollen, Baldwin, and Johnson. As Americans continue to struggle through the worst economy since the Great Depression, our seniors are among the hardest hit. Medicare is a promise to our seniors that says essentially that in retirement, after years of hard work, you will have access to high-quality health care and the medications you need to stay healthy. There's currently a gaping hole in that promise, the so-called donut hole, that leaves millions of seniors paying thousands of dollars in out-of-pocket costs for their prescription drugs. Seniors who reach this coverage gap are often forced into gut-wrenching choices which prescription to fill, which pills to cut in half or to skip altogether. We've heard real-life accounts from seniors across the country who find themselves unable to pay for the prescription drugs they depend upon to live. The health care law in place is already helping these seniors afford their medications and stay out of the hospital, improving quality of life and saving Medicare money. Our amendment is quite simple. It preserves the provision of the new health care law that closes the coverage gap in Medicare for grandma so that she can have affordable prescription drugs. So all we're really asking is to protect grandma here from repealing a provision that is now providing her with help for prescription drugs. And I think that's the least we can do for grandma, is to carve out an exception for her to this bill that you're going to repeal everything. It preserves those provisions that provide grandma free preventative care, like cancer screenings as well, so that seniors, so that grandma, as she's getting older, can go in and get those free screenings. But don't take that benefit away from grandma. She's got it right now, and she can go in and use it. But please don't vote to not allow at least an amendment to preserve those protections for her. And it also preserves the provisions that fight fraud and abuse in Medicare, protecting the integrity of the program against people who try to bilk the system for services that they never provided. Last year, as a result of this part of the health care law, over 50,000 Medicare beneficiaries in Massachusetts and 4 million more across America received a $250 rebate in order to help pay for their prescription drugs. That went to grandma. And I just don't think we should repeal it, to be honest with you. I think it really helps her, and it's a gap in the coverage. And beginning this year, thanks to the new law, those who hit that coverage gap will be eligible for a 50% discount on drugs purchased in the donut hole. This is a major life-saving provision for millions of senior citizens, for our grandma. And let's just carve that part out. If you put this amendment in order, I'm sure it will pass on the House floor. Without our amendment, those discounts will disappear. The $250 prescription drug rebate provided to seniors last year would be repaid, would have to be repaid. Seniors would no longer be eligible for free preventative care that keeps them healthy and out of the emergency room. The gap in seniors' prescription drug coverage would reopen once again. Seniors would face thousands of dollars in out-of-pocket costs to get the medications they need. Our amendment would ensure that an effective lifeline that's already working for our seniors is not severed. I ask that you make this amendment in order so that we can debate it on the House floor. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Slaughter.
Mr. Markey, appreciate it. And let's go to Mr. Sessions next if he has any questions, and then to Mr. Polis. And,
I'll yield my time.
Mr. Polis.
First, I have two unanimous consent requests. First, unanimous consent for statement from Mr. Jerry Connolly of
Without
Virginia.
objection, it will appear in the record.
Secondly, a modification to the Wiener Amendment, striking line 9, replacing $143 million with $230 million.
Without objection, the change.
Thank you. And unfortunately, they're both absent, but I'll still make these remarks. I wanted to congratulate Mr. Webster on the fastest ever ascension to the chairmanship of the Rules Committee. I want the record to show that Mr. Webster did get to chair the Rules Committee for a period of time.
When I walked into the room, I was a little stunned, I have to.
Yeah. Well, in particular,
I noticed everyone was still here, so I mean, he's been here for less than 24 hours.
In particular, as you know, Mr. Chairman, I occupied that very seat for 2 years, and I never got to chair the Rules Committee. And I have to say, I'm professionally jealous of Mr. Webster.
You should have been a Republican.
Well, then I wouldn't have gotten to chair the last session either, I assure you. But in any event, I think that is something for the history books. So I just wanted to commend Mr. Webster on that meteoric rise. I also I'll yield for a moment. Sure.
By the way, he was shocked and stunned also.
Sure he was. I want to briefly talk about the pre-existing condition piece with Mr. Pallone and Mr. Markey. There has been general sympathy, I think, from both sides of the aisle about what do we do for people for whom it's not their own fault and are denied insurance, whether it's cancer or some other condition. Clearly, getting them into the risk pool and enabling them to access insurance is a goal of health insurance reform, a goal of health care reform. In fact, it's the reason that there is some sort of mandate on the other side. It's a flip side of the same equation. If you don't have a mandate and you prevent discrimination on pre-existing conditions, many people would rationally wait until they're ill and then acquire insurance. So I wanted to ask, Is that you see that as part and parcel, or is it possible to just accomplish this pre-existing condition piece without the mandate?
Well, if the gentleman would yield, I think that that's an important point, and it also goes to what I wanted to respond earlier to Ms. Fox, and I know she had to go vote. But, you know, we found as we were having hearings and as we spend all the time in the Health Subcommittee and Energy and Commerce on the floor, that this is one package. In other words, you can't really start taking out the individual pieces of it. Otherwise, to some extent, it falls apart. And a lot of it goes to the funding. In other words, you know, when she was talking about preventative services being free, and I don't want to, you know, misinterpret what you said, but the whole point was that the reason why we got rid of the copay for preventative services, because we knew that there were seniors who would not go to see a doctor if they had to pay the 20%, and that if they went to see the doctor, even though it would cost the federal government that 20%, we would save money because they wouldn't get sick and we'd have to pay for their emergency room care or when they had a worse disease. And I think the same thing is true here. In other words, you start taking if you don't have the mandate and you don't have everybody in the insurance pool, we know that the cost of premiums goes down as the pool gets larger. And the reason the insurance companies discriminate and don't want people with pre-existing conditions is because they cost more. So the whole point is if you put everybody in, then the cost comes down for the person you know, who has the pre-existing condition. And, you know, you get preventative care, so hopefully you don't get sick and end up with a bad health condition. I mean, it's just all part and part. It's one whole. You can't.
So what you're saying is if we just did the pre-existing piece, and I'm healthy, there's no reason for me to be insured. I would just wait until I got sick
and
to
then
get insurance.
Exactly. And my point is that if you have to include everyone. That's why you have the mandate. The whole concept of insurance is the more people you include, the more likely it is that the cost goes down for the individual. And you know, the government's already paying, you know, going back to what Ms. Fox said before, government's already paying for Medicare and S-CHIP and Veterans Care and all these other things. It's not like, you know, we're all covered privately. And so we, in this bill, came up with ways of saving money for government programs, you know, whether it's Medicare, you know, like the thing on the copays. We're trying to save money. That's why, you know, when I talked about my amendment on solvency, that's why we're postponing the day of reckoning and the day when we become insolvent so much into the future, because we're saving money. And we're doing that across the board. I don't think you can separate these things.
Thank you. And, you know, I also want to focus on the fiscal responsibility piece. I do support Mr. Wiener's amendment and hope that it's made in order. Or, you know, failing some sort of certification process that this won't increase the deficit, it would be really great to see what these offsetting cuts are. And I know that the Chairman Upton responded, well, they'll work on some and maybe come before us. But everything we decide in policy is a matter of trade-offs. We would all love to have our cake and eat it, too. Wouldn't that be wonderful? We'd all love free health care and no taxes, quite frankly. But when you have a one-page spending bill of $230 billion, you have to weigh that against where the cuts and or tax increases are coming from. And with the party in the majority, I understand they would be cuts. But at least let's see what those $230 billion in cuts would be, and weigh them with the desire to repeal a bill that they happen to find undesirable. So I will be assuming that this bill, if this bill does pass the House, this one-page $230 billion spending bill, I will certainly be looking forward to ideas to offset this. And the first $230 billion in cuts that are located by the majority party, I will consider as having effectively paid for the very first legislative move of this party, which is to enact a one-page $230 billion spending bill. And we'll look forward to what those trade-offs are. Once we have that other side of the equation, and I hope it takes a matter of weeks or months and not years to get there, to that $230 billion figure, then we can have a discussion. This is what the trade-off is, and do we want to have repealed health care reform and enacted $230 billion in deficit spending in the process, or do we want to make these cuts to other programs, whether it's defense or education or Medicare or wherever else that money is found. And I will very much look forward to having that discussion of weighing both sides of that equation when those cuts are presented to us, and I certainly wish that could have been now, so that could be weighed, but I will expect them as soon as possible, and I'll yield to Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, I just want to make a point. I appreciate Mr. Markey coming and talking about, I think, a very important provision in the health care bill, which is the provision that closes the donut hole, because a lot of seniors get caught into that donut hole and have to pay a lot of out-of-pocket expenses, and if they can't afford it, they sometimes go without. And this bill would not only repeal that provision, but in the statement of principles that Mr. Dreyer has introduced of all the things that they're going to hold hearings on, the donut hole and the Medicare prescription drug issue is not even mentioned. So none of the committees are even instructed to even look into this issue. So you repeal it, it's gone. And based on their statement of principles, they have no intention of bringing it up. So I just wanted to make that point because I think, this idea that we'll fix everything in the future doesn't have a lot of merit when even their own set of principles that even mention this issue, which is a big issue. I thank the gentleman.
Let me just finish by saying that, again, I think that this full repeal is an overreaction because there are many elements of what has been passed that I think there's strong support for from both parties. Again, going back to the pre-existing condition piece, I think it was mentioned in the chairman's opening remarks that high-risk pools, larger pools would be one way of dealing with that. Well, that is underway. That's where we are today. So at the very least, why isn't it just a repeal of the next stage? Why are you also abolishing in this bill today's high-risk pools, which are we saw as an intermediary step. Perhaps some of you see that as the final step, but why repeal it altogether? I would see, if you believe it's the final step, make it the final step, rather than go backwards in time to make it even harder for people with any type of pre-existing condition to access insurance, and I'll like to yield back.
I appreciate the gentleman just to kind of answer a question from the leadership of this House. The facts of the case is the gentleman, Mr. Pallone, even spoke of certain areas have a huge impact on other areas, and it is embedded throughout the bill, and it is a very intricate process, and the Republican leadership does understand that, and that is why what we're trying to suggest and then do is that what we will do is come and meticulously work through this bill to where we can make sure, as you heard the gentleman, Mr. Dreyer, talk about, there are still very much priorities that the Republican Party does have that are consensus ideas. It was what we felt like was impossible to come in and dissect certain areas out because there were sections that were embedded together. The gentleman does make good points. We're attempting to thoughtfully, as we are today, to take as much time as necessary, recognizing we've been in since 10 o'clock a.m. this morning, that we are going to take the time and meticulously dissect this. And I thank the gentleman, Mr. Poles. Recognizing a request from the gentlewoman, Mrs. Slaughter, she's recognized.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sessions. I appreciate your letting me go out of turn, but I really wanted to talk to these two gentlemen from Energy and Commerce. I think all of us were here for the Clinton health care, were we not? That was the first time, I guess I had not paid enough attention, but that was the first time I ever became aware of the fact that you had a lifetime cap. I think at that time it was about $1 million. I hope it's gone up since then. And once you reach that cap, you are not insurable again in the United States of America. And it occurred to me, the same thing, of course, as Ms. Castor mentioned this morning with cancer, that you may be covered once with cancer, but don't get it again. I mean, the fact that people were not, again, insurable. And it occurs to me that while we have this huge number of uninsured persons in the United States, and we just lump them all in together as uninsured, if there would be any way that we could ever quantify how many of those were persons who simply reached that arbitrary cap and kept them from ever even having insurance again. I certainly in my lifetime, I've known many people who had reached the cap and who simply could not, had amputations, other things, a head injury. You could use that $1 million up in a matter of 2 or 3 months. And the arbitrariness of that, and what we did to family structure, spending the rest of their lives trying to make up that money, I think if there was no other rationale, and heaven knows there was plenty, for us to do this bill, what we could do to relieve that kind of burden, I think it affected people's effectiveness, the kinds of jobs they could have. If they were lucky enough to have some insurance, they knew they could never leave that job. could not move up. Does that make any inroads or any sense to you that what we're saying, we really simply don't know how many people were denied insurance because they were sick
Well,
or had been sick?
I'm sure we can find out, but what the gentlewoman raises, and I think, again, this goes to the larger issue, who's going to benefit from the repeal? The only person or the only group, in my opinion, that benefits from the repeal are the insurance companies. Because they keep raising premiums.
Right.
The
Or
reason
dropping you if you're sick.
Right, and the reason they have all these discriminatory practices, whether it's the pre-existing conditions or the lifetime caps or the annual caps, is for them to save money, and so that they can, make a larger profit. And, and of course, who's going to pay? They're going to make profits. Their shareholders are going to make money with the repeal. But who's going to end up paying? The government. Because when the person doesn't have insurance, you say recurrence in the cancer, they're going to go back to the hospital, they're in the ranks of the uninsured, and you end up paying for it anyway through uncompensated care, either at the federal or the state level. So, this is not... the health care reform saves the federal government money. There's absolutely no question about it. And the repeal is going to, in my opinion, not only cost money because it's going to go further into debt, but it continues a status quo system where the only person that benefits is the insurance company, the special insurance. And I'm not, maybe a lot of the Republicans don't realize that that's who they're benefiting, but that is who they're benefiting. And that's what the lifetime cap is all about.
And I think one of the most important things we did was the medical loss ratio, which said 80 to 85% of the premium dollar going to the insurance company has to be spent on health care. I'm not sure a lot of people know that as well. So instead of going into overhead or exorbitant salaries or big bonuses or everything, the money you paid in goes to provide health care. That, again, should, I think, save the government a great deal of money.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sessions.
I thank the gentlewoman and am always pleased to extend time to the gentlewoman for questions on these things.
Very much. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to recognize that I believe that all the members of the minority have asked questions they would wish of this panel, and I would choose to go down through my Republican members and ask them if they, because we've been coming and going with votes, if they would choose to have any questions at this time. Gentlewoman, Mrs. Fox is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make one comment and then put something in the record, if I might. Mr. Pallone just said something that it troubles me a lot that it's said again. It's been said often in this room today, and that is the government pays. I think in the last few years especially, people in this country have heard that said so much that they think somehow or another the government has manna from heaven, that there's money that comes down to the government that is just, quote, free, as that term has been used to do. I think we should not use the term government because it's taxpayer money. The government has only that money which it confiscates from us as taxpayers and that it borrows. So I think we must be very careful that we don't continue this myth that gets perpetuated by some of our colleagues that there's something called government money, which again is like manna from heaven. So I'm going to do that in the future when that's said. The other thing I'd like to put in, the thing I'd like to put in the record, Mr. Chairman, is the roll call votes on the Medicare Prescription Drug and Modernization Act. Our colleagues are very enamored of closing the donut hole, but I note that those people all voted against this bill when it was passed, and I've heard on many occasions, up until the point where the job-killing health care bill was passed last year, I heard my colleagues over and over and over again condemn this bill, and yet suddenly they're embracing a part of it. And so I would like to put into the record
That objection,
so it will
that'll be
show
included in the record.
who voted against that bill, which brought the prescription drug plan.
Will the gentlelady yield for 1 second?
For a question or for a comment?
I guess a little bit of both.
Well, I wasn't here when,
No,
when this bill was passed.
but since you talked to us about how we voted on the Medicare prescription drug bill, let me just say we had an alternative approach, which we voted for, that didn't have a donut hole. And the other thing is the bill that you're referring to that the Republicans rammed through, like in the middle of the night, I think early into the morning, they had the roll call open for like 3 hours to twist some arms. It was not paid for and added significantly to our deficit. So what we're saying here is we want to go do what we originally wanted to do, provide seniors a prescription drug bill without a donut hole.
Could I ask the gentlewoman to yield just on the first point? I agree with you that when you talk about the government, it means the taxpayers. I mean, we're in total agreement on that. My only point was that if a person, as Ms. Slaughter describes, reaches their lifetime cap and then their cancer reoccurs and they have no insurance, they go to the hospital, right? And it may not be the federal government, but in my case, the emergency room hospital has to take them, and then it becomes uncompensated care. And many times in New Jersey, the state legislature has had to, come up with new taxes as a way of funding that uncompensated care. I mean, it happens so many times in the state legislature. So you're right. I mean, the government is the taxpayer. But my point is, if you repeal this bill and then you go back to a situation where more and more people don't have insurance, yes, the government's going to pay more and the taxpayers are going to pay more, but that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. I don't disagree with your premise that the taxpayers and the government are the same.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlewoman, if you wish more time to be extended. Gentleman, Mr. Woodall is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pallone, I agree with exactly what you just said, that what we saw in the health care bill in many instances was the replacement of what would have once been state and local responsibilities with a new federal responsibility for those very same things. Maybe it's a cost saver, maybe it's a cost raiser, but simply replacing one level of government with another. I know we have one of your colleagues from the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Markey, now is our new governor in the great state of Georgia, being inaugurated next week. We're proud to have him. He's got some great ideas for what we can do in Georgia to solve those very same issues that you're struggling with in New Jersey. Now, we've been preempted by the health care bill to do those things. Those responsibilities have been changed and shifted. There have been some new burdens added that were not there before. So I absolutely understand that there's no free lunch. There's no free lunch for folks who think they're giving away free benefits, and there's no free lunch for folks who think they're saving money. It's going to get paid for one way or the other. What I heard from constituents and continue to hear from constituents, and since you've established your credentials as the senior member here, Mr. Markey, you might be able to educate me. Throughout the entire health care debate, and you were talking about the donut hole fix in the amendment here, and I find it striking about all of the amendments added. There are those things that are inextricably linked, such as the mandate and guaranteed issue, that those things are inextricably linked. Presumptively, these amendments that we're seeing today are things that are not inextricably linked, things we could deal with one-on-one. And with reference to the donut hole fix, you believe we could go to the floor today and pass that donut hole fix with a markedly more conservative Congress than what we had last summer, a markedly more conservative Senate than what we had last summer. So why didn't, the question constituents are asking me, why didn't we do that last summer? Why didn't we take the donut hole fix to the floor as a standalone bill? I'm just tremendously proud that coming right out of the gate, the Republican leadership has decided to bring a two-page bill to the floor and have an up or down vote on a single issue to give us a single way to speak to an issue. Well, why didn't the Energy and Commerce Committee, for example, decide to move that bill alone, preventive screenings alone, insurance for young people alone, so on and so on and so on?
It's a very good question. And, of course, it begs the question of why, if we've just had an election and there was objection to the way in which that process occurred, that the majority now, the new majority, doesn't take all of those things and create a bill and bring it out and not be rushed to get something done within 1 week. This is a very important subject, the health care of grandma, you know. And as Mrs. Fox raised the question, it's true, it is the government, but Medicare is the government. And we decided long ago that we were going to provide for grandma. So if the majority wants to, they can propose something that's an alternative. Take their time, put it together. But what we fear is that the real plan is just to repeal this entire bill and not have something as a substitute. And that will, so what I'm saying is there is a concomitant.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Markey, we've only ended up in this circumstance because of the outrage of the passage of this giant bill. Ms. Slaughter referenced 1994, the first time Congress changed hands because of the American outrage over stuffing every health care provision into a single bill and trying to push it through. Here we are doing that one more time. What was the decision last summer among a committee chairman like yourself, among the Democratic leadership, not to move these ideas that you find so compelling they could pass on their own merits?
Well,
why didn't you move them on their own merits?
Well, because honestly, there were parts of it that were inextricably entwined and were moving as well. And there was pretty uniform opposition on the part of the Republicans, then in the minority, to us moving. And so at a certain point, because of the inability to put together a bipartisan coalition on the legislation, we had to move in that direction. And you saw what happened in the Senate as well. It basically turned into a process where 40 people or 39 over there were saying nothing is going to move at all. And so that's the unfortunate part about it. What you have as an opportunity now is to take all of the things that you do believe in. If you do believe in filling the donut hole, if you do believe in free screening for grandma for cancer, if you do believe in rooting out the Medicare fraud, if you do believe, I think those are the first things you should be saying. To be honest with you, you should be telling us and the American people what you do support. Okay? All you're doing here is just saying we oppose this entirety over here almost as an entity without any component parts to it except that it's the job-killing health care bill, without substituting something that is intelligible to the American people as your promise to them, which we haven't heard yet. And I think that's what we object to. We're afraid that this is really a plan to kill all of it and all of the programs that help kids, that help grandma, that are in there, without your teasing out, at least rhetorically, the things that you will support. You know, because when I hear Mrs. Fox talk about the government, I almost conclude that she doesn't really want to build in these programs for grandma. And so that's kind of what you're left with as a conclusion as you listen to the rhetoric. And so I think if you gave yourself more time, you said to the health committees, put something together, you know, try to work with the Democrats, which is what you wanted, and this will be the bipartisan substitute. But instead, we kind of get the feeling that it's going to be, we're all done next Tuesday dealing with health care.
I am tremendously pleased that within just 24 hours of being in Congress, I've already found areas of agreement with you, Mr. Markey, and I couldn't agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more. I think what we're doing today is exactly the right thing to do. But my great hope is that coming out of your committee very soon will be exactly those alternatives that we believe, not all in a lump sum, as you might have suggested, but one by one, so we can have those up or down votes and the openness the speakers provided. But I thank you both for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard several times today that the cost of insurance is simply not going down. Does anyone in here believe that the cost of insurance is actually going up? Yeah, I certainly do. And so my question then becomes, if the cost of insurance is in fact going up, by changing who pays for it, does that cost go down? And the answer is obviously is not. It does not go down simply because you change who pays for the cost of health care. The second thing I've heard several times today is that this bill saves money and reduces the deficit. My question then would be, any bill that actually has tax increases in it that exceeds the cost of the bill would in fact reduce the deficit. That makes sense. If you raise taxes enough, you reduce the deficit if the cost for it goes down. Third thing I've heard several times is that the individual mandate is in fact a necessity to make this whole bill work. My question then becomes, if the individual mandate is unconstitutional and it's found to be true by our Supreme Court at some point in the future, then the whole Ponzi scheme to some extent falls apart. Fourth thing I've heard several times today is the fact that we have 10 years of revenue to pay for 6 years of benefit. That does not sound like it's paying for itself. I wonder what happens the second decade. Fifth thing I would say is that the whole concept of lifetime benefits being exceeded, the question is, what is the actuarial cost on those lifetime benefits being exceeded, and how do we absorb those in the cost of shifting it to the government to include another layer of bureaucracy to help to account for that? Sixth thing I would ask is that the question as it relates to the private sector responding to the needs of folks who have not the access to health care is being addressed all throughout our country. The fact is that doctors in my community, Casey Fitz to be one who started the Project CARE, is providing a private sector alternative to this health care plan. It allows for a group of physicians to provide health care in the private sector at a cost that is pennies on the dollar to what we see today in this national health care move. I would suggest that Rasmussen's recent poll on Monday that says that 60% of the voters, likely voters, still want this thing repealed, there's a reason for that. And the reasons are the 6 points that I just made. Ultimately, I enjoy and appreciate the passion that we all have about creating more access to health care. The real question is, who pays for it? And the answer is, if the government pays for it, it simply costs extraordinarily more. When I look down the road a decade or two, when we look at the intergenerational effect of taking on another entitlement on this back of our government, when we simply have a $70+ trillion hole for entitlement expenses in our future, how do we say to ourselves that the day will not come when all of us are facing the same crisis we see in other nations around the cost of health care? It costs too much. So if those in the private sector who do nothing but health care can't figure out how to make it work actuarially without increasing the annual cost of insurance, how do we do so as a government?
Could the gentleman yield? I don't know that I can address everything or even remember all the points, but let me just say this in response. First of all, I would stress that although we have government programs like Medicare, Medicaid, there is some expansion of Medicaid in the bill, certainly. But for the most part, we're still talking private sector. In other words, once the exchanges get up and are going in 2014, people are still buying private insurance through those exchanges. Now, they're going to get some sort of a subsidy if they're lower income, through tax credits. But it's still private insurance. And so I want to dispel the myth which is out there. I'm not saying you're saying it, but the myth that out there that somehow this is a big entitlement and all this is being paid for the government. Most of the people are buying private insurance through the exchange. The other thing I would say is that, all we can do is go by CBO. Over the 2 years when we were putting this together, I personally, many times before this committee, actually said, look, I don't know why we're looking at CBO, because I think that once everybody has a doctor and gets regular care, you're going to save so much money because you're doing all this prevention and wellness that, the government's going to save trillions of dollars. And why are we using CBO scores? CBO would not score any of that preventative care in any way. And I'm sure some of you remember my saying, let's not just look at CBO, because there's tremendous savings here to the government.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
When CBO scored this bill, my question is, when you add $1 trillion of new expenses and you raise taxes in order to pay for it, if you raise taxes in excess of the actual cost of the bill, and the bill itself only addresses 60% of the benefits while getting 100% of the cost, and that's the way that we make a balance, by increasing taxes, not having a 10 years worth of benefits.
Well, it wasn't taxes.
I question the scoring first, and second question I would have is that how does CBO presume upon the American people lifestyle choices that some could be making now, but they're not making as far as preventative care?
Well, it wasn't really taxes. It wasn't tax increases. Essentially, the cost of this is primarily twofold. First, expanding Medicaid, because people at higher income levels would be eligible for Medicaid. And the second thing, with a subsidy or the tax credits for people who were on the exchange, who were in that category from, say, $25,000 to $80,000 for a family of four, who would get a subsidy when they bought the insurance on the exchange privately. That's where most of the cost was. Now, the savings to make up for that were primarily were various, but a big part of it was cuts to providers. As you know, the drug industry agreed to a certain amount of cuts. The hospitals agreed to a certain amount of cuts, and the list goes down the road. So that's how it was balanced, and still actually saves money and reduces the deficit over the course of the 10 years.
May I ask you a question again? When we look at the fact that the Hospital Association of America joined on to the health care plan, I certainly understand that under President Reagan, they had, through the emergency rooms, have to take on all patients. So hence the necessity of the individual mandate. So if that is, in fact, found to be unconstitutional, we find ourselves in the same position where hospitals will perhaps rethink their position because then it does not become cost effective for them to continue forward.
Well,
Perhaps.
I can only say in response to that I don't think that will ever happen. I mean, I think that the Constitution, I know there was one judge who said that the mandate was unconstitutional, but there are others that have said that it is, and I think ultimately it will be found constitutional. If the mandate is thrown out, that is going to present a problem because the fact of the matter is, by having everybody in this insurance pool, that's one of the ways that you reduce costs for individuals because everybody's covered. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I don't think it will.
Yes, sir. On the 6 years of benefits and the 10 years of revenue, looking at the second decade or the intergenerational effect that this bill would have on future Americans, how do we quantify that impact and how do we qualify the fact that this bill in fact pays for itself even with the tax increases that happen?
I'm going to say the same thing that I said before. I just think that once everybody's covered under the bill and the exchanges are in place in 2014, once everybody gets to see a doctor on a regular basis, doesn't go to an emergency room, doesn't get sicker because you have a America that's healthier.
Yes, sir.
The savings are just tremendous. And, we use the CBO numbers. We did end up with savings. We do reduce the deficit. But I don't think that the actual savings to the system as a whole are just going to be so much greater that I don't even want to emphasize this.
Would the gentleman yield just for 1 second?
Let me ask one more question. I think we're on the same page as it relates to the necessity of maintenance issues. To the extent that we can get folks to make healthier lifestyle decisions early on, we find ourselves saving astronomically in the healthcare industry. I would suggest that the government telling us that we have to have mammograms or some type of checkup doesn't work. I think if we allow ourselves as individuals to make those decisions, that we will make those. I do not necessarily believe that consistently that the only factor that makes that lifestyle decision necessary for us is the cost of it. As I suggested, even in my community in South Carolina, we are having small networks of physicians providing high levels of care in the private sector at a cost that is pennies on the dollars.
Well, I'm glad.
Look forward to working on those issues.
I'm glad you reminded me that you mentioned that.
Yes, sir.
Actually, earlier when I was talking about some of my colleagues on Energy and Commerce, Peter Welch, Bruce Braley, and others, there are a lot of provisions in here that probably haven't had much attention today that actually provide for pilot programs very similar, I think, to what you're proposing.
Yes, sir.
In a way of trying to achieve efficiencies. And that's one of the things that's beginning to kick in. So these kinds of pilot programs or demonstrations are built into the system, and those doctors can probably, we can look into it further if you like through
Yes,
my
sir.
office, those doctors can probably apply to be certified to do that kind of demonstration, and if it works, to expand it in some way. I think I understood what you were saying.
Before I yield, my final statement on what you and I were having a positive dialogue on from my perspective is the issue of Medicaid reimbursement rates. My thought is that the Medicaid reimbursement rates are low enough now where it's very difficult for some patients to find care anyways. So when we factor that into the actual cost of this bill and what it creates, which is a lack of access to more health care for folks who are on Medicaid, I think that the number would score differently long term.
Well, you have both, if I understand your question. You have higher eligibility under Medicaid based on income, but you also have a higher reimbursement rate for primary care doctors under Medicaid because we know that a lot of physicians will not take Medicaid now. So we bring the Medicaid reimbursement rate for primary care physicians up to the Medicare level, only for primary care physicians.
And I would suggest that the doc fix that seems to be necessary to get the Medicare rates to the place where it needs to be is still in the works.
Well, we did that with legislation in lame duck. We eliminated the cuts under Medicare for doctors' reimbursement rates for the next year, until the end of this year, 2011. But the health care reform bill actually brings Medicaid rates for primary care doctors up to Medicare levels exactly to encourage them to take Medicaid patients and so that they get primary preventative care.
Can I just say that the paradox of prevention, and by the way, we don't mandate that a senior has to get a cancer screening. We just make it free as an encouragement. You should go. It's free. Because ultimately that will save the system money. And it's the same paradox as research. if we doubled the NIH research budget for Alzheimer's today, knowing that half of all people over 85 get Alzheimer's, would save trillions later. It would score right now as billions we're spending, and look at all the federal money, but in the long run, you'd save trillions because we'll have them all in nursing homes, all draining the federal government. So there's a paradox when it comes to prevention and it comes to research that it does look like it costs money up front, but at the end, we all know from a common sense perspective that you save a lot of money. So right now, we don't have a health care system, we have a sick care system. And what the bill tried to do is change the orientation more towards prevention, more towards research, so that 50 years ago, only had 5% going to research and going to prevention. In 2010, it was 5%, still going to research, still going to prevention. We're trying to flip that here so that we start to deal with these exploding issues that are especially going to hit seniors with Parkinson's, with Alzheimer's. 4 million seniors have Alzheimer's today, 15 million by the time the last baby boom retires. It'll bankrupt the entire system. That's what we're trying to do in the bill.
I just want to make 3 quick points. Mr. Markey just made one of them, which is... Yeah, he just yielded.
Yes, I'll yield, sir.
Yeah, okay, all right. One is that you talk about forced mandates. I mean, as Mr. Markey pointed out, I mean, no one's forcing anybody to go get a colonoscopy or a mammogram, but part of the problem right now is that some people don't do it because of the cost. Secondly, I think it's important for the record to reflect that the neutral CBO score, not the Republicans and the Budget Committee, but the neutral CBO score says that the Affordable Care Act is fully paid for and reduces the deficit by $143 billion over 10 years. You asked about the next 10 years. It's $1.2 trillion over the next 10 years. And the other thing is,
Mr. Governor?
We're told that,
Mr. McGovern?
that this will also...
Would you like to yield on that point?
Also increase the solvency for Medicare.
I'll reclaim my time. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would suggest to you that if you increase taxes enough, of course you can pay for anything at any time. The question really is, how do you do that? Number one. Number two, as I've reclaimed my time, I'm learning. I'm still a rookie here, so give me a little time. I would suggest to you, however, that the second decade, unless we have a crystal ball and not a CBO, it's very difficult for us to tell me what the actuarial cost of health care will be, because fact be told that if the actuaries of the best and brightest companies we have in the world today cannot estimate the cost of health care long term, it's very difficult for me to believe that someone else has figured that out.
So who do we rely on to get cost estimates?
I will yield. Yes, sir.
All right.
It is true that you can increase taxes at any time to pay for anything until you get to the point where you don't have taxpayers to do just that, and I thank my friend for yielding.
Yes, sir.
I guess my question to you is then who do you rely on to get cost estimates for anything? I mean, who we got to rely on, you know, a political process that, you know, whoever's in power can make up the numbers? Or, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, if you're not going to trust CBO, then
here's what I would suggest, that if in fact the cost of medical insurance or health care itself is outpacing inflation in a way that we can't even articulate, it's very hard to put a definitive cost on anything. For us to add $1 trillion of spending in a decade and then know that that spending has to increase in the second decade, and for us to come to the conclusion that somehow spending $2 trillion saves you $1 trillion, I just don't buy it.
I think that I think that the rationale behind this is that if you require people to get insurance, you know, you expand the pool, you control the cost, because we're all not paying. Those of us who have insurance are not paying for the people who don't have insurance who end up in emergency room care. That's one of the reasons why health care costs is going up so rapidly, because the uncompensated care pool.
Certainly appreciate that.
And we need to address that, and that's what this bill does.
I will simply say, reclaiming my time, that serving on the board of a hospital association, on a hospital for 4 years, working in the health care business for a little while, I have an appreciation and affinity for the fact that access to health care is an absolute necessity. How we get there is really the problem. I would suggest that having the government be that provider of creating access and managing the health care of all Americans will break the most trusted relationship between a physician and a patient. I find that quite challenging. We may disagree on that. Finally, I would say this, that if in fact we look down the road and think that the government is in fact the answer to all that ails us, the day will come, as our chairman has so eloquently stated and quickly, concisely, that there won't be anyone to pay it. We will be bankrupt as a country. I don't know how we continue to dig the hole and think that it's the way out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I will say that I apologize for breaking with the precedent being set today in the Rules Committee and that being brief. Let's say, Mr. Nugent or Mr. Webster, any more comments? Okay. Thank you both very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Chairman.
appreciate that. Now, as I said, we look forward to having a count of the exact number of witnesses we've had today. Let me explain how we're going to proceed. I believe that we have completed now all of the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee who have been here, and so we will now move to the Committee on Education and the Workforce. And let me just read the by seniority. Lynn Woolsey. George Miller is not in the room, but I'll go down this list as we have it presented here. Lynn Woolsey, John Tierney, Raul Grijalva, Paul Tonko, Rush Holt. Holt is after Tierney, not according to this makeup here, so I think you might have been bumped down in seniority there, Rush. Okay. So then we're going by seniority, which is the standard procedure for rules of the House. Good. So I guess this is not quite right then. Mr. Holt comes after Tierney. Okay. We're going to take your word for it, Rush. Okay, so we're going to go Woolsey, Tierney, then Holt. Is that it?
It doesn't
Okay.
matter. Come on.
Grijalva,
Place.
Tonko. Oh, excuse me. Okay, then we're going to go Holt, then Davis. Okay. Then Davis, okay. And then Holt, then Davis, and then would it be Grijalva? Okay. Then I have Tonko. Courtney, okay. Courtney then. And then Tonko, would that be right? Okay. And then we've got Hosa, Clark, Courtney we've done, Tim Bishop. Yes, and we don't have Chu's name on here, but
She's another.
she's now back, but you're a member of the Education and the Workforce Committee. So please, we've got a seat right over here for you, Judy. Right over here. You can even take notes. Yes, we do. Anyway, so we've got it now. So we're going by seniority. And if we got, I can't remember where I started. So who starts? Is it Lynn?
Ms. Woolsey.
Lynn Woolsey will begin. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. This is somewhat unusual, by the way, I will say, for us to have as many witnesses as we do today before the Rules Committee, but we certainly welcome it on our opening day. I'm very, very happy to have you, and thanks to all of you for being so patient.
You're welcome, and thank you for acknowledging our importance here, because we know that we are. Mr. Chairman, we achieved historic reform with the passage of the health care bill last March. This legislation was a strong first step to create a framework upon which health care can be built and continually improved. Repealing the Affordable Care Act would not only reverse this progress, it would add $230 billion to the federal debt by the year 2021. That is according to the analysis released today by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. The cost to millions of Americans would be even greater, since repealing the health care law would eliminate their access to affordable health care. My amendment today would control the damages. It has two sections. The first section guarantees that repeal cannot be enacted unless the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, and the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, certify that repeal will not reduce the availability of affordable health coverage choices. If they report back that access to primary care would, in fact, be undermined, this amendment would stop repeal from happening. The second section of my amendment would enact a public health insurance option to compete among private health insurance plans within the health insurance exchanges. My legislation, the Public Option Deficit Reduction Act, H.R. 191, was reintroduced yesterday, and it is projected, according to CBO, to save the federal government $68 billion over a 7-year period. $68 billion. This, Madam Chairwoman, this $68 billion is money that the government could use to make coverage more affordable. or to pay down our deficit. The public option was also cited by the National Commission on Fiscal Responsibility and Reform as a viable means to control health care costs, since it provides affordable alternatives to private plans. Madam Chairwoman, right now is a perfect moment for the public option and a way for the new congressional leadership to show how they really care about this deficit. And they can do this by supporting this amendment, rather than adding billions of dollars to the budget deficit by trying to take apart the health care reform law. With that, I'm available for questions.
Madam Chair.
I don't have any questions, Ms. Wolfe. But I certainly commend her and have joined her on this idea about the public option. Losing that was pretty devastating, I think, and I believe that pretty much all of us who supported it continue to support it, and we'll try to see it through if we can. I think was a very important component. And let me say, because I won't bother all of you with these things, but I thank you for the hard work that you've put in on these amendments, and they're very thoughtful, and I hope we can get them made in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Andrews, would you like to come up to the table?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And I'm going by the order that Mr. Dreyer has put here, and according to his order in seniority, Mr. Tierney is next.
Actually, Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews next. Okay.
I'm much older than Mr. Tierney, but not as wise. Thank you very much. Let me begin, Madam Chairwoman, by thanking you and all the members of the committee for the hours that you put in.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very sorry to stop you, but we need to take a recess.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, do we have any idea of the length of the recess? Well, I withdraw my thanking of you then.
You got to be kidding. I am sorry I do not know I'm sorry I don't know an answer to your question. We'll make it as short as possible.
Understood.
Wait around all goddamn morning for this shit.
Are they?
Are they going to?
where you left off. That's all you gotta do.
Makes sense.
Nothing's open.
One thing we're doing in our district,
Still some drip out here, huh?
we're doing a survey of a bunch of businesses to see if their premiums were up by a lot. And then we're checking out the 8515 on the plan. We're doing it for it. And if it doesn't meet the MLR, we're going to turn in a complaint to the Department of Health and Human Services here.
How you doing that again? You're gonna take a survey of what their
Call the
premiums
businesses. I am. Well, you're throwing all these roadblocks at me. What's going to happen next? Is the chandelier going to fall on us like Phantom of the Opera or what? Why don't you sit here? Anyway, we're calling businesses and say, what was your increase? And then if it looks like it was abnormally high, double digits, we're then checking out, we're then writing to their health insurer on their behalf. What percentage of your, what percentage of you
The Rules Committee will reconvene. We have obviously gone through a unique and we're in uncharted waters, but I will say that it was very interesting. We found out, as you all know, just a little while ago that our colleagues, Mr. Sessions and Mr. Fitzpatrick, took the oath of office, signed the oath that we all had yesterday. But I have just learned that under the standard of collegiality within Jefferson's manual, one is to be within proximity of the Speaker of the House. And these two gentlemen were in the Capitol Visitors Center before the television addressing 600 people. And when Mr. Boehner was on the screen administering the oath, they took the oath. But they were obviously not actually in the chamber, even though they both signed the oath and took the oath. And that has obviously raised concern. And so for that reason, we are going to, when we report out this rule, we are going to take the steps that will vitiate whatever votes were cast by those two members yesterday on the House floor that would obviously not have been in order by virtue of the fact that they were not actually standing in the chamber and were, in the next room, so to speak, in the Capitol's Visitors Center. And so that's what the problem has consisted of, and I think we have this resolution, and I think that the cleanest way to deal with it is for us to address it in the rule rather than going through any kind of agreement here, and we're working with all of those experts who address questions like this. And so, Madam Chair, Mrs. Slaughter.
Thanks, Mr. Dry. I would like to comment on this. This is obviously something taking us all by surprise. And we've been very cooperative on our side. We know it has to be cleaned up, and we want to help to clean it up. We feel, though, that we are on somewhat shaky ground since it takes action of the House of Representatives, the floor, to reinstate him.
And we will do that by virtue of the rule that will be debated on the floor. And so
I want to be on the record as telling you that we feel very suspicious about, not suspicious, that's a very bad word. We feel anxious that what we're about to undertake may not, this is the very day we read the Constitution. I do not want to be in any risk of doing anything that would violate it. So we would feel better on our side if we could recess and start the hearing over again tomorrow.
Well, let me just say that we are, your concern was you wanted this to be addressed by the full House.
I understand it has to be.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
And well,
it's not my concern.
we talked about the notion of a unanimous consent request being propounded. And so what we're planning to do in lieu of that is including this in the rule. So the full House will address this issue when the rule comes to the floor, and we will be able to proceed with our work here. I mean, we've had, it's been 6 hours plus since we convened this hearing. We've had, it seems like, we've had at least scores of witnesses. I know that Mr. Andrews has been sitting in that place off and on since early this morning.
They've had no food since breakfast.
No food since breakfast? Oh, my. Mr. Andrews has had a sandwich, let the record show that Mr. Andrews, and he looks like he's had some sustenance there, and so I'm happy about that. I promised him that he would be heard. We went through the regular order of the House, and that's what we're going to be doing in our means of addressing this. So your concern, Mrs. Slaughter, is absolutely right in that the full House will address this issue, and we will include it in the rule that we'll be considering on the floor tomorrow. But we have all these witnesses, members who are here, and so we are going to proceed. And I suppose what I should do is go through the list now, because we have a lot of witnesses, and we keep updating this with the members who are here. Oh, yes, I'm happy to.
Because we make it clear that we are the minority, you are the chair, and you can make that decision, and we respect that.
Thank you.
But it's just really wanted known that we are not clear on the constitutionality of what we're doing.
Well, let me just say, apparently this was within Jefferson's manual. This is Jefferson's manual, which has what's known.
I don't know what proximity is, but I would expect they meant on the floor.
That's exactly right. It's a standard of collegiality. I mean, you would expect they meant on the floor. The standard of collegiality states in Jefferson's manual that the member must be within proximity of the speaker, and that is the reason that Mr. Sessions took the oath of office this afternoon, and the only concern have been the votes that were cast yesterday, and we are going to address that in the rule.
Well, let me make one more concern
Certainly.
that I have. It was announced today. Peter DeFazio took the oath this morning in front of the House of Representatives. And it was stated from the chair that that gave us the full complement of 435. Obviously, it didn't.
Right.
But I think to any reasonable person, that raises the question, is are we sure we're through here? How many other people decided not to take the oath on the floor?
Well,
And
let
so
me
we
just
would
say,
just- we would
let
like
me
to-
just say, Mrs. Slaughter, that it is true. Mr. DeFazio took the oath of office this afternoon.
He did, but it was before the recess that we had. And
Well, he took the oath of
But
office
what I'm
today.
saying, the chair had said that complements the 435 members of the House. It did not, because we have two more now who have to go before the
Right,
House of
and
Representatives.
let me just say,
Are there any
I
more?
appreciate that. If there are other members, Democrat or Republican, who were recorded as having taken the oath of office and in fact did not take the oath of office, that issue will be addressed when it comes forward. I don't know if there are Democrats or Republicans who did not take the oath of office, but I do believe that we have found this instance of two members who felt that they did take the oath of office, they signed the oath, they were, in the building, but they weren't actually on the floor itself, which is something that I just learned today. I did not know that you absolutely had to, and that was in this standard of collegiality, which is not in the Constitution, but it is in Jefferson's manual, and that's the reason that we are proceeding as we are. And so I will assure you that the issue of the announced number will be addressed in this rule, making an order, a resolution, so that, as you said at the outset, very correctly, rather than having this committee, the full House will address this issue. And I appreciate
The
that.
problem with us, I think our semantics here, is I would like the full House to address it before, so that we understand before we go on with this.
Right. Well, there is no reason that we can't in this committee. Nothing that's taken place in this committee has in any way been violated. No standard has been violated by the action
We know that.
that was here. Well, I've checked with our staff, and nothing has been violated as far as the actions of this committee. And we are planning to rectify this in the rule, and so it will be addressed.
I understand that, but
Will be addressed.
we really felt that since it takes full House action to make you a member of this House,
Right.
that we should not pretend that that's been done and go ahead without that. And we're very much concerned that violates the Constitution.
Well, let me just say, you don't want to proceed at this. You do not want to
It's up
proceed
to
at this
you.
juncture.
That
But let me
would
just
be
say,
my
well, let me
choice,
just
but
say, let me just
the
say
course is
that
yours.
Mr. Sessions and Mr. Fitzpatrick have both taken the oath of office. They are both seated members of Congress. They took the oath of office earlier today on the House floor.
But they voted yesterday on the floor. I
Yes,
assume
and
on
this
the
rule,
rules.
yeah, and this rule.
Well, no, they
this rule
voted
is going to-
on the floor of the House.
Yes, and this rule is going to address the issue, which will
I understand
vitiate
that.
their votes on the House floor.
Perhaps it will,
But there
perhaps it
is
won't, but I'm
nothing,
not
there is
certain.
nothing that should prevent us from proceeding with all of these witnesses who are here, who've been waiting patiently for a long period of time. And we all recognized at the outset, and I appreciate very much your cooperation,
And we want to
your support
cooperate,
and
yes,
understanding.
indeed.
Your spirit of cooperation is greatly appreciated. And I'd like to recognize Mr. McGovern.
I think, again, the only concern about this hearing that we've had is the fact that Mr. Sessions technically was a non-member presiding over the proceedings here. And I guess that's, to me, is the question. Is that okay? Is that proper?
We will, if that needs to be addressed in this rule, it will be addressed.
Well, the vote's on the floor yesterday,
That will be addressed, obviously,
all right?
right?
We really do want to cooperate here. We want to do
I
this.
can
We
tell
have to
that, and I
lead
very
you.
much
No, we have
appreciate
to-
it.
But
I
will
can't
tell
imagine
you-
any indication
I'll
of greater
tell you right
cooperation
now,
and
we
support of our effort here to deal with
absolutely
this than you've provided.
But we feel that we're on shaky ground simply because I did not understand that he had to go before the House of Representatives or get this thing ratified by the House. And I think that puts a different light on it. But we understand you can go on with the hearing, and we
Good.
leave that decision
Well,
up
thank
to
you very much, and I think that
But
out of
we just
respect to
wanna
these,
make our
thank you.
position
I
clear.
very much appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
and your position is that you want to cooperate, and I appreciate that very, very much.
And do this under the Constitution.
That's exactly right, and that's
Mr.
exactly
Chairman.
what we intend to do.
Now, in an effort really to be cooperative, you're going to need to go through everything that Pete participated in. For example,
Yes,
he was
thank you for
elected
that.
vice chair.
Right.
And so,
Absolutely.
in the
We are going
incorporation
to
of the
address
rule,
every single one of those issues. No,
that's
let me
my
say,
point.
let me just
Yeah.
say, after we've looked at this, we will closely scrutinize every single action that was taken yesterday and today, and we will ensure that all of those are addressed. And I appreciate very much
I
the
was just
gentleman
about to say
bringing
it
it to our
would be
attention.
very helpful. For example, my antenna go up, and not only do you have a parliamentary problem, there is the potential, and it won't occur, of it being a justiciable problem. And therefore, you need to be very cautious, and that's what Ms. Slaughter is saying.
You know what I'd like to ask? I'd like to ask my
Us to
friends who are
participate in
wanting to
helping.
cooperate is that if you have any specific recommendations as to what should be concluded in the resolution that addresses this, I mean, raising these issues, I do appreciate that. We will look through these, and we would like your input on anything that may have come forward. And I think now, out of respect to our witnesses, we should proceed. But thank you all very, very much, and thanks for your understanding. Now, we begin with Mr. Andrews. And let me just go through what we're planning to do at this point. Before we proceed, I'd like to state, since we've just now reconvened, we are going to, this is the latest version that has just been provided to me because, as you all know, it's very unusual. As I said, members make a request to the Rules Committee that they're going to testify, and they're on a list, and we go by the committees of jurisdiction, by seniority. That's the rule of the House. The committees are to recognize as the House floor does, and there are clearly exceptions to that. When we have just a few witnesses in the room, we can bring all the committees together, so that's the way it's handled. So right now, it's our intention to proceed with, well, I'll just read through the names that I have before me. Andrews, Woolsey, Hinojosa, Tierney, Holt, Davis, Grijalva, Bishop, Courtney, Tonko, Chu, and then to the Judiciary Committee, we have Nadler, Jackson Lee, Hank Johnson, and Ted Deutsch. And then from the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Yarmouth, Mr. Pasquarel, Mr. Davis, Mr. Van Hollen, and then the list of others, Capter, Moore, Cuellar, Wasserman Schultz, Larson, Heinrich, Peters, McCullum, Spear, Waltz, Songus, Connolly, Lujan, Edwards, Chu, Garamendi, and let's see, Cicilline. And actually, I mentioned Judy Chu's name already.
Right.
So I guess I'm going to take. I'll put you. I'm not going to save you for last. I will include you with this committee. So I knew I'd said your name already, Judy. So that's our intention now. And so, Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Payne.
Oh my gosh, I didn't
is
see
senior,
Mr. Payne.
is senior to me, and he's a member of this.
You're going to have to wait again.
I will
I just
gladly
want you to
do
know
so.
that. We just want you to know that
I will
we're
gladly
going
do
to
so
wildly
for Mr.
anticipate
Payne.
it. And so I look forward to Mr. Payne, my good friend and traveling companion.
Thank you very much. Since I've been here the least amount of time, I will be brief so that my colleagues who have...
Take all the time you'd like.
Oh, well, let me throw this away.
Yeah.
No, first of all, let me congratulate you on your chairmanship of this committee. Again, you have served with distinction previously, and I know that you will continue to serve in that bipartisan way. We, of course, are very concerned about the so-called job-killing health care act repeal. I think that it's just the reverse. It's a people living health care bill. However, repealing it is certainly going to make it difficult for people to have a quality of life that they deserve in a developed country. And the question about job killing, as a matter of fact, if you would look at the job statistics, the largest growth, to be truthful, in jobs have happened in the healthcare industry. So, you know, the the name of this legislation kind of baffles me. But like I said, I will be brief, and I just simply would like to state that I believe that the repeal of the Patients Protection and Affordable Care Act would be a very costly mistake. In addition to the estimated $230 billion, the CBO cost estimate of repealing health care, it will cost families the peace of mind that was afforded by the recent enacted health care legislation, cost taxpayers billions of dollars in uncompensated care costs, dial back the progress our country made last year to come out of the dark ages as one of the only 3 developed countries in the world that provide universal health care. We are slipping in education. We are slipping in people's feeling that the country is providing for them. And we'll go back and slip again down to having health care once again being a privilege for the privileged few like us who have it. And I listened to one of our new members from Florida who said he's not sure he's going to take the health plan that we have because, well, he has the military plan and he's trying to decide between which one is best. Well, he's very fortunate. He has 2 choices. As we know, many people have none. On a personal note, I have a 23-year-old grandson, and you know what I'm going to say about that because he recently concluded a portion of his schooling. Shakir intends to complete it, but right now he's out of school and has a part-time job. Therefore, we're getting ready to sign him up for his own personal health care. However, because the new health care reform is very personal to me, that he will continue to be covered by my daughter's health care plan, who's a teacher, and he will be able to remain on her basic health care plan. And so I know that if that's affecting me personally, how many other people around the country are in the same boat? Of course, I'm more privileged, and it would not be a problem for me to provide the care. However, how many other people are in that same position? And so many times we go from the particular to the universal, and it should be just the reverse because we can do it. We need to think about those others. However, as a result of the dependent coverage provision in the health care law, as I mentioned, he'll be able to remain on my daughter's health care. My grandson's story simply mirrors the countless narratives I have received from constituents who experienced great relief from the revision and repeal. They will be very disturbed if this went through. The fact that repeal would take away the peace of mind of millions of seniors who have experienced relief from medical expenses by the donut hole rebate and have been relieved by the idea of having annual checkups provided under the current law. Repeal would take away the peace of mind of millions of Americans who have pre-existing conditions and will no longer be denied coverage. Repeal would impose steep cost sharing on seniors that try to use preventive medicine in Medicare, like mammogram, smoking cessation programs, and colorectal cancer screening. There is a persistent argument that the cost of our enacted health care law is too great. But I contend, as I mentioned earlier, that the cost is greater to continue to allow the country's taxpayers to bear the cost of uncompensated care. And quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, the cost of having countless fatalities, on the hands of this country for deaths due to illnesses that could have been managed or avoided with preventive and wellness care is too great. They say that Arizona has had its second death, which is directly related to the fact that the state decided not to have health care. So, as I conclude, I come before the committee to support the amendments of my colleagues to preserve the access to quality health care, especially the provisions that prevent discrimination against individuals with pre-existing conditions, close the donut hole, provide many necessary benefits to our seniors, allow young people to maintain health coverage through their parents' plan until 26, and remove the cap of health care lifetime costs and the many other very important provisions in this care. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your ascendancy to the chairmanship. We thank Mrs. Slaughter, and we thank everybody who puts in many, many hours in this committee at bizarre hours of the day and night so the rest of us can function. Yeah, I know that they will see long hours, however, and let me thank them in advance for what they will do. There are 15 million Americans who are officially on unemployment in this country tonight. And I think most Americans and most of them would agree that we have the wrong bill in front of the House. There is a fierce ideological struggle over health care, and that's what politics in part should be. But the crisis for so many American families is so deep that it should defy normal politics, and we should be working and working together on creating jobs for the American people, not sustaining a long-standing ideological argument. The majority has chosen to initiate its stewardship of the House by continuing this argument, and so it is. And the Speaker of the House, who is my classmate and I'd like to think my friend and someone I respect very much, about 24 hours ago, I was going to say within 24 hours when I was about to start this, but not anymore, said yesterday, openness will be the new standard. Speaking directly to the minority, he said, and I'm quoting, "You will not have the right to willfully disrupt the proceedings of the People's House," which we shouldn't, "but you will always have the right to a robust debate and open process that allows you to represent your constituents, to make your case, offer alternatives, and be heard." We were told that we will always have the right to offer alternatives. Here's some alternatives I would urge the committee to let the full House vote on tomorrow. We think that someone who has diabetes or breast cancer should not be denied health insurance coverage or forced to pay more for it. So the alternative that Ms. Castor and Ms. Pingree have put forward should be heard. We think that because someone is female, they shouldn't be charged higher premiums or denied certain care. So we think that the alternative put forward by Ms. Tsongas and Mrs. Davis should be heard. We think that if you've paid premiums your whole life faithfully, and now you actually have to use the coverage because you're on the gurney, on the way to the operating room, that the insurance company should not be able to rescind or cancel your coverage. And so the alternative offered by Ms. Sanchez, Ms. Spire, Mr. Owen should be made in order. We think that if you're just a few months or years out of college and you have not yet found the first full-time job that offers health care, a lot of young Americans in that position, that you should be able to be covered by the policy of your mother or father if you're 26 or under, which is why the alternative being offered by Mr. Larson, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Walls should be made in order. And we think that what I think was the central promise I heard from this new majority in the campaign should be honored. So many of you ran and were elected on the idea that the national debt is crippling this country, burdening our children, and stifling our economy. It is. It is. And so even though we have some disagreements, apparently, over whether the Congressional Budget Office is right or wrong in its estimates, it's always been the rule through, I believe, 47 years of congressional precedent under Republicans and Democrats, that the CBO is the authoritative arbiter of whether a bill adds or subtracts to the deficit. Today, the CBO said that the bill that you would repeal reduces the deficit by $230 billion. So I think that you should make in order the amendment from Mr. Van Hollen and Mr. Wiener that says that the repeal should not take effect if it increases the deficit. Now, you may disagree with the merits of these proposals. Many of you have actually said you agree with the merits of a lot of these proposals. But I don't think you should disagree with the literal words of the Speaker of the House. who said yesterday, and I will repeat, addressing the minority, you will always have the right to make your case, offer alternatives, and be heard. Now, unless we are going to deem by tomorrow's rule a new definition of the meaning always, I think that some of these ideas put forth by the minority should be made in order to honor that promise. There is one thing that I think leaders of both parties have done around here for too long, and it is a reason for the corruption of trust by the public in this institution against both political parties. And that is that things that are said during a campaign very often have no meaning after the campaign. This is your chance to give those words of your speaker of yesterday meaning. When he promised that the minority would always be able to offer alternatives, let's hold that commitment high and let's put these amendments in order. I thank you and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to express my congratulations to you as the new chairman for this committee, and one that has lots of experience, and also thank Ranking Member Louise Slaughter and members of this Rule Committee for your hard work. I'm here to talk about two specific amendments before this committee, which would save two very important provisions of the Affordable Care Act. I'm talking of Mr. John Larson's amendment number 4 on your list, which allows young adults under 26 to stay on their parents' plan, and Mr. Courtney's amendment, which is number 7 on your list, which will protect small businesses from tremendous harm that the repeal of health care reform would have. As was pointed out by Congressman Donald Payne from New Jersey in his testimony, I also am against the repeal of health care reform without these two amendments being adopted, because they would hurt young adults, especially in the ages of 18 to 26, and their families. Also, it would make running a small, successful business even harder. I come to Congress from a small family business that operated for 60 years. And I know the importance to our employees to have health care insurance. This legislation that was passed in March and the reconciliation section passed in August and signed into law says that we are making changes that are very important to those communities. My district has roughly 66,000 young adults who benefit from the provisions of the Affordable Care Act that prevents insurance companies from dropping young adults under 26 off of their parents' health plan. Repeal of this provision would cause tremendous economic uncertainty to families in my congressional district and all over the United States. In 2010, 1.2 million young adults received coverage through their parents' plans. Many of them recently graduated from school, from colleges, looking for work in today's challenging economy. Young adults are the largest segment of the uninsured population. They comprise a huge portion of my growing district, which from 1990 to 2000 grew by 48%. From the year 2000 to 2010, we grew approximately 45%. I am here to say that my area is in a situation that needs this kind of coverage, because we had 40% of our population uninsured, compared to 16% nationally. So you can see why they have called and said, you've got to get up there and talk against this repeal. Repeal of this provision would hurt them and their families struggling to get a foothold in the economy. According to the LA Times, in the 6 months after the health reform law was signed in March, a company by the name of United Health Group Incorporated, the country's largest insurer, added 75,000 new customers who
who work for companies with fewer than 50 employees. Another company, Coventry Health Care Incorporated, an insurer here in the state of Maryland that focuses on small businesses, signed contracts to cover 115,000 new workers in just the first 9 months of this year, an 8% jump. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas City, the largest insurer in Kansas City, Missouri area, is reporting a 58% jump in the number of small businesses buying insurance since April, the first full month after the legislation was signed into law. A recent small business majority survey found that a third of surveyed small employers are more likely to offer health insurance because of the new law's tax credits and the establishment of exchanges. Mr. Chairman, I want to say that it is my hope that this panel will incorporate these two amendments in order to help small businesses and the many families that I mentioned that still face great economic uncertainty. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hinojosa. Mr. Tierney. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank Ms. Slaughter. Thank all the members of this committee who spend such painful and long hours, as some of you are about to find out, shortly before you start petitioning to get off the committee, I suspect, on that. I want to thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to speak here today, and I want to discuss an idea that we're going to talk about that was first breached in 1912 by then Republican President Theodore Roosevelt, national health reform. I think it's unfortunate, however, that this Republican majority, this new majority, has chosen to use its first opportunity to try to undo health reform, and to do that in a way that is actually going to increase our deficit by $230 billion in the first 10 years and $1.2 trillion in the second 10 years, which is going to incredibly enrich insurance companies and prescription drug companies beyond their wildest dreams. Before I start speaking directly to the specific amendment that I'm offering, I want to acknowledge that many of my colleagues have put forward amendments that I believe should be made in order and should be considered under the rule. My colleagues' amendments retain important aspects of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act that preserve important, common-sense consumer protections that ensure the necessary assistance to seniors and small businesses and families can continue. These amendments prevent insurance companies from imposing devastating annual lifetime caps. They prevent them from dropping coverage once people get sick, and they stop them from denying coverages based on pre-existing conditions. These amendments enable young people without employment coverage to continue to remain on their parents' insurance plans until they attain the age of 26. And that's particularly critical today, as we all know, when our unemployment for youth is just shy of 20%. Record numbers of unemployed college graduates are being forced to move back in with their parents. These amendments ensure that our seniors will not be denied a 50% discount of prescription drugs, something that actually was necessitated by the 2003 prescription drug bill that was passed almost entirely on Republican votes and left us with the so-called donut hole and, again, enriched many corporation prescription drug companies. There's a patent there. These amendments preserve the small business health care tax credit, which allows small businesses to cover up to 35% of their health insurance costs through 2013 and up to 50% of insurance costs beginning in 2014. Mr. Chairman, the bill that is expected to come to the House floor repeals, as you know, the act in its entirety. I supported the Affordable Care Act, and I still do. But even those of you who don't and who didn't, you likely supported some of the parts. Your constituents have and are continuing to benefit from those parts, and I would respectfully ask that you retain the parts specified in these and other amendments that have been offered today. Now, the amendment I'm offering and have filed would hold insurance companies accountable and ensure consumers are receiving the health services for which they are paying top dollar. We worked hard to get this into the education and labor portion of the bill originally, and then through the House, and we're pleased when it sustained and actually survived the bill as it came through both chambers and was signed into law. The amendment today retains the provision in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act related to the medical loss ratio requirement. Now, as some of you or all of you, I presume, know, the medical loss ratio represents that portion of premium revenue that insurers pay out to doctors and hospitals and other health care providers. In other words, it represents what they pay for actual health care. Insurance companies have been spending ever-growing portions of our premiums for salaries, profits, lobbyists, as we all know, advertising, marketing, and other overhead. According to published Families USA reports, prior to the passage of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, there were little to no protections in place that would ensure consumers' health premiums would be used for medical services rather than for insurance company profit, administration, lobbying, bonuses, and advertising. It shouldn't be a novel idea that our premium dollars go for health care as opposed to, in large part, those costs. Ever since 1993 in particular, when not-for-profits like the Blue Cross Blue Shield plans went to for-profit status and consolidated, the relentless consolidation and market concentration in the industry has left consumers with diminishing choices and subject to industry overreach. Recent data on the profits of the 10 largest for-profit insurance companies in this country show a whopping $9.3 billion in profit for just the first 3 quarters of 2010. These profits are $2.1 billion higher than the first 9 months of 2009. On average, the profits of these insurance companies have gone up 41% since 2009. So when your constituents ask you why their premiums are going up, there's in large part your answer. History has shown us clearly that insurance companies are caring much more about their excessive salaries and bonuses and using premium dollars on overhead, marketing, lobbyists, and other administrative costs rather than putting the money back into health services for their consumers. As one prominent grassroots healthcare advocacy group noted, the provisions of the Affordable Care Act related to the medical loss ratio standards are, and I quote, critical to ending the industry's anti-consumer practices, to controlling rising premium costs, and to squeezing value out of premiums paid by private and public customers, and ending the relentless profiteering of the health insurance companies. Needless to say, I believe the medical loss ratio provision in the Act is extremely important consumer protection for Americans. Specifically, starting in January 1 of 2011 this year, the law requires insurance companies in the individual and small group markets to spend at least 80% of the premium dollars they collect on medical care and quality improvement activities. Insurance companies in the large group market must spend at least 85% of premium dollars on medical care and quality improvement activities. If the insurance companies don't meet that requirement, the law says that they will be required to provide a rebate to customers starting in 2012. If the law had been on the books in 2009, the 6 largest private companies would have refunded $1.9 billion. Also beginning this year, the law requires that insurance companies publicly report how they spend our premium dollars. This information will provide consumers with meaningful information on how their premium dollars are spent, clearly accounting for how much money goes towards actual medical care and activities to improve health care quality, as opposed to how much money is spent on administrative expenses like those I enumerated before. This will surely make the insurance marketplace more transparent and make it easier for consumers to purchase plans that provide better value for their money. Now, unless you think that the medical loss ratio standards in the Act are unreasonable, you should know that in 1993, before privatization of the formerly not-for-profits and the consolidation and concentration that took place in the industry, the typical plan spent 95% of the premium dollars on health care. In 2009, a number of the largest insurers, in fact, showed that they could meet the standard when they spent only 15% of premiums for administrative costs and profits. Self-insuring companies generally spend only 10%, and Medicare spends just 3%. The typical insurer under the Federal Employee Health Benefits Plan spends 95% on health care and only 5% on overhead. Unfortunately, the industry has found that they can get away with using the premium dollar as a profit center, and a 2008 study found many companies spending only 60 cents of every premium dollar on actual health care. A U.S. PIRG May 2009 report determined some MLRs as low as 57.3%, where consumer protection are weakest, and that particular one was in the state of Georgia. In fact, according to the Department of Health and Human Services, the medical loss ratio provision will protect up to 74.8 million insured Americans in 2011, and estimates indicate that up to 9 million Americans could be eligible for rebates starting in 2012, worth up to $1.4 billion. The average rebates per person could total $164 in the individual market. Unfortunately, one of the many negative consequences of the bill that's about to come to the House floor is that it would end the medical loss ratio requirement. Those who support the underlying bill should know that, among other things, it means insurance companies could again charge very high premiums to individuals and spend a startlingly low proportion of those premium dollars on health care services. That should be unacceptable to all of us. The choice is clear. We'll find out with the vote and whether or not this amendment is allowed to be debated and voted upon on the floor, whether members stand on the side of consumers or whether they stand once again with insurance companies and prescription drug companies. I had some other remarks here, and in deference to my colleagues, I'll pass it on, but they were all pertaining to the promises that Mr. Andrews so clearly put forth that were made. Mr. Dreyer, you've made them in the past, the Speaker has made them, and others have made them, about an open process, about an opportunity to debate, about an opportunity to vote on the floor. I hold you all to that. And just saying that you're going to give us a one-sentence bill and this time it doesn't count isn't going to fly with the American public. It certainly doesn't fly with your colleagues. Thank you. I yield back.
May I approach the table?
I will give you my. You can have my seat.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Dreyer, members of the committee. Let me begin with the summary. The health care reform is already providing secure coverage to many Americans, giving families and small businesses more control over their health care, and already improving Medicare for seniors. The health reform is fully paid for and will lower the deficit by more than $100 billion in the first 10 years and more than 10 times that in the following decade as it's fully in effect. Now, I'm here to speak on behalf of several amendments before you, number 2, number 1, number 7, number 3, number 8, also Mr. Tierney's. And let me underscore something that may have been lost to you as he used the term medical loss ratio over and over again. Medical loss ratio is what an insurance company, unbelievably, that an insurance company says is lost revenue. Loss ratio is the fraction of their premiums that must be spent on medical care. Medical loss ratio. Yes, indeed, we should make sure that those requirements are not lost should there be a repeal of this law. More than 100,000 New Jersey residents in the Medicare donut hole have already received additional assistance in paying for their medications. Some of those medications life-saving. I've heard from many individuals in my district, individuals on fixed income, making difficult decisions between being able to afford their life-saving prescription drugs and their light bill and other expenses. Closing the donut hole will allow people like Howard from Monroe Township in my district to be able to afford his prescriptions. If he does not get them, he might lose his battle, as would others with their illnesses. Health reform ends the discrimination of individuals with pre-existing conditions. Many of the constituents in my district who do not have health insurance because of pre-existing condition are in tough shape. One of those, Todd, wrote to me, he said, quote, "I broke my back rupturing 2 discs 2 years ago." He then went on to explain that he had, but lost coverage. He continued, quote, "I need 1 more surgery to get back to work. Unfortunately, no insurance company will touch me because of my pre-existing condition. I just want to get back to being a productive member of society," end quote. If health reform is repealed, Todd will not be eligible for insurance and will not be able to return to work. Another benefit from the health reform is the ability to add dependents, as we've heard, until age 26 to their parents' plans. Thousands of young adults in New Jersey have received health insurance through this. One is Anna's son. Anna from Kendall Park has a 24-year-old son who's attending nursing school. Health reform gives Anna a way to provide health insurance for her son, who is working to do just what we would want him to do. If health reform were to be repealed, seniors and people with disabilities would lose free wellness visits and preventive care, including cancer screening. Tax credits for small businesses would be lost, and the elimination of the limits on lifetime and annual expenses by the insurance company, that protection would be lost. Instead of having this discussion on repealing health care, we should be focusing on how to improve the health reform law through addition, for example, of Ms. Woolsey's public option. Just as, and I really want to emphasize this, with every major law in the past century, Congress will continue to revisit the health care reform law and to adjust it to changing conditions and to improve it over the years to come. Repeal now would only benefit insurance companies, not taxpayers. The existing law benefits taxpayers. It's not, as has been presented to us and as was campaigned and so forth, a repeal and replace. No, that's false billing. There is nothing in the bill before you, committee members, that has replacement language. The attempt to repeal the health reform law is similar to attempts that were made in the past to repeal Social Security and Medicare. Now, Medicare is widely seen as a successful program for helping Americans access health care. But it was very controversial when it was passed. The same arguments that we hear today were made then. Some leaders from Bob Dole to Gerald Ford fought the program and voted against its creation and sought its repeal. Medicare has virtually eliminated uninsurance among older Americans, and today only a tiny fraction of those age 65 and older lack health insurance. More than 40 years ago, Congress and the President were right to enact Medicare. I predict that in the future, today's uninformed cries of socialized medicine and today's political chatter and imagined burdens will have faded. Instead, it will be noted that we did the right thing by finally ensuring that all Americans have health care security and good, affordable health care, a goal that had eluded this nation for a century.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holt. Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all of you and the patience that everyone has shown today. I certainly appreciate that. You know, the issues that we're talking about here today, I don't want something to get lost, and that says that we stand ready and able to work with you and to improve on the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. I don't think anybody who's come here has said that, you know, everything is exactly as we think it should be. However, I want you to know, because I think that until these discussions began, I don't believe that the American public, and I don't think, frankly, any of us appreciated how much discrimination exists in health care today. People just didn't appreciate that. They were surprised by it. So what I want you to know is that this repeal legislation will be harmful to women's health, and it will ensure that insurance companies can discriminate against women. It will allow insurers to not only charge women higher premiums, but also to deny women coverage altogether because they've had breast cancer, because they've been a victim of domestic violence, or they've had a child. Imagine that. Because you've had a child or become pregnant, an insurance company can deny you coverage. A lot of people were surprised by that, but that exists today until we've been able to move forward with this legislation. The bill would also prevent women from having direct access to their OBGYN, as well as denying Medicare coverage for birth center services. Now, Mr. Chairman, you may not appreciate this, but I actually authored the law in California that allows women to have direct access to their OBGYN. Back in the 90s, a woman could not do that. They had to get a letter from their primary care provider to go to an OBGYN. And you probably know who signed that legislation. Governor Pete Wilson. No, Governor Pete Wilson signed that legislation. And, you know, it was interesting to me because one of the things that we had to do was to educate a lot of our colleagues about it. So partly staff members went home to their wives and asked them questions about that. Would you like to go right on to see your OBGYN when you have a problem? And of course, they said yes, and in fact had been denied the opportunity to do that. So this bill, while we have protections in a number of states, California, of course, included, but others, nationally, women still have that burden up until this legislation. Many women and children who have insurance are already unable to even seek the care that they need, including services like mammograms and well-child visits, because they cannot afford the copays and deductibles. And my colleague talked about the medical loss ratio. I have a constituent, her name is also Susan, who, following having breast cancer, was denied reconstructive surgery from her health plan, which was an absolutely good health plan. They didn't want to go forward with that kind of support for her. And we intervened, Department of Managed Care intervened, and got it done. But that's the kind of thing that people have had to deal with for years. Last Congress, I co-authored the Women's Health Insurance Fairness Act to prevent insurers in the individual market from charging women higher premiums than men, which was a common practice. Get back to that whole idea of, in these particular plans, women who happen to get pregnant were denied care. California already has these protections in place, but there were no federal protections to stop these unethical practices. But the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act eliminated all of these obstacles. And it would be a travesty. It would be a travesty to take such a huge step back in women's and maternal health. Women had the most to gain in the passage of health care reform, and now they stand to lose the most. Healthcare bills should make unfair and inappropriate healthcare practices a thing of the past. It shouldn't encourage these practices. It should hope to eliminate them. Healthcare bills should certainly guarantee that this doesn't happen again to women in our country. The amendment that I'm suggesting guarantees that repeal cannot go forward unless the Office of Management and Budget, in consultation with the Congressional Budget Office, certifies that repeal will not take away these key protections for women. If the OMB reports back that repeal will result in women being denied coverage because of pre-existing conditions such as breast or cervical cancer, or will be charged more because they have children and live longer, which is why they're discriminated against, this amendment would stop repeal from taking effect. Women shouldn't have to get a permission slip to see an OBGYN, and they shouldn't have to worry if the birth of their child will be covered. And they shouldn't be charged more or denied insurance coverage simply because they have two X chromosomes. I urge this committee to accept and support this amendment to prevent insurance companies from discriminating against women.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you, Chairman Dreyer and Ranking Member Slaughter and members of the committee for this opportunity. I, like my colleagues today, am for retaining the essential substance of the health care reform that I'm proud to have voted for. And those are represented in the amendments that my colleagues have submitted today. But today I'm submitting an amendment to retain essential language in the Affordable Care Act that grants a reauthorization of Indian health care, the Indian Health Care Improvement Act, which has not been dealt with since 1992. This vital component of the law demonstrates the federal government's commitment to honoring its trust responsibilities to Indian tribes. And that trust responsibility was established in 1787 when the U.S. government, in exchange for resources and land, told Indian country, Indian tribes and peoples that we will have a responsibility for the delivery of health care to your people and the delivery of education. And that has been defined in the U.S. Constitution, that trust responsibility. It's been defined in treaties, it's been defined in statute, and it's been defined in Supreme Court decisions. As today, as we celebrated the sanctity of our Constitution, I hope there's some consistency in also celebrating the commitments that we've made through that document to a significant portion of this nation. The Affordable Care Act
The Affordable Care Act moves our nation toward a health care system that is accessible, covers more people, and this new law has a critical component of promoting health care equity for all peoples. And I think we should not ignore that equity quotient in there. And despite their legal right to health care, as established in the trust responsibility, American Indians and Alaskan Natives face dire health conditions. Over 30% of Native people in this country have no access to health care. They are faced with chronic, disproportionate diseases involving diabetes, heart disease, stroke. And this the health care reform law finally began to address those unique needs of Indian country. Indian Health Service has been historically underfunded, has not been able to keep up with the demands of Indian country. In addition, Indian Health Care Improvement Act, which has already expired, has not been reauthorized. And these disparities continue to expand. And I think that this Health Act, that it's essential to retain this portion of that Health Care Reform Act because it does two things. It brings equity and attention to First Americans that has been denied for many, many years through the history of this nation. And it reaffirms our trust responsibility that is codified in law and in the Constitution. A repeal of this health care reform law would be punitive overall, and it would be destructive specifically to Indian country. I would ask for your consideration of this amendment, and that would assure that our trust responsibility is honored and that First Americans have a rightful place in accessing health care as it was promised and yet to be delivered. The Health Care Reform Act was the most important document to deal with Indian health care needs in this country in over 2 decades. And to repeal that is to repeal a commitment made to a significant portion of the First Americans of this country, and I would ask for your consideration, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Slaughter. I'm in awe of this committee. I mean, that movie, They Shoot Horses, Don't They? Kind of comes to mind with the dance marathon that never ended, and I again, just really admire your incredible...
We didn't start until 10 o'clock this morning. We didn't start early.
You got more to go, I understand. I want to focus for a minute on an issue which is very important to our committee, the Education and Workforce Committee. Again, Representative Slaughter has cited a number of times the fact that there has been positive job growth since this bill was enacted, 935,000 new private sector jobs. Yesterday, ADP, the payroll processor, announced that in December there was 297,000 new jobs created. Tomorrow, the Labor Department will come out with its December figures, and we're hoping that, again, it will be along the same lines of the ADP numbers. But we clearly have an economy that is healing, and that this law, I just think that the burden is heavily on others to point to how it has, in fact, inhibited job growth since last March. One of the two definitely pro-employer components of this law are the focus of an amendment that myself and Congressman Peters presented, number one, to protect the small business tax credit, and secondly, also the early retiree reinsurance fund, which I'd like to spend a moment on because it hasn't really gotten much discussion today. But in our committee, we have had many hearings on our subcommittee on health and pension about the fact that retiree health benefits in this country have been collapsing. Over 60% of employers in 1988 offered retirees health benefits. That figure has, again, just totally collapsed to 29% in 2009. And what that does to the workforce is it first of all puts a burden on those who have retired from 55 to 65 to absorb health care costs. Clearly, the segment, the demographic that has the highest exposure to illness and high utilization. But secondly, it also affects the elasticity of the labor market, because when people know that they have to work to hold on to their benefits, they're not going to leave their jobs, even if they're high-risk jobs, physical labor jobs, jobs where, frankly, younger workers, if given an opportunity, would fill those places. So the crisis that exists in retiree health benefits is an issue which, again, our committee has worked on for many years. And this bill addressed that in a way that the employer community all across the country has clearly shown is a resounding success. We set up a reinsurance fund which says that employers can apply, if they participate in that fund, claims for former employees that exceed $15,000. The taxpayer, the federal government, will step in and provide 80% of the cost up to $90,000. It does not subsidize premiums. It does, again, the upfront costs of health coverage are still with the employer and the former employee. But what it does do is it provides a backstop for these retiree health insurance programs. Again, a tried and true system that we do for the nuclear power industry. Again, we provide a backstop for insurance for the construction of nuclear power plants and their operation. We do it for flood insurance. We do it for a whole variety of activities that there is a public good, and that the government needs to help, again, supplement, not overtake, but supplement the market. So what's happened since that fund was created? We have now over 3,000 employers across the country that have stampeded into this fund. Over half the Fortune 500 companies in America now have signed up for this fund. I mean, you go down the list: General Dynamics, General Electric, Lockheed. Across the board, we have Taft-Hartley plans. Again, a lot of those labor Taft-Hartley plans, iron worker Taft-Hartley plans. These are workers that need to retire at age 55 that can now get that backstop to make sure that those benefits are not going to continue to go through the roof. And lastly, in the public sector, I mean, just looking around this circle right now, the state of Florida, Colorado, New York, Florida, California, Georgia have all applied and are now participating in this early retiree health insurance. I come from Connecticut, which also participates. My favorite sort of factoid is that Aetna, life insurance company, is also a participant in this program. You know, there's a legal doctrine called reliance, which is that when the law sets out a expectation for its citizenry, that people should be able to rely on that expectation. And for us to just shut down the early retiree reinsurance program, which clearly addresses a need that has been identified over and over again, and which is not a government takeover. It is a true public-private partnership to maintain employment-based private health insurance. We should not shut that down. And again, the employer community across the country has spoken loud and clear that this works. The other item, which again our amendment talks about, is the small employer tax credits. Many people have talked about it here, and I'm not going to belabor the point. One quick anecdote: I was at a healthcare roundtable in October before the election. There was a family physician that was there who was frankly very pleased about a lot of the Medicare changes that were going to give her the tools to provide better care for her senior citizen patients. But she did say, God, I'm getting killed on my health insurance premiums. And I said, well, did you look at the small business tax credit? Because she had a doctor's office of 25 or less. She goes, what are you talking about? Which, of course, as we all know, is a pattern out there. People didn't know much about some of the aspects of the bill. Smallbusinessmajority.org has a tax calculator that businesses can punch in the number of their employees, their payroll, spits out a tax refund that this tax credit will create. She called me a couple days later. She's getting a $4,000 tax credit. She was ecstatic. And again, these were premiums based on pre-Obamacare, if you want to use that term. I mean, these were premiums that were set in the 2009 market. So Dr. Gildersleeve is somebody who's definitely going to benefit from that. As someone who was a small employer, I've only been in Congress 2 terms. I will just tell you this. Right now, it's the month of January 2011. There are small businesses all over this country right now that are doing their taxes. And if we pass a repeal effort that blows up a tax credit at exactly the same time people are trying to figure out what their tax exposure is here, that's wrong. That is just wrong for us to put people in that impossible position. And for that reason, this amendment, which A, protects the early retiree reinsurance program, addresses a workforce need, a healthcare access need, a need that exists both in the public and private sector, and also to protect the small business tax credit so that the folks out there that are the real job creators are not going to have the rug pulled out from them at exactly the same time that they're doing their own tax returns, is something that we at least owe that basic level of decency to the people of this country. And I hope you will give our amendment favorable consideration.
Thank you very much,
Chairman.
Mr. Courtney. Mr. Tonko.
Thank you. Chairman Dreyer, congratulations on assuming the role of chair. of this committee, I wish you well. And to our former chair, Louise Slaughter, thank you for your tremendous work as chair during the last several years. I also thank the entire committee for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. I heard one message from the American public very loud and clear over the past few months. They said, we want Congress to focus on creating jobs and growing the economy. Well, certainly repealing health care will not create jobs. In fact, it may produce the opposite result, and it would only serve to continue to widen the gap between the comfortable and the struggling. With that in mind, I think we've been issued a challenge by the American public to work in a collaborative, to work in a bipartisan, spirited way to make certain that we build upon progress, not go backward, only move forward, take foundations that can serve us well and only make them better. This President and the last seated Congress worked hard to develop health care opportunities, accessibility and affordability. My concerns here today are to encourage that you look tremendously focused at the amendments that are being produced by the minority. I think they speak well to the issues out there, and they're motivated. My mindset is motivated by many of the anecdotes that have been shared in the district about health care, and I'll share some of them with you. Take Lisa, for example, who is a small business owner in Latham, New York, in the 21st Congressional District of New York. She was forced to drop her health insurance for her employees when rates rose too high in years past, rates of nearly $12,000 a year. Her premiums had tripled since 1995, and she told me that reform would allow her to remain competitive and be able to recruit top talented employees by offering health care again, because she would be receiving tax credits, as just was mentioned by Representative Crowley, that would offset much of these costs. Lisa will go from struggling to growing as an employer. Or the message from Andre in my district, from Albany, who wrote me desperate for help for his sister, who is going through a second fight with cancer and is some $100,000 in debt from her old medical bills. She couldn't afford health care premiums, but can now get coverage through the pre-existing condition insurance plan that was enacted by this very reform. Andre's sister is going from mayhem to peace of mind, which I think has no price tag on it. It is well beyond what we could ever calculate. Then there's Catherine from Castleton on Hudson. Catherine contacted me pleading to stop attempts to repeal this reform. Her 23-year-old asthmatic daughter is looking for work, but the weak economy has found her efforts falling short. However, she is able to remain covered under her parents' health insurance plan instead of going without coverage. Catherine's daughter has gone from uncertainty to getting the absolute care that she needs. Lisa, Andre, and Catherine have real stories with real consequences. Whether it's a senior citizen planning for retirement or a small business owner attempting to manage his or her company, stability and predictability in the health insurance marketplace are indeed important. By playing short-term political games, that stability will be deeply jeopardized. Health insurance reform was enacted to ensure medical decisions are made between a doctor and the patient, not by health insurance companies or Wall Street CEOs. Now is not the time to ignore the will of the American people in order to focus on an obsessive desire to repeal a law that has yet to fully take effect. Repealing this law, a measure that took years of debate, of hearings, of markups, of meetings, of town halls, and impact to reach its final version, simply will not create jobs. What it will do is blow a massive hole in our nation's debt and jeopardize our seniors and middle class at a time when they can least afford it. The middle class certainly deserves better. I'm also offering an amendment today because I believe in competition. I believe in a transparent insurance marketplace, and I believe in protecting our middle-class Americans by giving them affordable health care options. My amendment is simple and straightforward. It requires OMB, in consultation with CBO, to certify to Congress that the repeal of the health care law will not decrease the number of people expected to gain health insurance because of the Affordable Care Act. It also requires certification that repeal would not affect the enactment of the exchanges and available coverage choices for all of our American citizens. It is then it further enacts the public health insurance option to compete with private health insurance plans in the exchanges. The public option is a government-managed alternative to private health insurance plans, with its payment rates tied to Medicare and fully funded by its own premiums. Americans with health insurance are seeing their premiums rise each and every year, more than doubling over the last 10 years at a rate 3 times faster than wages increased, all while the profit columns of insurance companies have risen in historic fashion. We operate in a free market, and the best way to drive down out-of-control premiums is by increased market competition. The public health insurance option forces competition in the health insurance market to drive down premiums for everyone. This amendment provides competition amongst public and private insurance companies in the marketplace, lowering costs for everyone. It's similar to Social Security and private pensions existing side by side. Each one has its own strengths and weaknesses, but public choice can keep the private options honest and cost competitive. The repeal bill will deny Americans protections under the new health care reform law and will again subject our health care system to the whims of powerful health care and pharmaceutical interests, leaving families and small businesses vulnerable to skyrocketing premiums and unfair practices that deny coverage to millions. My amendment is aimed at protecting against just that. Just this morning, CBO released an estimate that the underlying bill, H.R. 2, will increase the deficit by some $230 billion over the first 10 years and more than $1.2 trillion in the second decade. They also estimate that H.R. 2 would result in 32 million more uninsured people in 2019, for a total of some 54 million people lacking health insurance coverage. This is an unsustainable outcome. If this bill were enacted, according to CBO, many people would end up paying more for health insurance. My amendment protects against that because our nation simply cannot afford repeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tonko. Ms. Hsu.
Thank you so much, Chairman Dreyer. I'm here to express my strong opposition to blanket repeal of the health care reform law, and in particular to speak to amendments number 1 and 4. One thing I know is that repeal would certainly hurt real people, real Americans who deserve better from their government. It will hurt Americans like my own young staff member, Eric, who told me that he'd been diagnosed with cancer of the lymph nodes at age 22. As devastating as the news was to someone so young, at least he was able to get chemotherapy through his father's insurance. The greater crisis came when he reached the age of 24 and was kicked off his parents' insurance plan. When he tried to buy his own plan, he got denied because of a pre-existing condition. His cancer, at a time when he needed its safety net the most, was at greatest risk. Thank goodness we hired him so he was able to continue his health care, but otherwise he had no alternative. It is for Eric and the 196,000 young Californians who will lose their insurance coverage under their parents' plan that there will be great harm. Families across California will lose the peace of mind that the Affordable Care Act provides by making sure that young adults like Eric can stay on their parents' plan to age 26 if they don't have coverage of their own. Repeal will also hurt real Americans like my constituent, Scott, who had insurance all his life but changed jobs and became self-employed. He wanted to buy insurance but found to his shock that he was denied because of a pre-existing condition. He was denied not just once, not just twice, but 3 times. That despite the fact that he was an active tennis player and only 44 years old. And here's why he was rejected. Pacific Care rejected him because he was an expectant father. Blue Shield rejected him because he was bitten by a spider. And the last company rejected him because he had asthma. Well, Scott did indeed have asthma, but he'd managed it well for more than 20 years with $150 a month in medication. And even though it was manageable, he was denied health care insurance. And let me tell you, he's not alone. In 2006, 52 million Americans looking for individual health insurance found themselves in Scott's shoes. They didn't get it because it was made to be too expensive, or they were turned down. And that's almost 90% of everyone who applied. Scott and millions of other Americans breathed a sigh of relief when Congress passed the health care reform bill. It included life-saving provisions to protect Americans from being denied coverage just because they had a pre-existing condition. The Affordable Health Care Act takes care of these vulnerable Americans. If the health care reform bill is repealed, thousands of Americans across the country will be abandoned and left out to dry. It is for Eric and Scott that I strongly oppose this repeal and a rule that would hurt the American people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you for your testimony, and I will say that we are looking forward to a vigorous debate, and we appreciate your coming forward and offering your proposals here. Ms. Fox?
I have no questions.
Ms. Slaughter?
I really want to thank you for your extraordinary patience through our saga up here and everything. It certainly says to me that you are absolutely dedicated to health care and saving health care and all the hard work we put in on it, that you would come up with these amendments that are really quite extraordinary and stay here all day to do that. That's really quite a tribute. I think we don't always see that. So thank you so much. And I guess, Rob, you came several times, right?
I like it here.
Well, you're always welcome. And I must, because of work I've spent a lot of my life doing on women's health, I think Susan's amendment would be tragic. It would be a tragedy of major proportions, to tell you, if that were to be repealed. And women had to go back once again to second-class medical patients. We would hate that. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Very thoughtful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that, and I recognize we've not gotten to full questions and end of the process, but I believe this UC request will save staff on both sides some time. I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments have co-sponsors added and sponsors changed as specified. It's a very long list.
Okay. Without objection, it'll appear in the record, and we appreciate that very, very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Nugent? Thank you very much. Mr. Polis?
Mr. Chairman, first I have a statement from Mr. Owens of New York.
Without objection, Mr. Owens will appear in the record.
Thank you.
Will appear in the record.
Find that. And then, secondly, I think what some of this testimony has at least brought to my attention is the difference between, here we are, pass that through, stopping and sort of the pause button and the rewind button with regard to this legislation. And what this most expensive one-page bill in history would do is rewind rather than pause. And when I hear about elements of the bill that I was not an expert on but had heard about but were so eloquently described by Mr. Courtney with regard to retirees, some of the elements that were discussed by Mr. Andrews earlier today, we talked about high-risk pools, with which there seemed to be agreement from the other side of the aisle that we should have some kind of pool for people with high risk. Well, that is happening under this bill. We initially saw it as a transitional step, but it sounds like it's a transitional step. We all agree. You might agree. Some might agree it's the end point. We see it as a transitional step. But what this bill, this most expensive one-page bill in history, does is effectively rewind to before we instituted federal support for the high-risk pools, putting people with pre-existing conditions back to where they were 2 years ago, rather than where they are today, which some might see as an endpoint, and again, some might see as a transition piece. So, had I time to properly prepare an amendment, and again, I see this is going through so quickly that I didn't have the time to do that, having been in Rules Committee meetings most of the day yesterday and today. I think one consideration would be, why don't you consider a pause rather than a rewind with regard to this legislation, allowing pieces that have already entered and that people and states and counties and individuals are counting on, and that have, generally speaking, support with regard to what they accomplish from both sides of the aisle to continue. And rather than discuss the rewind, discuss where we want to go going forward, whether it's trying to improve some of the efforts that are scheduled to occur, make them work, have different ideas about what we need to do, consistent with the principles that Chairman Dreyer has laid out orally, the 5 principles, and then the principles included in House Resolution 9.
Mr. Polis,
and
if I
Mr.
may
Andrews,
just
yes.
say one thing. Your point about the high-risk pools goes to one of the earlier points I think Mr. Woodall made about state budgets. My state, New Jersey, has set up a state high-risk pool. It is contracted with Horizon Blue Cross and Blue Shield to operate it, and the state is obligated under that contract to pay the insurer. It's received some of the funds necessary to do that, but one of the questions I would wonder about the repeal is if it became law, what would become of the obligations of the state of New Jersey? Who would fund them? My sense is that the contract is still binding, and the obligations would have to come from the state taxpayers and state treasury. It's one of these questions, not simply a technicality. When you do push the erase button, which I think what they're really pushing, there are some consequences that are unintended. It could be very difficult ones for taxpayers.
So what you're saying, Mr. Andrews, is that your state, in fact, has already made decisions and entered contracts under the expectation that, in fact, this is the law.
Our state is already signing people up for health insurance coverage under this fund.
Yeah, and especially I'd point out that with regard to these high-risk pools, everything I've heard from the other side of the aisle is that they, in fact, want to see more of this concept. They don't want to see necessarily the mandate accompanied with the preventing of pricing discrimination on pre-existing conditions. In fact, some of us are even more optimistic about the ability of high-risk pools to accomplish the policy goal of allowing people with pre-existing conditions to have insurance. So moving away from something that many have said they want to get to after contracts have been made and policies have been changed at the state level, seems that it would be a huge step backward, not only for people with pre-existing conditions, but for states and others that have already entered agreements.
Let me point out one other very important real-life problem under the early retirement fund that Mr. Courtney talked about. There are employers in both the public and private sector that have signed up for this program, that have assumed that they're going to get the money, and have induced their employees to retire, in some cases early as a result of it, by making what I would assume is a legally binding promise to provide health care benefits to people 56, 57, 58 years old. Now, they made that promise in reliance on the thought that the funding from the existing law would be intact. When that funding is erased and repealed, I would assume these employers are still legally obligated, and I assume the funds would have to come from their shareholders or from their other resources to pay for this.
And I think that could be called a tax, and that the government is basically requiring them to do this. And so in this most expensive one-page bill,
Well, I'm not sure what you would call it, but I think it goes back to a point we've heard frequently. Mr. McGovern made this point very well. These are the kind of questions that hearings answer. These are the kind of questions that markups vet. These are the kind of questions that the regular legislative process bring to light. But when you're stampeding to get something done to meet some arbitrary deadline, these are the kind of problems that don't get resolved.
Thank you, and I yield back.
If I may, on that subject, apart from the contracts, there is the expectation. Tens of millions of seniors on Medicare have been calculating their costs this year and figuring that they're going to get additional assistance in paying for their medicines. And they've been told by their doctor that they will get brand name medicine at 50%. That those things are included. And, you know, I can't emphasize too strongly that everybody in this room can find something they would like to change in this law. But there are so many good features. It would be just a shame for millions of Americans to repeal it. Every year since 1965, there have been changes to the Medicare bill. It didn't include end-stage renal disease. It didn't include prescription medicine. It didn't include flu shots. It's been perfected over time. Some people did say, throw it out. It's terrible. That would have been a mistake. America didn't do that 40 years ago. They've made improvements in Medicare over the years.
Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Your patience. And I would like to, without objection, include in the record 2 photographs that were mentioned in Mr. Braley's testimony. And we have Mr. Owen's statement that Mr. Polis had that we'll also see is included in the record. Now, what we'd like to do is include a nice large panel that will consist of the members we have before us. And so I see Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Edwards, Mr. Deutsch, Ms. Edwards, Mr. Deutsch, Mr. Nadler, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Davis, and Ms. Jackson Lee, and Mr. Cicilline. So I'd like you all to come forward, and we will go by seniority, beginning with the Judiciary Committee, then to the Ways and Means Committee, and other members. So why don't we begin with Mr. Nadler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Slaughter, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify on an amendment I'm offering with my colleagues Susan Davis and Nikki Tsongas. The amendment would guarantee that the provisions ensuring the end of discrimination against women by health insurance companies are not cast aside by the Republicans' efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Mr. Chairman, as you may know, I have long been a supporter of widespread health care reform. Last March, I had the distinct pleasure and honor of voting for the health care bill, which achieves many of the goals that many of us have been fighting for many, many years. For example, with enactment of the Affordable Care Act, we guaranteed that more than 32 million Americans would have access to health care coverage for the first time. We laid the groundwork to stave off personal bankruptcies caused by health care emergencies and inadequate coverage. By banning rescissions, by banning the pre-existing conditions bar to insurance, by banning annual and lifetime coverage caps, and by capping annual out-of-pocket expenses, this law ensures that nobody will go broke because they get sick. It will help save the lives of approximately 45,000 Americans who die each year because they lack health insurance. We did all this and more while reducing the deficit by what CBO now estimates will be $230 billion in the first 10 years and $1.2 trillion in the next 10 years. In addition to these remarkable achievements that will ease the lives of millions of people, the Affordable Care Act extends greater rights and benefits to American women, which brings me to this amendment. Mr. Chairman, before passage of the Affordable Care Act, women were routinely, in fact intentionally, discriminated against in the health care insurance market. Approximately half of all American women do not have access to employer-sponsored health care, forcing them into the individual market for coverage. Because of a practice called gender rating, insurance companies can charge women and men different rates for the same coverage. In the individual market, this amounts to women paying up to 48% more in premium costs than men for the same coverage. The Affordable Care Act put an end to this disgraceful and patently unfair gender rating practice and vastly expands access to health insurance for America's women. Additionally, women face being denied coverage or being charged more for so-called pre-existing conditions that include pregnancy, C-sections, and being the victim of domestic violence. Let me state that again. Insurance companies can and do discriminate against women simply for having a child or for giving birth via a cesarean section. And shockingly, insurance companies in 8 states and in the District of Columbia can unilaterally deny health coverage to a woman whose only misdeed was that she had the nerve to be a victim of domestic violence. This is a scandalous blight on our country and one that deserves remedy, as is done, as prescribed by the Affordable Care Act. Further, women often lack critical maternity care coverage, preventive services key to ensuring that a woman gives her baby the best chance for a happy, healthy future, as well as other preventive services. The Affordable Care Act guarantees maternity coverage and other preventive services as part of the essential benefits package and eliminates all co-pays and deductibles for preventive services. This is a tremendous victory for women and for children, and one that must be safeguarded. Another key benefit in the essential benefits package is coverage for yearly screening mammograms after the age of 40. Mr. Chairman, for several years now, I have pursued legislation that would guarantee coverage for screening mammograms for women aged 40 and older and screening MRIs for women at high risk of developing breast cancer. While many insurance plans cover diagnostic mammograms, that is, mammograms used to diagnose whether a mass or a tumor that has been detected is cancerous or not, many insurance plans do not cover mammograms for the purpose of screening for the existence of tumors. Based on the research and on what we know about breast cancer, this is simply unacceptable, and women and families deserve better. And as we have learned, mammograms on their own do not detect every malignant tumor. For women at high risk of breast cancer, that is, those women who have a strong family history of breast cancer, where a woman's mother, grandmother, sister, or daughter was diagnosed with breast cancer, or those women who have a genetic predisposition to developing the disease, who have been diagnosed with the BRCA1 or BRCA2 genetic gene, MRIs help detect more tumors at the earliest, most treatable stages. For this population of women who are particularly susceptible to developing breast cancer, access to an annual mammogram and MRI is critical. As with coverage for mammograms, insurance companies do not routinely cover screening MRIs, even for this high-risk population of women. In 2010 alone, approximately 210,000 women were diagnosed with breast cancer, and nearly 40,000 women lost their lives to the disease. The devastating reach of breast cancer has touched my life personally, as I watched my wife learn that she had breast cancer and was forced to sit passively by as she grappled, thank God successfully, with the disease. Breast cancer kills women. It steals them away from their children and families. It is time that we say no more to this disease. That is why I was thrilled and relieved to know that the Affordable Care Act would entrench the right to critical breast cancer prevention methods like mammography and MRIs through the Essential Benefits Package. For all these reasons, my colleagues and I have offered this amendment. The egregious discrimination against women that was the standard in the pre-Affordable Care Act insurance market that made women routinely pay substantially more for the same insurance coverage as men must not be allowed to return. And this amendment says that the repeal bill, should it pass, cannot go into effect until it is certified that it would not, that is certified by the Director of the Congressional Budget Office and the Director of OMB, that the repeals brought into effect by this, by the repeal bill would not permit health insurance issuers to discriminate against women in the manner that I've talked about. Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me an opportunity to testify in our amendment, and I look forward to a favorable disposition by the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nadler. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to join my colleagues and to express what I think is an honest and certainly a deeply held difference of opinion to the Cantor legislation having been introduced, and that will repeal the health care bill. Let me just offer the backdrop to the amendments that I've introduced. And this was mentioned earlier, but I think it's important to note that states have, in fact, begun to implement the regulations under this Affordable Care Act. But more importantly, what has occurred is that we've already generated money, has flowed to the states, causing them to utilize these dollars to begin to implement this particular legislation. We read the Constitution today, and in particular the 14th Amendment indicates that there must be an equal protection of all citizens. Frankly, if we repeal this health care bill, one of the issues behind it was it is unequal. In my state of Texas, because of the budget crisis, my governor is considering eliminating Medicaid. Obviously, we know that Medicaid is some 60%, I believe, from the state, from the federal government, and 40% from the state. With that elimination, there will be millions of Texans without health insurance. But more importantly, those who will not now have insurance under this bill that is attempting to be repealed will then create a pool of people who will not be protected equally by the law. So I have three amendments, and I will briefly comment on one, but I will yield to my colleague when she speaks, because I've joined in her amendment. Congresswoman Edwards, I believe, is going to be speaking about insurance rates. So I'll just simply make these comments. The equality of the law, I think, requires us to ensure that insurance rates are not raised, because what happens is that those individuals who cannot afford it will then be unequally protected, because they will go into a pool that may not allow them to secure health insurance. Compounding the lack of coverage will be the cost that will insure to the federal government some $145 billion and $250 billion in terms of the additional dollars that we would need to implement the repeal. It doesn't seem to make sense to spend $230 billion to do a negative and to create a greater negative. And so I would simply argue that compounded with insurance rates, states eliminating Medicaid, and individuals not being able to secure insurance, either because of the high cost of the rates or because of pre-existing disease or because they're pregnant and they're a woman, argues vigorously against the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, and I will join in the amendment of my colleague. The amendments that I would like to speak more extensively about are the amendments that I offered on community health clinics that, in fact, really argue vigorously against the repeal. You can see pictures of individuals who need care. That's a neonatal unit in one of the inner city hospitals in my district. There are patients who go to community health clinics who are referred to those hospitals, the inner city, but they get primary care from the community health clinics. Community health clinics cover screenings, checkups, patient counseling to prevent illnesses, disease, and other health problems. Under the Affordable Health Care Bill, we expanded that to some 350 community health clinics across America. With the elimination, we will then knock out, if you will, startups of federally qualified health centers, particularly those in Harris County, and you can see families with babies being examined, and I think we have another friendly physician or a nurse practitioner examining someone in an affordable health clinic. I have heard much accolades from our community citizens who have said to have a community health clinic in a rural area or an urban area to allow me to walk down the street to be able to ensure that I can take care of my family. So it's a neighborhood center. It's a neighborhood physician. It's a neighborhood nurse practitioner. Under the repeal, this will be eliminated, and many of these have already started up. And so my amendment, the Second Amendment, argues vigorously and says that nothing in this repeal should prohibit the building or the establishing of federally qualified community health centers, of which the Congressional Black Caucus worked extensively on, and of course fought very vigorously to ensure that those centers would be spread around the community. And I'd ask my colleagues to consider the impact of eliminating those community clinics in rural areas and urban areas. In particular, I'd like to make note of the South Central Houston Community Health Center and Legacy, which have been one of the major proponents but also servers of community health clinics. Let me conclude on that amendment by saying a young mother in my district, Fifth Ward, Texas, which is the birthplace of Barbara Jordan. By the way, in February we'll have her 75th anniversary or birthday, and all of us miss that eloquent voice. But she said something that I think is important to this discussion. She said that all Americans want is the promise of this land. I paraphrase it, the opportunities and the benefits of this land. Well, community health clinics were part of that benefit, of which we thought was so very important in this Affordable Health Care Bill. One example is Iris Williams, who had a son who had no health insurance but was able to go to the Legacy Clinic when he needed a physical, something as simple as that. Many of you know you cannot go to school without a physical. Parents were arguing or saying even in our health meetings, when we had our town hall meetings, I can't get a physical. This is what this bill cures. But soon thereafter, her son had an injury where he lost one of his fingernails. He was treated in an emergency room, but his ongoing care was in a community health clinic. Or Joey, who discovered that he had both HIV and hepatitis C. He was a drug user, and of course, he developed HIV and hepatitis. He did not receive any health care until he was able to go to a community health clinic. And I know that there is a comment being made that as this bill is repealed in its totality, then we'll have these hearings. Well, it will be too late because many will have died already by the time we stop this action of this bill now in law and put a stop to it and then believe that we can recoup the losses. I think that is sorely mistaken. And again, in reading the Constitution, we really don't comply with the 14th Amendment on that repeal. My last amendment is distinctive from one that was discussed earlier, and that is the question of Medicare and Medicaid fraud. This is not just an amendment to say that we want to make sure that we prohibit Medicare and Medicaid fraud. What this is an amendment is not to underfund the agencies that have already started to begin the oversight of the question of fraud. We recognize that the CBO has indicated that for every $1 invested to fight fraud, it yields $1.75 in savings. The Department of Justice Civil Division and the U.S. Attorney's Office have recovered nearly $16 million in matters of fraud. If we repeal this legislation and we underfund the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Justice in the work that they're doing, we will contribute to the increased deficit of this nation. The Department of Justice has already created a series of regional healthcare fraud prevention summits, along with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Secretary Sebelius, and they are beginning to find innovative ways to look at fraud and abuse. That is all under the Affordable Care Act, and if this bill is repealed, it is not the question of prohibiting fraud, waste, and abuse. It is the underfunding of those agencies who are now fully engaged in that oversight, which I think is enormously important. So I ask my colleagues of the Rules Committee their graciousness and courteousness of having an open rule and ensuring that we do have a moment to stop what I believe will be major infractions and major violations of a health care bill that will cause major loss of life. I don't know what we'll say to the states, and I don't know what we'll say to those who are now depending upon these services that have already been offered. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Dreyer and Ranking Member Slaughter, for allowing me to testify today. I'm here to unequivocally oppose the rule and the repeal of health insurance reform. Mr. Chairman, repeal of health reform will be one small step backwards for this Congress, but one giant leap backward for all Americans. Repeal will allow insurers to discriminate against people with pre-existing conditions, women and older individuals. Repeal will balloon the deficit by $230 billion over the next 10 years and $1 trillion over the next 2 decades, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Repeal will deny health care to 32 million Americans. Repeal will end tax credits that help small businesses provide insurance to their employees. Repeal would throw many seniors back into the dark depths of the donut hole and increase prescription drug costs. Repeal would also eliminate cost savings and Medicare's ability to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. I must ask, Mr. Chairman, why would this Congress consider such a cold-blooded piece of legislation? Opponents of reform argue that Congress does not have the constitutional authority to enact the individual mandate, the requirement to purchase health insurance. Through the individual mandate, we can implement the ban on discrimination against Americans with pre-existing conditions. It is necessary, it's proper, and it falls squarely within the powers of Congress enumerated under Article 1. The individual mandate is essential because without it, Americans could choose not to purchase insurance until after they got sick. Insurers would then be required to recover or to cover the sick, and only the sick would get insurance. That would not be profitable for the insurance companies, and doctors and hospitals would have no way of getting paid. A ban on denying coverage based on pre-existing conditions, therefore, cannot work without the individual mandate in place because it would not be profitable for the insurance companies. Mr. Chairman, this repeal legislation will have a horrendous implication and adverse impact for Georgia. Repeal would strip 43,500 young Georgians of health insurance through their parents' health plans. Repeal means that more than 5 million Georgians with private insurance would suddenly find themselves vulnerable again to having lifetime limits placed on how much insurance companies decide to spend on their health care. Even worse, repeal would allow insurance companies to rescind coverage unexpectedly when someone has an accident or becomes sick because of a simple mistake made on their application. This would leave 387,000 Georgians at risk of losing their insurance at the moment they need it most. I'm a former judge and a defense attorney, and as I see it, Mr. Chairman, health reform is a defendant, and this process that we're going through is imposing a sentence on a defendant before we've even had a trial. There is no doubt that this effort to repeal health reform will fail and will be followed by an even more cynical effort to break apart reform piece by piece. I assure you, Mr. Chairman, that I will oppose this effort every step of the way. Perhaps when the House has dispensed with this clearly symbolic and political charade, we can get to work on policies that will create jobs and spur economic growth for all Americans. I understand that this repeal legislation is called the Repealing the Job-Killing Health Care Law Act. I must ask if the chairman or another supporter of this bill can produce any evidence that health care reform has killed a single job. On the contrary, reform is expected to create 4 million new jobs to service the 32 million Americans who will have access to health care as a result of our passage of this legislation. Repeal would eliminate those jobs. I'd like to close by reminding the committee where we were before reform. In 2007, 60% of bankruptcies were reported to be related to medical costs. Before reform, families paid a hidden tax of more than $1,000 in additional premium costs each year to cover the cost of uncompensated care for the uninsured who would report to the emergency room when their sicknesses became unbearable. And before reform, 8 people were either denied coverage, charged a higher rate, or otherwise discriminated against every minute because of a pre-existing condition. Knowing that, my colleagues and I in the 111th Congress got to work and delivered a historic law that ended these abuses and finally gave middle-class Americans the freedom to take full advantage of our economy. Instead of repealing this historic achievement, I urge my colleagues to nurture it and to invest time in shaping the policies as they are implemented. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much,
Johnson,
Mr. Johnson.
But before Mr. Johnson yields,
would you like?
I'd like to just say something personal to him. I hope he won't mind.
Yes.
It does me a lot of good to see how wonderfully well you're looking. I know you've been ill. And you've come back and made a wonderful comeback, obviously, because you had extraordinary health care. Now, if you were to leave the Congress, we've been looking at examples all day of what happens if this health care is gone, were you to leave the Congress and you had to go back into the private market, Mr. Johnson, you've got a pre-existing condition.
I would not
You would not be insurable.
Or if I could, I would have to be a gazillionaire in order to afford it.
Right. So, we've been hearing examples, but we have one right here in front of us.
Thank you very much,
What
Mr.
it
Deutsch.
means. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I lay before the committee an amendment, it's amendment number 8, to protect seniors and individuals with disabilities from the politics of health care repeal. I understand that an election has just taken place and that this bill is a priority of our new Republican majority. However, now is the time to have an adult conversation about this law's provisions and their impact on real people's lives. The amendment I present today simply states that this Congress must certify to the American people before this repeal takes effect that we will not raise costs for seniors, that we will not eliminate preventive care for seniors, and that we will not increase Medicare fraud. Whatever else we do, I believe we must protect seniors in the donut hole from massive prescription drug bills, allow them free checkups and screenings the law affords, and protect the new tools given to CMS and the FBI to fight Medicare fraud. Mr. and Mrs. Glassman of Delray Beach are two of the over 20,000 seniors in my district who fall into the donut hole annually. Despite faithfully paying their Part D premiums, the costs of the medications prescribed by their physicians have skyrocketed. The Affordable Care Act is sparing the Glassmans and millions of seniors like them from bearing the full brunt of runaway prescription drug bills. My amendment would protect them from the politics of this repeal and the reopening of the Medicare donut hole. I'll never forget standing in line behind an elderly gentleman at a pharmacy back in my district before I was a member of Congress. The pharmacist prepared his prescription, bagged it up, and put it on the counter. As the prescription was rung up, the man asked if the price was correct. The pharmacist said that it was. He then pushed the bag back across the counter, turned around, and walked right out of the pharmacy without his drugs. Pharmacist explained to me that he didn't know that he had hit the donut hole and that his monthly prescription price had quadrupled. This gentleman would go without his heart medicine for the rest of the year. This tragic scene, far too common in pharmacies across our country, will end as the Affordable Care Act closes the donut hole. Every time a senior forgoes his or her medication because of its cost, the risk of a more serious and more costly illness increases. Seniors cannot afford reopening the donut hole. My amendment also protects the popular provisions in the Affordable Care Act providing seniors with free checkups and screenings from primary care doctors. This is good policy, plain and simple, because it promotes wellness and it will lower health care costs by catching illnesses before they get serious and potentially life-threatening. This benefit, which began just this week, will save lives. We must spare our seniors from the politics of health care repeal. Finally, the South Florida community I represent is home to some of the worst abusers of Medicare in America. These modern-day marauders prey on our seniors. They disguise themselves as medical suppliers. They bill Medicare for services never provided. In some cases, they deprive the elderly of needed care. No one here today, Democrat or Republican, believes that America's taxpayers should be subsidizing fraud in the Medicare system. Yet that's what this body will be condoning if we repeal the health care bill. Just last month, officials uncovered a drug scam in South Florida that stole over $30 million from our taxpayers. These peddlers were flagged for billing Medicare quantities of a medication that far surpassed what the drug company manufactured. Perhaps Peter Budetti, a deputy administrator for CMS, said it best, commenting on this latest scam. We are now enhancing the tools and the technology we have to stay ahead of the criminals and to identify their patterns of behavior early instead of waiting until a fraudulent payment is long out the door, then trying to chase it down and recover the funds. Under the Affordable Care Act, CMS will be able to pre-screen Medicare providers and see red flags before criminals walk away with taxpayer dollars. Why strip our law enforcement officials of these new tools just as they are making real headway? Medicare fraud costs taxpayers at least $60 billion a year. If we end all fraud and abuse tomorrow, our 10-year deficit could be reduced by over $1 trillion. This amendment would protect fraud prevention and deficit reduction from the political spectacle of repealing health care. An opportunity lies before this committee to keep the donut hole closed, protect preventive care for seniors, make Medicare more efficient and effective, safeguard taxpayer dollars, and reduce the deficit. I urge the committee to make my amendment in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deutsch. We're going to go to Mr. Davis and then Mr. Van Hollen to complete the work of the Ways and Means Committee. Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the ranking member and members of the committee for the opportunity to be here and testify in favor of making in order the Thompson Amendment, an amendment that Bennett Thompson of Mississippi and a number of us have co-sponsored. And I guess as I was thinking of the amendment, Representative Thompson, as well as myself, as well as former member Eva Clayton, all have had direct experience with community health centers. All of us either worked or were on the boards of community health centers. And so we know firsthand the tremendous impact that these programs have had throughout America. As a matter of fact, they were originally part of the old OEO programs that started in the 1960s as part of the War on Poverty. And I've had the good fortune to visit them all over the country. Big networks, they are the most effective ways of providing primary health services to large numbers of low-income people this country has ever known. There is nothing this country has developed that has been as proficient, as efficient, and as effective. They also are economic stimulators in the communities where they're located. I've been in migrant camps where they were the primary employer. I've been in small villages and towns and rural areas where they were the primary economic engine for those communities. And so to do anything that would reduce the expansion that we are talking about in the new health bill would provide an opportunity to create enough of these to service at least 20 million additional people. We talk about savings. There is no way we could ever save as much money as we do with individuals having primary care physicians, with individuals being able to get care without going to the emergency room of hospitals, and individuals who can get care notwithstanding whether or not they have resources or money to pay. And of all the things that I have seen, and I have personally worked in healthcare for more than 40 years, I have never seen anything yet that has done as much to provide primary health care to low-income people in this country. And so I would urge the committee to make this amendment in order. I would urge the committee and other members to make sure that this amendment does in fact pass, because when we do, we are really saying to the lowest income people in America that their health does matter, and we would care for it. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Mr. Van Hollen. Excuse me? Yes, yes. Then I will just say that we're going to go to Ms. Baldwin, who is a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. She was listed under the first committee. She's also a member of the Judiciary Committee, and then we will hear from the other members. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Slaughter, members of the committee. First of all, Mr. Chairman, congratulations to you and to all the members on their reelection, especially to the new members of the committee here. And I think we would all agree that this House is a place to have great debates where we can openly air differences of opinion, but we should try in the process to separate differences of opinion from the facts of the case. And the amendment that I wanted to speak to is one I'm offering jointly with Congressman Anthony Weiner. He spoke about it a little bit earlier today. It does not address the health policy aspects of the patient protection bill that was passed last year. It deals with the deficit impact of the proposal before this committee today, and I guess before the House next week, to repeal that provision. And the amendment's very simple. It says we should be honest with the American people about the deficit impact of repealing the Patient Protection Bill, the Health Care Reform Bill, and make sure that we do not increase the deficit as we proceed on that path. I'm just going to read a portion of it, Mr. Chairman. It says, no increase in the deficit. Section 2, repealing the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act shall not take effect unless and until the Director of Office and Management and Budget, in consultation with the Director of the Congressional Budget Office, certifies to the Congress that the repeals affected by such section will not increase the deficit. Very straightforward. I would venture to guess that every individual in this room, every member of Congress in this room, spent a lot of the last couple months talking about the importance of reducing our deficit, reducing our debt, and putting our country on a fiscally sustainable footing. This is an opportunity to take an early action for all of us to fulfill that pledge. Now, yesterday, Mr. Chairman, there was a troubling indication in the rules, as you know, that there was an effort to set the stage to provide a whole different approach to accounting when it comes to the budget deficit. And in those rules, on page 28, there was a section called Determinations for PAYGO, and I'm just going to read a short portion of it because it directly relates to this amendment. It says, in determining the budgetary effects of any legislation for the purposes of complying with the statutory Pay-As-You-Go Act, the chairman of the Committee on the Budget may make adjustments to take into account the exemptions set forth in subsection H. So you ask yourself, what are the exemptions set forth in subsection H? You go to subsection H, and it says we're going to exempt the budgetary effects of measures, first one mentioned, repealing the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. We're writing into the blueprint of the governing rules of the House a mechanism to disguise the true budget deficit impact of repealing this legislation. Now, we all know that we have a nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Their job is to let us know what the deficit impact of legislation we pass in this House is. Sometimes we agree with their estimates, sometimes we disagree with their estimates. But the whole budget process will collapse in chaos if we decide to write the political budget estimates of individual members of Congress into these bills and ignore the estimates of the professionals. I mean, it is like being at a football game, and when the referee makes a call and you don't like the call, you throw the referee off the field and think that your team gets to make the call instead. And I would encourage every member of this committee to go back and read statements from folks on both sides of the aisle about the CBO and its role in this particular health care debate. And members of the Republican leadership praised the estimates that CBO came up with last year during this debate at certain portions of it. And I think we should all recognize, as Republicans and Democrats, whatever, that we will have budget anarchy if we think that we can substitute our judgment, if we can have members of Congress in a politically charged environment come up with their own deficit estimates. It is a surefire way to run up the red ink in this country over a period of time. So what this amendment says is, let's just make sure that before any measure to repeal goes into effect, we make sure it doesn't increase the deficit. As you've heard, as recently as today, the Congressional Budget Office updated its estimate and indicated that in the first 10 years, the Patient Protection Act, the Health Care Reform Act, will reduce the deficit by $230 billion, and over the second 10 years by $1.2 trillion. So over that 20-year period, it's estimated to reduce the deficit by $1.4 trillion. In repealing that, you are, just like that, dramatically increasing the deficit in this country. Now, you can say, well, you disagree with that, but if we do that, we're heading down a very reckless road as a Congress to say that we don't care anymore about what our referee, our nonpartisan referee, says. We're going to make it up as we go. And I would encourage every member of this committee not to take us down this road, that road, and I urge
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's hear from Ms. Baldwin, and then we will call on Ms. Wasserman Schultz. No, not yet.
Okay.
Ms. Baldwin, and then Ms. Wasserman Schultz, who's a member of the Judiciary Committee, and then we will proceed with the other members in seniority. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of references of late to having adult conversations, and I guess you could say I'm here to have a young adult conversation, in that I appear before you today on behalf of 147,000 young people in Wisconsin and approximately 1.2 million young people in the nation who would stand to lose their health care coverage if the measure you are considering today to repeal our recently passed health care law were to come to pass. I'm here specifically to speak in favor of the Larson-Baldwin amendment, which would ensure that young adults under the age of 26 are permitted to remain on their parents' insurance. And I'm happy to get into the mechanics of the amendment should the committee so desire later, but what I really want to impart is that this amendment is critical to provide access to health care for this very vulnerable population. Last year, there were 21 million uninsured young people, accounting for approximately one-third of the total uninsured population. This age cohort is clearly disproportionately uninsured in America. And young people do get sick, and young people do get injured. Young adults have the highest rate of emergency department visits due to injuries. 1 in 10 young Americans report having a mental health condition, and 15% of young adults have a chronic condition. I think about so many of my constituents who have shared their stories, but in particular, during the course of the health care debate last year, a young man named Eric who shared his story. He, as a young adult, was unable to obtain affordable health care insurance because of a pre-existing condition. And he has Crohn's disease. And he essentially went without treatment for in excess of a year, greatly and severely exacerbating his condition. This amendment is especially important for young Americans in today's economy, where finding a job after graduation from high school or college can be challenging. In fact, approximately 15% of 20 to 24-year-olds were unemployed in America in August of 2010. Now, if you think about it, it's understandable why young people are disproportionately uninsured. You have a child who turns 18, becomes an adult, and there's typical paths they might follow. High school graduate may seek a job, again, challenging in this economy, but those entry-level jobs are particularly the ones that often don't offer health insurance. They may go for higher education, part-time, with part-time employment. Again, those jobs are least likely to offer health care coverage. This is why almost a third of young people have no health insurance. And I would say, in my own experience, I happen to represent a district with a very large public university, 40,000 students strong, as well as some smaller public and private institutions. You can imagine that this is a provision and an issue that I hear a lot about. And I have heard incredible expressions of gratitude and relief because these provisions are now law and young people are able to secure health coverage through their parents' policies. We are told that by 2014, 2.4 million young Americans are expected to be able to enroll on their parents' insurance plans, and that of that, 1.8 million would otherwise be uninsured but for the passage of our health care law. So I urge my Rules Committee colleagues to allow us to consider the Larson-Baldwin Amendment on the floor so that we have the opportunity to debate and vote to protect the young adults in Wisconsin and across the nation from losing access to affordable health coverage. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baldwin. And now we will proceed to Ms. Wasserman Schultz from the Judiciary Committee. Let me just say that we've been joined by 3 other members of the Ways and Means Committee. We're going to be going to the members of the Ways and Means Committee following Ms. Wasserman Schultz testimony, and then we will proceed to the other members. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and it was nice to start my day with you and end my day with you.
Well, we have a much bigger day ahead, even after you leave.
Oh, I know that that's true. And I'm here today to speak in favor of 2 amendments. The Larson Amendment that would allow young adults to remain on their parents' insurance until they're 26 years old, and the Castor Amendment that would prevent insurance companies from dropping people or denying them coverage for a pre-existing condition. But what I'm really here today to do is to try to show the Republican majority how shockingly insensitive your attempt to repeal the health care law would be to the health care needs of all Americans. The health care reform law that we passed here in Congress has already made a dramatic difference in the lives of millions of Americans. Seniors now receive a 50% discount on brand-name prescription drugs, and this year they now receive a free annual wellness visit and no longer pay a copay for routine screenings like mammograms and colonoscopies. Adult children until age 26 are getting coverage already by returning to their parents' health insurance plan. And millions of small businesses across the country can receive huge tax breaks to help their employees afford coverage. Plain and simple, repealing the health care law would hurt millions of Americans. And these are not just abstract statistics, Mr. Chairman. These are real people, people that I've met, families from my district, who shared their heartbreaking and hopeful stories. And I want to share a couple of those stories with you. I want to tell you about 19-year-old Chastity Hart's story. Chastity is from Miami, and she was diagnosed with lupus, a devastating chronic autoimmune disease, just 3 years ago. She takes 4 different expensive medications every day, and she's recently spent 6 months undergoing chemotherapy. Just this week, she was rushed to the emergency room for problems with her spinal cord. As a bright and dedicated college student, Chastity is currently on her mother's health insurance. However, without the health reform law, she would have soon become ineligible to remain on her mom's insurance and would have been all but uninsurable given her pre-existing condition. The Hart family also faces skyrocketing out-of-pocket costs, but the Affordable Care Act ended the Hart's prohibitive annual and lifetime caps that can cripple families dealing with chronic illnesses, saving them from the angst of spending all of their savings on Chastity's care. Now, because of health care reform, Chastity can remain on her mom's insurance through age 26. And after that, she'll be able to purchase her own insurance in the exchange, even though she has a pre-existing condition. I also want to share with you what repealing health care reform means for Carol Roberts from South Florida. Carol suddenly faced the unimaginable dual tragedy of a cancer diagnosis and the loss of her job. Carol was already dealing with a divorce and the death of her dog, and then cancer too. That job provided Carol's health insurance, so in the course of just 1 month, she had her entire safety net yanked out from underneath her and her world torn apart. Instead of putting all of her energy into fighting cancer, Carol had to worry about finding a job that would not see her hair loss in an interview and immediately turn her away. The Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act finally frees our constituents, all of our constituents, from the terrible angst of facing illness without coverage. Not only can Carol now enroll in the interim insurance pool for those with pre-existing conditions, right now, starting in 2014, she can never be denied coverage for a pre-existing condition again. And healthcare reform doesn't just mean benefits for people with chronic illnesses. Recently, I was in the grocery store when a woman came up to me, grabbed me by the shoulders, and said, "Debbie, thank you. Thank you for working to pass healthcare reform." She told me that her family had just saved $3,000 in 1 year when they were able to place her 2 young adult daughters back on their family's health insurance plan. And she was not the first person to share a personal story with me at the grocery store or in line at the airport or while I'm picking my kids up from school, or any one of a number of places that many of us have had those stories shared with us. After my own breast cancer diagnosis and treatment just 2 years ago, I went public with my own story. And I felt that it was important to share my experiences and encourage women, and especially young women, to learn about their bodies and their risks. But what I wasn't prepared for, Mr. Chairman, is the deluge of healthcare confessions that I heard from women everywhere I went. I've been approached by complete strangers who confess to me that they've found a lump in their breast, but they're afraid to have it checked because they're between jobs, and so they have no health insurance. They're afraid to be diagnosed with breast cancer and then be declared as having a pre-existing condition. People have actually told me that they're going to have to choose between chemotherapy and radiation because I can't afford both, they tell me, or that they can't afford to have the surgery and they'll have to hope for the best with the treatment that they can afford, radiation or chemotherapy. But worst of all, that they're too scared to go to the doctor to find out that something might be wrong because they could never afford the treatment. These heartbreaking tales from terrified women are the same sort of devastating hardships that would once again plunge families all across the country into if we repeal health care reform. The stability and security that we've worked so hard to put in place is not only saving our country money, as many colleagues have outlined today, but as I've told you today, reform saves lives. I implore you not to let our country go back to the days when only job security guaranteed health security, to the days when an illness could easily mean bankruptcy, or to the days when women avoided treatment because they feared an expensive diagnosis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Appreciate your thoughtful testimony. Let me just say that we've been joined by so many other members. I thought that this panel would complete it. Ms. Slaughter wanted to ask a question, I know, of Mr. Van Hollen, and we want to see if there are any questions for this panel, and then we have so many other members from whom we are about to hear that will then give you all an opportunity to open the table up. Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your kindness in letting me ask this because I don't know of anybody else I could ask about it, frankly. It just came up an amendment that we got today from the majority leader. It's a paragraph. The budget effects of this act for the purpose of complying with statutory pay as you go Act of 2010 shall be determined by reference to the latest statement titled Budgetary Effects of Paid Grow Legislation. I'm lost already here. For this act submitted for printing in the Congressional Record by the Chairman of the Committee on the Budget of the House of Representatives, as long as such statement has been submitted prior to the vote on the passage of this act. This is different, isn't it, somewhat from what you were saying before that passed in the rules package yesterday?
Well, Ms. Slaughter, if you take this, and I have a copy of the language you're talking about, which is sort of the standard language that is often offered to rules. But if you take it in conjunction with the language that was passed in the rule yesterday, you create this new mechanism for the first time that would allow this body to totally disallow the deficit impact of certain legislative acts, including repealing the Health Care Reform Act. Just very, very briefly, under the statutory pay-as-you-go law, which is the law of the land right now, designed to reduce our deficits, anytime this House of Representatives acts on a piece of legislation that can trigger those deficit increases, the chairman of the Budget Committee submits into the Congressional Record his or her estimate of what the budget impact will be. And so this language here is pretty typical, but the language yesterday that was adopted, what it essentially is done is authorize in advance, give a green light in advance to the chairman of the Budget Committee to abandon the long-held practice and tradition of this House in submitting the Congressional Budget Office estimates for the deficit and authorizes him to essentially disregard the deficit impact of repealing that bill. Now, look, again, the question is whether we want to be honest about the deficit impact and whether we want to uphold the practice of taking the estimates from the body that's been charged with the responsibility for doing that, which is the Congressional Budget Office. And as I said earlier, every one of us sometimes doesn't like what they say and sometimes does. But this House of Representatives will descend into budget anarchy if we end up throwing out their judgment every time. And worse than that, this country's deficits will balloon if we head down that reckless path.
They will balloon, but we won't know it? Is that?
Well, it's going to be hide the ball
you're saying?
here. I mean,
Yeah.
this is essentially a green light for what we've called Enron-style accounting practices, because you're allowed to throw out the estimates of the professionals, the nonpartisan professionals, and come up with whatever number you want.
So we all, as we try to bail out, are in a very leaky boat because we will never really have the depth of what our job is or how far we have to go.
Well, we'll certainly know what the Congressional Budget Office is telling us, but this is essentially a green light to disregard those numbers as a matter of the pay-as-you-go statutory
Gentlewoman
law
yield.
of the land.
I thank my friend for yielding. Let me just say that the gentleman is absolutely right in his characterization of the Cantor Amendment. It is standard language which has been provided. As far as the package that was included yesterday, I've submitted into the record the analysis that was provided by the majority now on the Budget Committee, and I know that my friend is about to become the ranking member of the Budget Committee, and there are very, very clear delineations here about the $2.7 billion cost that goes into this and the smoke and mirrors for $700 billion that has been provided in this measure, and I believe that that is made very clear, and I know that this is a debate that is going to rage on, and as the gentleman proceeds with his work on the Budget Committee, I know that Budget Committee members will obviously be talking about this, and that is a debate that I think is very important to proceed. Are there any other questions for members of this panel? Mr. Hastings.
If I'm not mistaken, Ms. Slaughter had the time. I'd ask the gentlelady to yield.
I shall do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is exactly why on yesterday, when we were discussing the rules package, I raised the question about this particular measure and the fact that we did not have at that time CBO scores. For example, on yesterday, we were operating on the basis that the deficit impact would be $143 billion that would not increase the deficit but would decrease it. Today, in a preliminary analysis, the CBO has put forward that it will allow, if repealed, a $230 billion deficit increase. Now, I've tried in my meager way to put forward here, in addition to the litany of things I began this morning by indicating that Florida has already issued substantial grants, the administration now has issued an administration policy statement that substantiates what I was speaking about and assuredly puts forward the fact that such things as Medicare would be extended by 12 years. And I pointed out by grants that the administration had already let $320 million of grants around the country. Now, there has been substantial talk here about what will happen. How do you get back? Mr. Andrews had a very pointed debate with us pointing out that his state that already has a pool for at-risk people have entered into contracts with an insurance company, and he was questioning what will happen to those. I question what will happen to the people on Medicare who thought that we had partially closed the donut hole. And I thought yesterday, and think even more today, that before we rush into whether it's repeal or any legislation, that we ought to have the CBO score. So then I ask of Mr. Van Hollen, if it is that we can go down this road and throw out the CBO score, as you have put it, it would appear to me that the artifice that's going to be used is the rule that we passed yesterday. Am I correct by that?
Yes, you are.
Now, Mr. Van Hollen, most of us don't know most of the relationships that any of us have with each other. I personally have great respect for John Boehner. I did not relish in losing the majority, but I did particularly, in light of having lost the same, share with him the joy that he and his family and those who are like-minded with him would have by virtue of his becoming Speaker of the House. We've broken a lot of barriers around here, and one day we may elect a Native American, or an African American, or some others that have been left out over the years, and I believe that that will happen. Not in my lifetime, but I believe it will happen. With that in mind, the Speaker is attributed of having said today, when the preliminary analysis of CBO was made known to him, it is reported that he said that's their opinion. It is true that it is their opinion, but I find it alarming that a group that is hired by the Congress to be neutral, the only neutral body in all of this rightly partisan stuff that we do here that the American public doesn't clearly understand, that we would have the Speaker having said that, in essence, CBO doesn't count. Now, I think that's wrong. What do you think?
Well, Mr. Hastings, I think it's not only wrong, but as you suggested, I think it creates an incredibly dangerous precedent when it comes to honest accounting and budgeting in the House of Representatives, and has very serious and dangerous consequences for the deficit of this country going forward. Because if you can invent your own numbers and throw out the estimates of the nonpartisan professionals, you can imagine how quickly we would run up a whole lot of red ink, because everybody's always going to come up with the numbers, not necessarily in bad faith, but they're going to come up with the numbers that support their case. I remember during the health care reform debate, there were times that CBO came out with numbers that we thought underestimated the savings. We actually thought there'd be more savings from some of the preventative care measures. But we had to live with those estimates, and sometimes there were estimates on the other side. I would just refer the members very briefly to statements made by members of the Republican leadership last year about the CBO numbers, praising them in connection with the health care reform bill. I mean, Mr. Cantor said, I think this was last year during the debate, I think the news yesterday from CBO is the turning point in the health care debate, so that we will be able to put some reason back into the discussion here and be able to produce for the middle-class families of this country. Later on, he said that the CBO numbers had, quote, validated what their bill did on something. The point is, and this does go to the question, Mr. Chairman, you raised. I mean, we can all have differences with the CBO estimates, and they can be based on arguments we think are sound. But at the end of the day, if we don't have a referee around here, we're going to have a big deficit problem. As you indicated, there's a long debate to be had about the points you raised. I happen to think that CBO has addressed all those points and still reached the conclusions that it has. And, you know, that's a longer debate, and we could go through them point by point. But CBO is not unaware of those arguments. They have taken them into account in their assessments. And they are, at the end of the day, the people who get the call, the balls, and the strikes on the budget, or else it will be very dangerous. So I thought that the comments by Speaker Boehner, unfortunately, create a very reckless precedent that when we disagree with CBO, we're going to dismiss their estimates, and when we agree with them, we're going to embrace them. That is a surefire way to get much bigger deficits.
I thank you, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. And, Mr. Chairman, with unanimous consent, I request a statement of the administration's policy dated June.
Without objection, the statement of administration policy will be included in the record.
Yes.
Any further comments, Mrs. Would you like to be recognized?
Yes, yes, thank you.
I will. Well, I'll recognize
Thank
Mr.
you.
McGovern if you'd like.
Yeah, just very briefly, I want to thank everybody for being here, and I
was particularly moved by the stories that Ms. Wasserman Schultz and Ms. Jackson Lee, Mr. Davis, Ms. Baldwin all talked about the real people that are impacted by this. And this is a committee that where the tradition is that members of Congress come up and testify. On this issue, I wish we could fill this room up with the people who have been impacted by this new health care law, people who have been protected in terms of insurance, people who are being insured who otherwise wouldn't because they had a pre-existing condition, people who have benefited from the donut hole. I may go on and on and on. And maybe that might be more moving to some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But I think it's important to remind everybody that behind all of what we're talking about here are real people. And you know, and when people say, well, you know, the American voters were against Obamacare, well, there are two things out there. There's what they call Obamacare, which tens of millions of dollars in special interest money was out there to try to destroy and distort and mischaracterize what it was. And then there's what we passed. And the fact is, what we passed, even when you go to audiences that are, you know, initially somewhat skeptical, when you start going on the list, you know, this bill, are you against banning insurance companies from discriminating against people because of pre-existing conditions? Are you against allowing people to keep their kids on their insurance until they're 26? Are you against preventive care measures? They're all for it. So I think that's an important point to make. The final thing I want to say is with regard to what Mr. Van Hollen mentioned. I mean, how we're politicizing the budgetary process here, which is very, very dangerous. Norm Ornstein, who's the resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, who I think has respect on both sides of the aisle, wrote a column, and I'm just read part of it. He says, now we come to the rules related to the budget and fiscal policy. I will have to address these fully in another column because there are many new things, but let me start by addressing the provision in the rules to deputize the chairman of the House Budget Committee to unilaterally create spending and revenue limits and caps by committee and enact them simply by publishing them in the congressional record. He further writes, this is breathtaking. It demolishes the congressional budget process in one fell swoop, and it takes away the accountability, openness, and deliberation that a regular budget process provides. This is the opposite of accountability. Members, by voting in lockstep to enact a package of rules, will implicitly vote for a budget they have never seen. It will be binding in the House. And, you know, he further says, when individual appropriations come up, any proposal that changes the edicts of Budget Chairman Paul Ryan by restoring cuts in spending will be ruled out of order. Dramatic and draconian budget cuts without votes or debate. That is the new open and deliberative House, with a question mark at the end of that. I mean, we are going down a very, very dangerous path. And I just want to, I'll finally say, you know, I thought when Mr. Andrews was here, I didn't get a chance to comment after he was here, but I think he raised an important point. I mean, when you go home, everybody's talking about jobs, getting this economy back on the right track. And here we are having this ideological debate and not talking about how to put people back to work. And I quite frankly think that our time could be better spent on focusing on how to get this economy back on its feet. I thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. And let me just quickly respond by saying that there was one very simple reason the provision that Mr. Ornstein mentioned was put into place, and that is, for the first time since the 1974 Budget Act was put into place, we had no budget passed. And it is absolutely essential that we be able to focus on our effort to reduce spending. And had we passed a budget last year and done the appropriations work, that would not have been necessary. Let me also say, I hope that my friend has seen the package that has come forward from Mr. Ryan, in which he pointed to the double counting of $521 billion, ranging from things like the Social Security tax, the Class Act, the doc fix issue, which, as we all know, was removed so that, in fact, there would be an offset, but a commitment was made that would be addressed. And, in fact, that is one of the things that we have in HRES 9 that we look forward to having committees address. And so I just think it's important that while we look at what happened with the information that was provided to the CBO, that, I believe, played a role in getting us to the numbers where we are, and that comes to a total of $701 billion. And so I think that it's important for us to do that. And I'd just like to ask if there are any other questions for these panelists here? And if not, thank you all very, very much for being
Chairman,
here.
may I just add a clarification?
You wanted to add something?
Yes, I would, please. I just want to clarify that for Jackson Lee, I want to associate myself with the support of the amendment number 20 for seniors, number 26 on insurance, and in particular to ask consideration of the Jackson Lee Amendments 6 and 7 with a conclusion on the community health clinic to say this one point. 43 million women are living with heart disease, and many don't know that it competes, I don't want to say effectively, but it competes with the women who are impacted by breast cancer. Most of the women with heart disease have it without knowing it. Community health clinics in inner city areas, rural areas, Indian reservations provide the primary care that will allow these women to be diagnosed and then to be treated. And so I would
Thank you very
argue
much for that, Ms.
vigorously
Jackson Lee.
for
Let me
those
just say that while we've talked primarily about HR 2, we are focusing on HRES 9. And I know that there are a number of provisions that have been raised, and I am very supportive of a wide range of the proposals that have been discussed this evening, and it is our hope that we will not have the measure that exists now come to an end before there is completion of these efforts to improve the measure. So I thank you all very, very much for being here. I thank you all very, very much for being here.
I do think people will die if we
Thank you
repeal
very,
this
very
bill.
much for being here, and we'll
Thank you, Mr.
proceed
Chairman.
with our next panel. Let me say that our plan now is to proceed. We've had many members who have entered the room, and I want to go back to the Ways and Means Committee. And by seniority, the way my list is here right now, people are coming and going. This is very, very unusual, I think nearly unprecedented in my many years here. Mr. McDermott, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Pascrell, I believe, are here from the Ways and Means Committee. We'd like to hear from you, and we'd also like to add to this panel. Well, I'll go through the names and those members who are still here I'd like to have join us. Ms. Kaptur, Ms. Moore, Ms. Spear, Mr. Waltz, Ms. Songus, Ms. Edwards, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Peters, we've already heard from Ms. Chu, and Mr. Cicilline. So we'd like to have all of you come to the table and join. Mr. Larson, did I include Mr. Larson? I did now. So I have several lists here, and I keep getting handed a new list. And so we're going to begin with the Ways and Means Committee members by seniority. And so we will begin with, we'll go with Mr. McDermott, Mr. Thompson, and Mr. Pascrell. And then we will proceed to Ms. Kaptur after that. Mr. McDermott, welcome. We're very happy to have you. We began our hearing at 10 o'clock this morning, and we're charging ahead and look forward to maybe concluding by sunrise.
You are an optimist.
I'm hoping. Hope springs eternal. And Ms. Moore, did I include Ms. Moore? Absolutely. Happy to see my good friend Ms. Moore here.
Well, actually, Ms. Moore and I have an amendment that we're both going to talk about that has, I think, Jerry Conley's name on it. And it really is, I think, a significant piece that you need to consider. We can talk a long time about how we got to where we are, but it is now in law. The ACA, the Accountable or Affordable Health Care Act, is in law, and when you repeal it, you are proceeding to repeal the largest middle-class tax cut in history. That's what you're doing when you do that. It's, people don't really grasp what you're essentially doing by repealing what's there. You are repealing the tax credits for individuals to help them buy health insurance. That's $110 billion a year. Now, that's about $350 billion from 2014 to 2019. You are taking that right out of the pockets. It's in the pockets of the middle class now. And by repealing this tax credit, you are simply wiping that out. Now, people say, well, you know, what do you mean by that? How does that work? Well, let me give you just one example so you understand what's in this bill, because I remember a lot of people saying nobody'd read this bill when we passed it. Well, in fact, some of us actually did read it. We knew what we were voting on. In fact, a lot of us knew what we were voting on. But let me give you an example. Let's take a woman named Pat, 45 years old. Her income in 2014 is 250% of poverty. That means she's making about $28,700. The cost of the lowest middle level plan in the exchange would be, for her, estimated at $5,700 a year. So that would be her premium out of her $28,000 salary or income. Now, under this accountable ACA, she would have to pay 8% of her income. That means $2,313 to buy her health insurance. Under the mandate that everybody in the country has to do it, she would have to pay 8% of her income for her health care plan. The tax credit she would get is $3,420. She would get that to match what she paid so that she could buy an insurance policy. Now, if you say you're going to make somebody buy health insurance, it's clearly doesn't make any sense not to recognize that some people don't have the money. And so we built into this bill a tax subsidy. It's refundable, it's advanceable. In other words, you can give it to them up front so they can pay for it. One of the problems with tax credits, rich people don't, we don't have any problem. We pay the bill, and then later we get the next year on the 15th of February or wherever, we get the money. But for most middle-class people and lower-class people who will be buying these programs, they have to have the money up front. So what we're saying is we will give it to them up front so they can buy the premium and pay the cost. And by a wholesale repeal of this, you will be driving a stake in the heart of the middle class's ability to buy health insurance. Everybody knows the premiums are going up. Everybody knows that. We're experiencing it as members of Congress. Everybody's experiencing it. And if you are going to have a system in this country that is fair and covers everyone, you have to figure out a way to help people pay the premiums. We did it in this bill, and by this wholesale repeal, you are simply wiping it out. You're saying to the middle class, you're on your own. Good luck. Now, of course, if you want to repeal the whole bill, you're also going to take away the mandate. You're going to say nobody has to pay. We don't care. We don't care who has insurance in this country. But every single person in this room, almost everybody here, is paying about $1,500 a year more for their health insurance because they're paying for all the people walking around without health insurance. That's not fair. Why should I have to pay for somebody who doesn't have health insurance? Why don't we get everybody into the system and get them to pay at a level that they are capable of paying? And this tax credit for the middle class is the bedrock of this thing working. Now, you can talk about all the other things that are in this bill about putting your kids on to age 26 and pre-existing conditions and rescissions and all the other reforms that have already gone into place. But this is one that is out there. It has not taken hold yet. But if you take it out, you are basically tipping this bill over and creating all the problems you heard about, the costs in this country. Now, we simply have got to control costs, and we have to do it first by getting everybody in the system so that you can then begin to control the costs nationwide. Right now we have people riding on the system. We got, whatever you want to say, 51 million people who are not having any insurance in this country. And you and I are paying for it, whether we like it or not. And it's be much better if we had a mandate that everybody was in, and then we could figure out how to subsidize those people who don't have the ability. This bill presently has it in place, and you're sticking it to the middle class. And I watched the last couple of weeks before Christmas, well, people voted against the middle class again and again and again and said, well, we'll vote for the middle class tax cuts if you give us tax breaks for people who make $1 million a year. You worried about those kind of people. Well, this is the time to worry about the middle class and their health security. You just remember one fact when you're judging whether this should go into the mix for tomorrow or next week. 62% of all personal bankruptcies in this country come from unpaid medical bills. It is the biggest single worry that middle-class people have in this country. And what we did in this bill was to take away that anxiety. Now, if you think we ought to go back and give that anxiety back to the people, good luck. I think that is inhuman. It is cruel. It is not a just society. And that's why we're offering this amendment, because the middle class needs somebody to protect them and help them deal with what all of us know is going to happen. There isn't anybody in this room who isn't going to use a doctor sometime between now and the time they die. But we all know we have a piece of plastic in our pocket that we can hand in and get taken care of. But there are going to be 32 more million people covered if we keep this bill intact. And that's why this is such an important amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm going to speak specifically about an amendment before the committee. It's an amendment that I'm the co-author of, along with Mr. Heinrich, and I believe he'll be speaking on this a little bit later, and Mr. Pallone. And I'm going to try my best not to be verbose and cover many of the very good issues that have been raised throughout the course of the testimony today. Every one of them perfectly valid, and every one of them pointing out a very serious problem that our constituents will all face if this bill is in fact repealed. I do just want to double back and on one thing that the previous speaker talked about, and that's the amount of money that every one of our constituents has to share in ponying up because of people who don't have health care. And to kind of put it in perspective, I represent a large rural district in Northern California, and last year alone, the uncompensated health care costs in my district alone were $70 million. And as we all know, the good fairy doesn't come in with that money to backfill. That's somehow spread out amongst the rest of us who have insurance or taxpayers, or it's the rest of the community that suffers as a result of that. The amendment that we have is pretty simple. It states that the repeal that you're trying to put forward, and you'll bring to the floor next Wednesday, won't be implemented unless the OMB, in consultation with the CBO, certifies that that repeal will not shorten the life of the Medicare Trust Fund. And this is particularly important because the Medicare actuary previously estimated that the Affordable Care Act, the health care reform bill that you want to repeal, added 12 years to the solvency of the Medicare Trust Fund. If repeal shortens or ends the life of Medicare, members of Congress and the people that we represent at home should know this. And more important, it shouldn't go forward. Medicare is a trust that we have with the voters. People have worked and paid taxes all their life to make sure that they can have access to affordable or more affordable health care when they get older. We certainly shouldn't push that trust over the cliff. I believe that your bill, the repeal, will in fact shorten the life of the Medicare Trust Fund significantly, and it will do it by ending some of the important reforms that we were able to get passed in this bill. Reforms that eliminate waste from programs and make Medicare more efficient, such as the elimination of overpayments to private Medicare plans, the requirement that private Medicare plans spend 85% of the money on medical care, and the expansion of the waste, fraud, and abuse detection provisions, as well as the expansion of the payment models that we've put forward that are much more efficient, such as the accountable care organizations or value-based purchasing. Under your repeal measure, it looks like the Medicare Trust Fund will become insolvent by 2017, threatening our ability to maintain, as I said, our commitment to our seniors and putting their benefits at risk. At a minimum, those of us in Congress, the people that we represent, the health care providers across this great country should know the cost of the bill we're passing. I mean, we should know this. We shouldn't be passing a bill that we don't know what it's going to mean if it were to become law. You don't do that in anything. We've heard ad nauseum over the last few days how we need to act more like businesses. Now, some of us in this room have an experience in business, and I don't do anything in my business, a small farm, unless I know what it's going to cost. And what it's going to, and if you do something on one end of the farm, you want to know if it's going to bring about costs on the other end of the farm. You just don't willy-nilly do things without a complete analysis of that of the impact. And moving ahead with this, we don't have that full analysis. And we need to know what this means for the people who rely on Medicare benefits. And then I'd be remiss as the sole blue dog on the Ways and Means Committee if I didn't just mention the fact, and you've heard this before, and I apologize for being redundant, but as you know, the CBO estimate released today points out that if you pass your bill, you will add $230 billion to the deficit over the first 10 years and more than $1.2 trillion in the second decade. And that is absolutely contrary to every campaign promise that has been made right leading up to this last election and every promise that's been made after this election. We need to be conscious of how we're spending money. We need to be conscious of our debt and our deficit, and this bill flies in the face of that. So I would urge you to make in order this amendment and let our colleagues on the floor on Wednesday have an opportunity to pass this to make sure that Medicare, folks who rely on Medicare, the people that we represent that rely on Medicare, will know that their Medicare will not evaporate if your bill passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I personally believe that all of us in this room, and I do believe this or else I would not say it, want to resolve these very serious problems, particularly today we're talking about health care. As a member of the Ways and Means, we've talked about it, as you well know. I'm very proud of what Ways and Means did. And I didn't like, to be very frank with you, in 2009 and in 2010, in going over assiduously the numbers that came out of CBO, scoring our bill. Well, what else are we going to come up with to save money? That was a favorite line, but it was a true line because we really wanted to find a way to pay for what we wanted to do, and we changed. If you look at the bill from the very beginning and what we finally voted on, we did listen to a lot of people, Republicans, Independents, as well as Democrats. And it is not a perfect bill, Madam Chair, by any stretch of the imagination. There are a lot of things that I voted for in that I didn't really like. There were things I wanted to have in the bill that we didn't have. But that's how a democracy works. So I hope that what comes out of all of this, and I realize you have to respond to the commitments you made during the campaign, and I respect that. But over the last 2 years, I've talked to my constituents as you have talked to your constituents in every form, large forums, small forums. And I've asked them to raise their hands if they were against the following. And I would ask you, and I do this simply in rhetorical matter, I'd ask you to think about this and how you'd answer my question. Would you be against closing that Medicare gap under Part D? Would you be against that? People going to the drugstores today and finding out you've reached the threshold, Mrs. Allen, and you'll have to wait till next year. Would you be against allowing children to stay on a family's health plan until they were 26? Many of us have had that experience, by the way. Would you help Americans with would you be against helping Americans with pre-existing conditions by affordable housing? I haven't found anybody, by the way, that was against that. Maybe you have. And in one of the forums that I was in, Madam Chair, it was a debate with my opponent, and he didn't raise his hand. So I was good so far. Are you against ensuring American families to avoid medical bankruptcy? Businesses all over America, 60% of small businesses failed because of health care bankruptcy. Couldn't pay the bills. Now, we certainly can't, you certainly can't be blamed for what happened prior to health care enactment. But you certainly could blame us as Democrats who voted for this bill and made some promises within the legislation, whether we liked all of it or not, to how it's going to come out and how it's going to change American lives for the better. In debating these amendments today, and I'm speaking specifically to the preservation of access to primary care services, and I was very proud of my part in writing that part of the legislation, because if we're going to have more people into the health care system, which we want, and they're not all poor, Madam Chair, they're not all poor. They just have no coverage. They can't get it for a lot of reasons. You didn't create those reasons, and I didn't create those reasons, but they can't get it. And the amendment I'm talking about is, which is very specific, and we made it specific, was the creation of the National Healthcare Workforce Commission to provide dollars for states which would come up with their own strategies to respond to the shortage of the primary doctors, nurses, and primary care helpers. That's critical. That's in one of these amendments. In fact, I'll read that part of it. In Section 3, we will not certify, we should not certify, in the decreased financial support for workforce training for primary care practitioners, including physicians, nurses, and physicians' assistants, as provided or enhanced under Title V in Section 10501 of what you are suggesting. Unless you think there's plenty of doctors and nurses out there and the forecasts make it worse 10 years from now. We need to address it, whether we like it or not. Whether we have the health care bill or not, we need to address that issue and that shortage. Oftentimes in this debate, we've heard over and over again, the opposition suggested that reform would ration health care for our citizens. In fact, that was one of the first criticisms of the plan in the first. You're trying to ration health care. Well, if you repeal these health workforce provisions and many other things in the Act, you would limit access to care for Americans. And if that isn't rationing, I don't know what is. So it's kind of like the the pot calling the kettle black in these debates, and I'm sure it felt that way on your side as well. So if we want to come together and really resolve this, and we don't want to jump off the board too soon, because once you're in the water, there may be no one else to help you there. So we need each other. I would have done the process differently. But I'm one vote, you're one vote. But there are so many great things in this act. To simply remove it, like Ben-Hur, get it over with, quickly, I do not think is wise, nor will we see the profit of it, ever. Will the opposition be willing to raise their hands to limit care for Americans? That's what you got to ask yourself. That's what I have to ask myself. And there are many other things I would have liked to see in this, like to have seen in this legislation. And there are some things I wanted to take out. We can come together if we don't read the script, you or me. And that if we look at this in a scientific way, in an honest way, I think we don't have to be harsh with each other. I'm not suggesting you are right now. And I think we could come to a resolution of this matter. And in conclusion, let me say this. You must read the CBO report, not just the synopsis. I ask you to read it, and we should debate it on the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your courtesy.
I have a copy of it. I think, Ms. Capter, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, very much, and members of the committee for being here at such a late hour. We appreciate the opportunity to place our deepest concerns on the record, and I'm here to support the Larson and Castor amendments, and also to testify against any rule that would allow for the wholesale repeal of the Affordable Care Act. In my view, repeal will harm job creation in our country, certainly in the important health care sector, which is one.
Prohibition was enacted as part of health care reform. The regulatory landscape was grotesque. Now, one Energy and Commerce investigation revealed that 3 of the nation's largest insurance companies had canceled over 20,000 policies in the 5 years leading up to health care reform. Now, these are actual cancellations that took place in this country. Insurers lined their pockets with a staggering $300 million because they had taken the steps to cancel insurance on 20,000 Americans. Now, how can we justify that? That's right. Insurers were giving, and furthermore, in addition to all that, they created incentives for their insurance clerks who looked over the requests for health care when someone became very sick to see if they could find something in their application that they could do a gotcha on. So they got bonanzas, they got incentive pay, and as sick as it is, they were giving money if they knocked off policyholders who had paid their insurance premiums, dumping them. I'm not going to go into greater detail because I don't want to take any more of your time. You've been here too long today, but I'm just going to mention a couple of other cases very quickly. There are some cases where people actually have died because the policies were rescinded and they couldn't get coverage. Those are stories that you should hear tonight. There's a Texas nurse who lost her coverage after she was diagnosed with aggressive breast cancer for failing to disclose that when she was a teenager, she had acne. Now, how many of us women in this room, how many men in this room can say they didn't have acne as a kid? And how many of you think about putting that on an individual application policy? Well, none of us have to do that because we don't have to be in the individual market because we're in the group market. Or the man whose sister testified in front of the Energy and Commerce Committee about how her brother suffered and died from lymphoma after his policy was rescinded for failure to report a possible aneurysm and gallstones. These were conditions that his physician had included in his chart, but had never discussed with the patient. So how is the patient supposed to know that? And then there's also a man who saw his coverage canceled because he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. In rescinding his policy, his insurer claimed that he should have known that the headaches that he disclosed on his application would have led him to an MS diagnosis. Members, this is an atrocity in the insurance industry. We should not allow it to go on. I urge you to allow this amendment to be in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Slaughter and the members of the committee. Third time is a charm. I've been up here 3 times today, thought the room had cleared and I'd be able to offer testimony, so I'm grateful to be here now. And Mr. Chairman, I should have taken you up on your offer of that cookie earlier, because 5.5 hours later I want that cookie. But I'm here this evening to join with so many of my colleagues in expressing actually less about my opposition, more about disappointment that we're here just months after we passed the Affordable Health Care Act, and the new majority is offering to repeal that. And I'm very passionate, as so many are, about health care because of my own personal experience of being unemployed and with a small child and not having health care and working every single day, one of those millions of Americans who work every single day and don't have health care. And I remember when I was so sick and I know I needed to see a doctor, and what I did instead was I passed out, ended up having to be taken by ambulance to the emergency room, like so many people go to an emergency room when they need care. And it resulted in thousands and thousands of dollars in health care costs. I almost lost my home, even as I was working every day to try to pay back those health care bills. And so for so many millions of Americans across this country, what we've done, and perhaps one could argue not perfectly, is to try to create some floor for people who get up every day, who work for a living, for people who are maybe poor and can't afford health care, some floor for them to be able to take care of themselves and their families. Just yesterday, I heard from a constituent of mine, Vicki Gottlich, who lives out in a community not far from Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, who expressed her relief because she can now provide health care coverage to her daughter at a cost of about $70 a month. Her daughter's young person in her 20s had gotten a job right out of college, and then, like many Americans across this country, lost her job and also lost her health care. She was able to pay the COBRA amount for a while, but then she couldn't afford it, and her parents were in a position of having to fork over $400 or $500 a month to continue that coverage. Needless to say, they couldn't do it, but on January 1st, they were able to add her to their health care plan, and it now makes it affordable, even as she, like millions of unemployed Americans, continue to look for jobs and frankly wonder why it is that we're revisiting this instead of helping Vicki's daughter find a job. With this legislation, the law that we have in place, Americans across this country actually have an opportunity for health care. I have put forward an amendment, number 26, that goes at the heart of something I think is really important for working people, millions of whom actually have health care coverage. Some of them, it's really expensive. Others, it's not the greatest care, but it's health care, and yet they see skyrocketing premiums. And we did something very special in the Affordable Care Act. We put in a very small but powerful provision that ensures that health insurance commissioners, like those in California and across this country, have the ability to look at those premium increases and determine whether they're unreasonable or excessive, and then say, you know what, that's actually just not fair to consumers. Consumers in California and Colorado and Maine and other states that have actually used these provisions. This isn't the federal government looking at the health care that's offered in a state. It's the state health insurance commissioner saying, maybe this doesn't make sense for our state, just as your insurance commissioner has done, Mr. Chairman, in California. And so I've offered the accountability for insurance company premium increases amendment, and what it does is it says that the repeal would not take effect unless and until the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, in consultation with the Director of the Congressional Budget Office, certifies to the Congress that the repeals affected by these sections will not restore the ability of insurance companies to impose unreasonable premium increases as protected under the law. So important to consumers all across this country. And then finally, as I conclude, I want to share with you a story of a constituent of mine who had to deal with a pretty significant premium hike increase. And it wasn't 59%, but it wasn't affordable for him. It was an additional 20%. Well, at 20% or 59% or whatever that percentage, it's an increase that's actually not even in keeping with the pace of inflation. And so how could it possibly be justified? And Gang Liu, who's from Boyds, Maryland, another small town not very far from here, experienced that increase just before the health care reform package was enacted. And now our health insurance commissioner in Maryland has the ability to review that. And I know that when our constituents are calling my office now, I have the ability actually to call our insurance commissioner or refer them to our insurance commissioner, who actually has some leverage with which to deal with these unusual and unreasonable rate increases. And so I would hope that as we move forward over the next couple of days and you consider this rule, that you would not do what we all know can be very dangerous, which is throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and to look at some of these amendments that have been offered, particularly this one that goes to the heart of middle-class working families who have insurance and don't deserve to have big insurance companies stand over top of them and raise their rates unfairly. Look at those things as a way to improve the legislation. None of this is perfect. You know, if I could have been in my home around my table, I would have written a completely different bill. But that's not the deal when it comes to legislation. We have to work together, and I urge the new majority to take the spirit of yesterday into the work of tomorrow and the days coming forward, to ask ourselves what makes sense for working class Americans, what makes sense for middle class Americans who are struggling to take care of themselves and their families. They want jobs, they want to work. In addition, they are willing to pay reasonable costs for health care, and it's our job to figure out how to make that possible for working families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I want to thank all the members of the committee for their patience today. I want to speak to an amendment that I've introduced with Representative Thompson, who you heard from a few minutes ago, as well as Mr. Pallone, who I believe spoke and testified earlier today, that would prevent the repeal of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act unless and until it can be shown that that repeal would not harm the Medicare Trust Fund. Specifically, the amendment would require the OMB and the CBO to certify that the solvency of the Medicare Trust Fund would not be compromised by the repeal legislation, and failing that test, the repeal would not take place. I don't hold the view that this was a perfect bill by any measure. It was far from perfect, but it was a move in the right direction. And if nothing else, one of the clear benefits of this legislation was that it extended the solvency of the Medicare program that so many of my constituents rely on for 12 years. Not only would the repeal reduce that solvency in the Medicare program, but as we learned this morning, it would also increase the federal budget deficit by $230 billion over the first 10 years, over $1 trillion in the second 10 years. And I had hoped, certainly after an election in which millions of voters expressed their concern over the budget deficit and rightful concern over the federal budget deficit, that the new majority would walk the walk when it comes to reducing that deficit. We took a very small step today, one I completely support in reducing our own budget. That is a drop in the bucket in savings compared to the kind of deficit spending that this represents, $230 billion. We're moving forward on peanuts, and we're seeing the big picture move backwards. That's not what our constituents called on us to do. This first major piece of legislation in this 112th Congress will show whether all of us and the new majority is serious about reducing the deficit, whether all the campaign rhetoric from all of us was serious, whether we were ready to walk the walk, or whether it was just talk. Additionally, I believe that repealing this health care reform in its totality, as opposed to the repeal and replace approach that we heard so much about, would certainly have serious consequences and dire consequences for many of my constituents in New Mexico. A constituent of mine named Carmen Lecanto called my office recently for help with a $250 rebate that went to seniors last year under the Affordable Care Act. The rebate was established to help seniors like Carmen who are caught in the prescription drug coverage gap, the famous donut hole. Carmen is chronically ill with a variety of problems, including a heart condition. And she has had to choose between the medicines that she needs because her costs typically fall into the donut hole in August and September of each year. For the same reason, she and her husband have had to cut back on all of the medicines prescribed by her doctor and live in fear of how the costs and consequences will impact them next. I don't believe the health care reform bill was perfect, but we got some things right. And under the Affordable Care Act, we closed the donut hole, providing certainty for seniors that they'll no longer have to choose between prescription drugs and paying for food and utilities. And we provided certainty to seniors for 12 additional years that they can rely on Medicare when they get sick. This amendment, sponsored by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Pallone, and myself, would guarantee to those seniors that they can continue to count on Medicare. I want to thank you all for your consideration, and I would certainly ask that this amendment be ruled in order.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I want to express my appreciation to all of you for your patience, especially Ms. Edwards, who, as she pointed out, and I may have a little bit of a cookie left in there for you afterwards, but it's for her. And Mrs. Slaughter has this for you. Yep. And let me say that I believe that all of you have come forward, as have all of the witnesses today, with extraordinarily thoughtful proposals. And I want to assure you that we feel very passionately, as I said in my opening remarks, about the need for us to do everything we possibly can to ensure that every single American has access to quality, affordable health care and health insurance. I think that Ms. Edwards put it perfectly when she said, as we proceed, it is essential for us to come together now. And we believe that as this measure is going to be before us, no one wants to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We have in HRES 9, which I have introduced and will be included in this rule, a measure which would call, and I know there's criticism of basically the HRES 2 that is before us that does not have an open amendment process to it. But I can assure you that having talked with the individual committee chairman, there is a very strong commitment to your right to discuss and fully debate the proposals that you have and to have a vote. And I will give you further assurance that as we complete the committee process, looking at these proposals that are before us, many of which have been supported by the President. I began by talking about the 5 things that I would like to see, and actually we extend it to 12 in HRES 9. I talked about the opportunity to purchase insurance across state lines so that we could get costs down so that more people could afford it. The President has indicated an interest in that. In his State of the Union message, the President talked about the way that meaningful lawsuit abuse reform could in fact play a role in bringing the cost of health insurance down, meaning that more Americans would have access to it. Associated health plans. We've all been talking about small businesses today And we know that the opportunity for them to come together to get lower rates from these insurance companies is something that, again, enjoys bipartisan support. Pooling to deal with pre-existing conditions. Obviously, we want to ensure that people don't have the kind of the acne story that Jackie shared with us and the other stories that you all have shared from your constituents. We want to ensure that that does not happen. And something that I actually first introduced back in 1987, and that is I introduced the first bill calling for medical savings accounts, and that is providing an incentive for people to put dollars aside to pay directly for health care costs or for health insurance. So I think it's important for us, as we move ahead, to make it very clear that ensuring that every single American has access to quality health care and insurance is our shared goal. Democrats and Republicans alike want that to happen, and I just want you all to know that, and I will make a commitment to you that if you don't feel that your proposals as you proceed with the committee process have been adequately concerned, please come to me here in the Rules Committee, and I will do everything that I possibly can to ensure that your proposal as we move ahead gets a full airing and an opportunity to be considered. So thank you all very much for that. Mrs. Slaughter.
I'll just say we'll find out in a few minutes how well considered they are because we're going to put your amendments up for votes, and we'll see that. But I want to thank you all for coming, and thank you for your extraordinary work. Your patience goes along with it. As I said to the earlier panel, it testifies really to the kind of work that we put in to try to do this at the behest of the people that we served. And certainly the fact that we were going to make such a hole in the deficit was one of the overriding factors in which we tried to do that. We must do everything we can to try to make sure that $230 billion more is not added to this deficit and hidden away in some kind of budgetary gimmick. So I thank you all for coming. Appreciate your work and your patience, and we'll see you all tomorrow. We'll be through in about an hour.
Thank you. No. No, I just want to also thank all of you for being here, and I disagree with the chairman. I don't think we're coming together. I think we're coming apart here, and you know, and we are throwing the baby out with the bathwater here. If you vote for this repeal bill, I mean, you're basically eliminating all the things that you talked about. Mrs. Tsongas talked about gender rating and about discrimination against women when insurance companies define a pre-existing condition as domestic violence. I mean, we in this bill, you know, we changed that. Voting for repeal and not allowing amendments like the ones that you have offered to be voted on, basically you're eliminating everything. You're eliminating all the protections. And I appreciate the fact that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we all want everybody to be happy. We all want everybody to have health care. But time and time and time again, when the opportunity arises to increase consumer protections and to expand health care coverage for people, they vote against it. So, you know, this is not a coming together moment. And while I appreciate the chairman's assurance that if you have any problems with the chairman, you come to him, you know, and he'll go and talk to them. I think a better way to deal with this would be to allow your amendments to be made in order, or a better way to deal with this, quite frankly, would be to do hearings first, you know, and go through the committee process and then come back and recommend an alternative, a replacement, not a press release that you say is our statement of principles. I mean, but a real bill. And so while I wish we would have taken this the first day of the new Congress and focused on jobs, on how to put people back to work, you know, we're having this ideological battle here on health care. I think is not at all helpful. But I appreciate your patience, and we all certainly share your views on the amendments that you raised. Thank you.
I have a question for Ms. Spear, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Ms. Spear. I first have a question for the chairman. When will our committee be considering House Resolution 9 in this committee?
We are going to be considering House Resolution 9 when we complete this panel. This is going to be part of the bill, and we will. It's an And that'll be part of the debate next week, well, tomorrow and next week, both tomorrow and next week.
Okay.
We'll consider this in the rule tomorrow and then next week on the House floor, along with H.R. 2. So
We're contemplating a single rule for both and a
yes,
separate
we're going to have
vote.
one rule tomorrow, which will deal with both H.R. 2, which is the repeal measure, and H.Res. 9, which has the litany of items that we've been discussing throughout the day that reaffirm our commitment to addressing those concerns to ensure that we can get the cost of health insurance down for every American.
Good. I'll hold my remarks on H Resolution 9, but I will. Ms. Spear mentioned something, and I wanted to ask her some questions about it. And I think what you said, Ms. Spear, is you said currently members of Congress are going to be going into the exchange like other Americans. If this bill passes as H.R. 2, members of Congress will get this gold-plated federal health care instead of going into the same exchange as other Americans. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in supporting H.R. 2, people who are supporting it are effectively saying that members of Congress should not have to get their insurance the way other Americans do in this exchange, but instead just get automatically this federal program of insurance?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think that's what I thought I heard. And I think we've all heard back in our districts, and if any of you want to comment on this, I've had constituents that have thought that this health care reform that passed somehow exempted Congress. Have any of you heard that from any of your constituents? Once or twice? Does anybody have any ideas about how that misconception might have gotten started? Well, and I don't know either, but regardless, I just want to take this opportunity to make sure that, in fact, under the current health care bill that passed, members of Congress would get our insurance through the exchanges, and those are set up. However, if H.R. 2 passes, there will be some truth to what some of our constituents were worried about, namely that members of Congress will have a special program, one that they can't buy into, one that our constituents can't choose. And that is, I think, a major concern about H.R. 2, that it makes unavailable to the rest of America the insurance that members of Congress have. And that's something I heard from a lot of constituents. And I hope I don't have to go back to them and say that the current Congress, the 112th Congress, actually chose to get Congress its own special health insurance program that's different than the one that they get to choose. And I fear very much that that's the way we're headed. And I thank you for raising that, Ms. Spear, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think while the evening is late and we've wanted to move this along, Mr. Polis's last comment has simply got to be responded to. I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. I don't know what gold-plated insurance policy you have, Mr. Polis, that's provided by the Congress, but I pay a premium to Blue Cross Blue Shield. That is my congressional health care plan. Now, if you have a gold-plated plan, you have something different. And so I don't.
Will you yield for a moment, Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Yeah, my constituents have often come across information that leads them to believe that members of Congress have had gold-plated plans. I respond that we have the Federal Employee Insurance Plan. Now, you have to be honest that that's a good plan. I think we have decent insurance, and it's better than what many Americans in the private sector have.
Will the gentleman yield?
Excuse me. The plan is the same plan that every federal employee has. It is not a separate plan from other federal employees. We are simply federal employees, and that's the plan that we have. I have Blue Cross Blue Shield because it's what's used in North Carolina. Other people may have something slightly different, but we are considered federal employees just like everybody else who works up here.
Could I, Mr. Chairman? I think it's very important to point out that 72% of the premium that is paid to Blue Cross Blue Shield is paid by the taxpayers of this country on your behalf and anyone who is in the federal employee health insurance plan. You are not paying the actual going price of that premium. Your premium is subsidized to the tune of about 72%. And your coverage is never going to be subject to rescission, is never going to be subject to pre-existing conditions, is never going to be subject to gender discrimination because it is a group policy, and everyone in the individual market, and that's most small businesses, are in the individual market where they are paying the entire premium, and then they're subject to all of these different forms of discrimination.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say that the way the insurance is handled for members of Congress is no different than it's handled for every state employee across this country.
No, that's not true either.
In every state, and anybody who's in a group plan, you're trying to make it look like our plan is different from anybody who's in a group plan, and that is simply not true.
Well, Mr. Chairman, may I respond? Without belaboring the point, group plans are different and they're negotiated between the Office of Personnel for the state and the Office of Personnel for the federal government and the Office of Personnel for the local jurisdiction. Many cities do not have any coverage and they have to negotiate individually. The amount of subsidization is determined by, in this case, Congress, in California by the state legislature, and it varies. The premium subsidization is different in different states and with the federal government. But we must be forthright in telling the American people that the premiums we pay are subsidized by them to the tune of 72%.
Let me just say, as it relates to HRES 9, it seems to me that this exchange that we've just had is a very clear indication of the fact that we will have an interesting and ongoing debate that will proceed on this, and we obviously will have a chance to get a resolution of this. Anyone else wanted to make any comments? Mr. Woodall?
Mr. Chairman, thinking about that last discussion and Mr. Polis's point, is the amendment going to be before us to abolish the subsidy for the federal government plan? But I mean, has anybody, was that the topic of?
Well, we'll be getting into the markup, and whatever amendments members want to offer as we proceed with marking up the rule, we'll have a chance to discuss it. And
I would be interested in participating in that if that's going to come forward. If you're looking for a partner on that, I'd love to be a partner.
Look forward to it. Thank you all very much for being here, and we will say that the hearing began at 10 o'clock this morning, so we're approaching 11 hours and counting. But the hearing portion will be closed. If there are any members who wish to submit statements for the record, we will allow members to do that. But again, thank you all very much. Go in there and see, Donna, if there's anything left. And we're expecting about 10 to 15 minutes that we will have the rule ready, and so we're going to recess for 10 to 15 minutes, and as soon as we have it, we'll look forward anxiously to the markup on the rule. So, yes, 10 to 15 minutes, and if it 20 minutes is what Adam has just said, Ms. Slaughter. So we'll stand in recess for 20 minutes.
Yes.
The Rules Committee will reconvene. We are here for further consideration of the rule that will allow us to consider H.R. 2 and H.Res. 9. And before we have a motion offered, I'd like to make sure that the minority is prepared with whatever motions they'd like to offer.
I think we are. If I could ask one question
Surely.
just before we start. Is the resolution exactly like the unanimous consent? Would it is it the same?
Yeah, this is the Sessions resolution. Yeah.
Oh, right. It would cover the same general topics that we have here for that.
Could we see the resolution?
Just one second.
Okay.
Yeah. What we're trying to make sure it will include all of these items, and we're trying right now to ensure that if there are any other items that we do have the flexibility to address them. Mr. Hastings very correctly raised an issue, and again, I would, as I said at the outset, welcome any recommendations that you all have on ways in which we can address this. But we'll have the opportunity to do that once we make the the motion in order that will allow that to happen. So I appreciate that. What we're going to do now is we're going to proceed with the original jurisdiction markup of H.Res. 9, which is the measure that I introduced calling for the committees to proceed with their work on replacements. So let me call on the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee report the resolution H.Res. 9 instructing certain committees to report legislation replacing the job-killing health care law with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fox. And you've heard the motion. Any discussion on that amendment?
I know that the members on this side do want to discuss H.Res. 9. Mr. McGovern?
Yeah, no, I would just...
Well, I'll call... Did you not want to offer any... Mrs. Slaughter, did you want to offer any comments on it?
No, not
okay, then I'll recognize Mr. McGovern.
I would just say, as I have said repeatedly all day, I mean, basically what you are doing is replacing real protections for people with a piece of paper. That's what this bill is. I mean, that's what this resolution is, a piece of paper. It doesn't give anybody anything. In fact, it's a press release, and I strongly oppose it.
Well, anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Polis?
Yeah, I certainly the language in there says that the various committees shall each report to the House legislation. I'm not, quite sure what the penalty is or the ability of this committee to say that they must do that. Certainly, many of the ideas are ones that have broad bipartisan support. There's a few that are probably debatable, but the vast majority of them have broad support. I think that the issue that Mr. McGovern raised, and I tend to agree, and for that reason I'll be opposing House Resolution 9, is that it doesn't have the certainty that we had with regard to the bill that's in place. And we certainly wish these committees well in accomplishing these things, but we all know the legislative process. We all know that the committee chairs might not see things the same way as our esteemed chairman and our esteemed committee. And we worry about this because there's real lives that are being impacted by these.
The gentleman is absolutely correct, and I agree with the assessment. We know that there are lives at stake here, and it is critically important that we do everything that we can to ensure that every American has access to quality health insurance. I will tell you this. I have had discussions with the new chairs of these committees. Mr. Camp, who is the new chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Smith, who is the new chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and we had before us today Mr. Upton, the new chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and Mr. Klein, the new chair of the Education and the Workforce Committee. There has been a very strong commitment made by the Speaker, and I have made it by authoring this legislation, this resolution, H.Res. 9, that we will insist that the committees proceed with their action. And we obviously can't predetermine the outcome, but as you see here, I mean, I have made, and we have a record, a commitment to ensure that committees adequately address those issues that have come forward. And so I can say that it's not a press release. This is going to be a resolution that will be passed by the United States House of Representatives if we move forward. And I urge the adoption of H.Res. 9. There's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the motion of the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Pay the chair. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion.
Roll call, please.
Certainly. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Mr. Woodall.
Aye.
Mr. Nugent.
Aye.
Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Webster. Ms. Slaughter.
No.
Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. Hastings.
No.
Mr. Polis. No. Mr. Chairman.
Aye. And the clerk will report the total.
Six yeas and 4
And the motion is agreed to. And now we will proceed to consideration of the rule that will allow us to consider both H.R. 2 as well as H.Res. 9. And the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community again for her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant a closed rule providing consideration of H.R. 2, the repealing the Job-Killing Healthcare Law Act. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of H.R. 2. The rule provides that the amendment printed in Part A of this report shall be considered as adopted. The rule provides that the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against H.R. 2 as amended. The rule provides 7 hours of debate with 30 minutes equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and minority leader or their respective designees. 90 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce. 90 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce. 90 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means. 40 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget. 40 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary, and 40 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Small Business. The rule provides one motion to recommit H.R. 2 with or without instructions. Further, the rule provides for consideration of H.Res. 9, instructing certain committees to report legislation replacing the job-killing health care law under a structured rule. The rule provides that H.Res. 9 shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour debate on H.Res. 9, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Rules or their respective designees. The rule makes in order the amendment to H.Res. 9 printed in Part B of the report if offered by Representative Matheson of Utah or his designee, which shall be considered as read and shall be debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent. The rule waives all points of order against the amendment printed in Part B of the report. Lastly, the rule provides for consideration of a resolution if offered by the majority leader or his designee relating to the status of certain actions taken by members-elect under a closed rule. The rule provides 4 minutes of debate equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and minority leader or their respective designees.
You've heard the motion of the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community. Let me just provide a little explanation here. As you know, we last summer began making a commitment there would be a straight up or down vote on the issue of repeal. And when it comes to H.Res. 9, we have made an order, a Democratic amendment, Mr. Matheson's amendment, to add a provision dealing with the doc fix, the so-called doc fix, which would be adding item number 13. There will be a debate on that. And so we do provide an opportunity for him to be heard on that. And then, of course, the other provision is the one dealing with the issue that led us to recess earlier today. So are there any amendments to the motion of the gentlewoman, Mrs. Slaughter?
Yes, I do. We're distressed. I think I can speak for the four of us. That after dozens of people came up here all day over 12 hours with very serious substantive germane amendments to the repeal bill, you've blocked those amendments, but you are self-executing, adopting without a separate vote the amendment by Mr. Cantor, who did not testify today, in support of his proposal. And after listening to Mr. Van Hollen's testimony, I understand you would want to allow a separate vote on the Cantor Amendment, but doesn't make it right. And so I therefore move the rule be amended to strike the Cantor Amendment, which would allow the House to pretend that the $230 billion cost of this bill does not increase the deficit and therefore does not exist.
Thank you very much for the amendment. You've heard the gentlewoman's amendment. Let me just explain that Mr. Van Hollen recognized in his testimony when you brought this issue forward to him that this is obviously necessary procedure. This would be absolutely non-compliant with PAYGO were it not made in order, and that's the reason that we have chosen to make it in order. So I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote no on the Slaughter Amendment.
Well, if
there's further discussion, of course, I'm happy to
thank
recognize
you.
the gentleman.
Mr. Van Hollen made it perfectly clear that the danger here is what passed yesterday in the rules of the House, and that this just will compound it. And I think, again, if I can speak for all of us, the idea that we would even contemplate putting $230 billion worth of deficit, hiding it away somewhere, is abhorrent to all of us.
Vote occurs on the Slaughter Amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk will report the totals.
4 yeas and 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mrs. Slaughter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we report an open rule for the consideration of H.R. 2 and H.Res. 9.
You've heard the motion of the gentlewoman. Any further discussion? If not, the vote occurs on the Slaughter Amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. On the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. And the clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers. Amendment number 15 by Ms. Songus of Massachusetts, to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not permit insurance companies to discriminate against women.
You've heard the motion of the gentlewoman. Any further discussion? If not, the vote
Chairman.
occurs in the Slaughter Amendment. Oh, yes, Mr. Hastings, of course.
Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of things, as all of us have said, to like and or to dislike in this measure. When I began today, I used the opportunity, and I thank my colleagues for letting me do so, to briefly memorialize, in a way, an exemplary American that died last night, Catherine Crowley Kelly. Catherine was, as all of us are, passionate, but she had an unwavering support for civil rights and women's rights, gay rights, and progressive undertakings. I showed Mr. Polis a moment ago recent information that I received from her family that reflected her desire, in lieu of flowers, that contributions be made to the NAACP and the National Organization for Women. I raise that for the reason that Ms. Spears' provision that Mrs. Slaughter has offered, that I fully support, deals with one of society's most egregious discriminatory measures, and that is discrimination against women. And I, for the life of me, don't understand how an insurance company would deny a woman coverage. And most of us have women relatives that have been touched by the disease of breast cancer, My cousin that I was with at Christmas time had a double mastectomy. And it was and continues to be heartrending to all of us. I don't understand how an insurance company could say that if a woman had a cesarean section, C-section, birth, and I hope my daughter doesn't. I proudly announced that my first grandchild is en route. She notified me yesterday that the sonogram reflects that it's going to be a girl child, and I'm delighted about that.
Great news.
But how can any of you sit here knowing what we have done in this society in discriminating against women, including beginning this great founding of this country by excluding them totally from the opportunity to participate in activities that were routine for men? And to then vote on something and vote no, that it's okay when we have fixed some of it, it's okay to repeal it. And I hear you when you say, and I believe you said to her, that we'll take it up in the process as we go forward on House Resolution 9 and the committee process and what have you. But I bet you, for general purposes, we'll be right back here with this discussion, and we shouldn't be having this discussion. We should all be lifting women up. You and I have traveled to societies, Mr. Chairman, where women have to walk behind men. You and I were in Iraq, and we saw women, you and I, with our eyes, standing together, women having to go behind different undertakings and walking miles to come to the city that you led the Codell on, and I was there, and undertaking all sorts of things around the world. America ought to be way ahead of everybody else in the world when it comes to protecting women's rights. So I strongly support this measure, and I just simply don't believe that you want to repeal something that's going to cause women to pay 48% more in premium costs than men. Catherine would be opposed to that, and my mom would be raising hell if she were here.
Well, thank you very much. And let me say the gentleman is absolutely right. We don't want to do anything to undermine women's rights, and we are absolutely committed to that. And my condolences to you with the loss. Congratulations about soon to become a grandfather. And I think that is terrific. But you were right, and I very much appreciate the gentleman recognizing that this will be one of those issues that we hope very much gets a full airing and consideration. And I can assure you that it will, but we also will have an opportunity to discuss it here in this committee. So I'm not going to be voting no against women's rights. I'm going to be voting yes for us to ensure that the committee process has an opportunity to address this and ensure that women's rights are recognized. Vote occurs on the Slaughter Amendment. Mr. McGovern.
I mean, I find it a little bit puzzling that you, on one hand, you're saying that we all care about this issue that Mr. Hastings talks so eloquently about, but yet you're about to move forward on a bill that will repeal it. I mean, we've already had hearings on this. We've already had a full airing on this issue. I think the consensus, I would like to think, even with the new majority, is that that we shouldn't go backwards. That we should make sure that women's rights are protected in this process. That people don't get discriminated against for pre-existing conditions because they're victims of domestic violence. So if we're all together on this, then why are we going to repeal it? We've had the hearings. We've had the airing. It's over. We've decided this issue. Now you're repealing it. So, I mean, it's just a little bit of a puzzlement to us on this side of the aisle that, why on one hand you say you care about this, you share all, our views on these issues, but here we are repealing it. I think Mr. Hastings made some very important points.
Well, I think Mr. Hastings made some great points as well, and I will say that I am absolutely committed to doing everything that we can to ensure that we address the issue. And
but you're repealing it right now.
We are repealing We are repealing the $2.7 trillion
these
measure
protections.
that passed,
And these
there was a very strong, and we obviously don't want to do anything to undermine the rights of women, and we are determined to ensure that. And so I'm going to urge a no vote on the Slaughter Amendment. Yes, Mr. Hastings.
You do understand. Now, let me make it very clear. I think we've wasted 12 hours.
We've wasted 12 hours?
Yeah, I do.
I don't believe that we've wasted 12
I do.
hours.
I do, for the reason that you and I know that this will never become the law of the land, the repeal of the measure. Now,
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Largely for the reason that you and I know the Senate. And we also know that the president, who has this as central to the undertakings that he put forward, is more likely than not to veto a measure that came to him that repealed this measure, and that those of us in the House of Representatives that haven't lost our complete minds would vote to uphold that veto. Now, that said, in light of that, the minute that it would become law, and what you are saying is that you want it to become law, so if it became law, and I'm hoping that you're hoping I'm right, that it doesn't, then women would be in the position immediately, and your desire would have them to be there, and all you have to do is just strip this out. That's all, and let it go forward. I feel more about this than I do any measure in this whole of health care. And I didn't talk on the debate. I didn't talk on the rule. I didn't talk in the general debate. But I find it a knack that we would go forward on this particular measure. And I urge my colleagues to give careful consideration to what you're doing in carrying our country back.
Thank you.
Would
Thank
you
you very
yield
much.
to
Looks
me,
like
Mr.
Mrs. Slaughter would like,
I
I'd like to
would.
recognize you, Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me assure all of you that the women in this country know about this. So your daughters, your wives, your mothers-in-law, everybody's going to know that what you're trying to do is push them back into that place where they could be beaten to a pulp and not be given insurance to be having that taken care of. And all women are going to know that you have decided that they could pay 48% more for their premiums. And how are all these women going to get to know? Because we're going to tell them. So repeal it or not, with the fact that this discussion is taking place again, to put women back down in a second-class situation is not going to go unnoticed in this country. And I would like to say to you that those of us who have fought since 1970 trying to move ahead the rights of the women in the United States of America to try to reach those attained by women in other countries are not going to let this slip. So take that to the bank with you. Women in America will know about it.
Vote occurs on the Slaughter Amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. And pay the chair, the noes have it, the noes have it.
Roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? Mrs. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Yes. Mr. Poland? Aye. Mr. Dry?
No. And the motion is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mrs. Slaughter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, excuse me, the clerk hasn't reported the total.
Uh-huh.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. Mrs. Slaughter?
I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 16 by Ms. Loretta Sanchez of California, to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not permit insurance companies to rescind an individual's health coverage due to illness or impose annual and lifetime limits as prohibited under the Affordable Care Act.
You've heard the motion of the gentlewoman. Any further discussion? If not, the vote occurs on the Slaughter Amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. They pin the chair, the noes have it, the noes have it.
Roll call.
Motion is not agreed
Roll
to.
call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? Ms. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. Hastings? Yes. Mr. Poland? Yes. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern?
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 26 by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, to ensure that repealing the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act shall not take effect unless and until the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, in consultation with the Director of the Congressional Budget Office, certifies to the Congress that the repeals affected by such section will not restore the ability of insurance companies to impose unreasonable premium increases as protected against under the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman from Worcester. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed
Aye.
will say no. Madam Chair, the noes have it.
As for roll call, Mr.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. Governor?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Poland? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. There are further amendments.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 27 by Mr. Tierney of Massachusetts, to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Care Act shall not take effect unless and until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not restore the ability of insurance companies to divert premium dollars from patients into insurance company profits and executive perks as prohibited under Section 1001 of the Affordable Care Act.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman. Any discussion? If not, the vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Depending on the chair, the
I ask for the roll call.
Call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Poland? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. The further amendments, Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 14 by Ms. Castor of Florida, to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not permit insurance companies to deny coverage to individuals due to a pre-existing condition as prohibited under the Affordable Care Act.
Heard the motion of the gentleman. Any further discussion? If not, the vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Depending on the
I ask
chair,
for a
the
roll
noes have it.
call.
Those- Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Poland? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. The further amendments, Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule in order to make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 17 by Mr. Larson of Washington, to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Health Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not eliminate health insurance coverage for young adults under 26 who are otherwise eligible for coverage under their parents' plan as a result of the Affordable Care Act.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
yeah.
Mr. McGovern.
You know, I can't tell you how many people have come up to me and told me how much they appreciate this particular provision. How many parents have come up to me whose children are in college or just got out of college, can't find a job, and they can still enjoy the security of good health insurance if their parents so desire. I read earlier a letter from a woman in my district from Holden, Massachusetts, who talked about this provision in the context of her son, who graduated from college and was diagnosed with cancer, and because of a pre-existing condition, he probably wouldn't be able to get health care. But yet, because of this provision, and as well as the provisions that ban discrimination on pre-existing conditions, he has health care. You know, there are millions of people who are impacted by this, and I would like to think that we could, you know, I mean, in the spirit of coming together, as you mentioned before, that we could actually agree on some of this stuff. We've had hearings on this. We have aired this. I mean, I don't think this is terribly controversial. Why in the world would you want to repeal it? So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join with us.
Well, let me just say this is obviously an issue that is going to be addressed as we proceed with the consider of HRES 9 that will allow for a full opportunity.
But you're going to repeal it. You're going to eliminate it.
Thank you very much.
And maybe a committee chair will deal with it. Maybe
any further discussion? If not, the vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No.
I ask for a roll call vote, Mr.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Poland? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. There are further amendments. Mr. Hastings.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put a question to you, and again, in the spirit of trying to have the clarity and the transparency that you so aptly have advocated through the years. The HRES 9, in my judgment, does not require the constitutional provision notation that goes to the record. And correctly, the HRES 2, House Resolution 2, rather HRES.
It's HR 2.
HR 2 is in the record. What this isn't a bad question. It's just a suggestion. I didn't have the time, nor did I direct staff, and I could have, to go to the record to make sure that the constitutional proviso was noted. And I understand the rules package passed as it did. But as we go forward, particularly here, it would not be unwarranted for majority and minority staff to provide us with the constitutional provision itself.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's comments, and I will say absolutely right. It does apply to HR 2, but simple resolutions, as HRES 9 is, are not included under the provision. But I appreciate the
it's in the record, but if I ask right now, our colleagues,
I appreciate that.
What is the constitutional provision?
I appreciate
there are at least 6 of us in here that don't know.
I appreciate
that. Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers. Amendment number 23, offered by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, to ensure that repealing the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act shall not take effect unless and until the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, in consultation with the Director of the Congressional Budget Office, certifies to the Congress that the repeals affected by such section will not undermine access to primary care.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman.
Very briefly, discussion.
Oh, yes, Mr. Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, repealing this act will take away support for community health centers, which are critical sources of care for millions of Americans in every state and territory. In my lifetime, almost every president has addressed at some point the needs for people in America to have access, and the community health centers were and are a way. We heard eloquent testimony from our colleague from Illinois, Mr. Davis, who pointed to the fact that some of them either were employees of health centers or in some measure involved, as was I and perhaps others of you. And knowing some of us come from a district similar to the one I'm privileged to represent, that's urban and rural, and I suffer with my friends in the Glades to believe that this kind of program will not continue. Now, that isn't all it does. If you repeal this, you are taking away medical students and primary care providers loan payments so that they can work in some of those underserved communities in Belglade, for example, or in certain of other areas. And the impact of it, repeal, will eliminate $11 billion in support for community health centers over the next 5 years. And it would eliminate $1.5 billion in spending for National Service Corps. Whenever we ultimately get it all together, we're going to need more doctors, we're going to need more nurses, we're going to need more home health care people, and it just doesn't make sense to me. And nobody here today has made it make sense for me that under the law as it presently exists, we, all of us in this room as taxpayers, have already provided $320 million in grants. Now, if you're in a program and you just got yourself a $400,000 grant, some cases I cited in Florida as much as $7.2 million, and you've made contracts and you've done other things, you're getting ready to be impacted. And I just know y'all don't mean that. I know you don't mean that the doc fix should be eliminated for private primary care providers. So I'm going to rely upon your now what I perceive as rote recitation, Mr. Chairman, to the effect that we're going to take care of this later. Well, we took care of it in the last session of Congress, and there's no reason for us to have to take care of it later.
Any further discussion? If not, the vote occurs on the Hastings Amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Paying the chair the noes.
I ask for a roll call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk will report the totals.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. There are further amendments.
Yes,
Mr. Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 30, offered by Mr. Connolly of Virginia to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not increase taxes for moderate income or low income individuals or families, including through the elimination of tax credits for health care premiums as provided under the Affordable Care Act. And I do have a very brief comments with your permission, Mr. Chairman.
Any further? You've heard the gentleman's motion. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Well, you'd been recognized.
I thank you.
So further discussion.
And I will be more than brief in this regard. Ms. Moore from Wisconsin, our colleague, was here. And I can't imagine a more eloquent statement in support of, as she put it, near poor people who are working regularly. I shall not go further into it, Mr. Chairman. I would ask anyone who is interested that they reference the testimony of Gwendolyn Moore in the Rules Committee on January 6th. I think that they would find that Mr. Connolly's motion from Virginia, as supported by Ms. Moore, was more than worthy of being made in order by this committee.
Any further discussion? If not, the vote occurs on the Hastings Amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The paying the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. There are further amendments.
More.
Mr. Hastings.
That's who I am, and that's who I'll be with you for 2 years with the contract I have now.
Loving every
Mr.
minute
Chairman.
of it.
I know you are. Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 20, offered by my colleague Ted Deutsch of Florida, to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not imperil Medicare and raise costs on seniors, and specifically that repeal will not, A, raise drug costs to seniors and people with disabilities by reopening the Medicare prescription drug donut hole, B, eliminate free or preventive health coverage, and C, increase the incidence of fraud and abuse.
You've heard the gentleman's motion. Any further discussion?
Very briefly, and I'll yield to Mr. McGovern after I make the very brief comment that in Florida, and I believe in California as well, Mr. Chairman, we are rife with fraud. And all of us, I don't believe there's a man or woman here that hadn't made the argument about fraud and waste and abuse. But when it comes to this measure, I do believe that we don't want to do anything that's going to affect people living with disabilities, and we don't want to do anything, and I'm not trying to offer scare tactics for seniors. I live with them. I am one. So I certainly understand the plight. But with that, Mr. Chairman, let's don't repeal this thing and allow an increase in waste, fraud, and abuse.
Mr. McGovern.
No, and I would just add that I'm very concerned, even with the chairman's promise that somehow all these committees are going to redo all this work, that in the statement of principles that this piece of paper that you're replacing all these patient protections with, there's no mention of protecting seniors with regard to the donut hole. I don't see any mention at all of that, and I will tell you that I think many others here who have been back in the districts have talked to a lot of senior citizens, many of whom have benefited from at least the beginning of the closing of that donut hole. So I would urge a strong yes vote on Mr. Hastings' amendment because this has already begun. Why in the world would you repeal it? Why in the world would you essentially raise taxes on senior citizens? So I support the Mr. Hastings' amendment.
Thank the gentleman for his comments, and let me just say again that if this committee decides to report out this rule, and we do proceed with consideration of it tomorrow, as is scheduled on the House floor, and have this 7-hour debate next week, I am absolutely convinced that the gentlemen who've just spoken, as well as others, will raise a wide range of issues, and I can assure you that the agenda that committees will face is not limited to these items that are included here, and that's one of the reasons that we have added in this resolution, in the resolution, the measure that Mr. Matheson has, and so we will look forward to a debate on this issue. I'm happy to yield to my friend.
Thank you. But the fact that it's not included here, does that mean it's not a priority? I mean, I assume these are your priorities, but no mention of protecting senior citizens who fall into the donut hole.
Let me just say again that I know that there will be a full discussion on this, and we'll have an opportunity to have the committee chairman discuss their agenda and items that they will address. And obviously, as they proceed with the committee process, there are members who will raise this, and there will be deliberation in committees of jurisdiction. So I urge a no vote on the amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
Want a roll call?
Mr. Hastings would like a roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Newton?
Green.
No. Scott? No. Webster? Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk will report the total.
48, 6 nays.
Further amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
I have
Hastings.
one more amendment and a comment previous to that. Now that we are here 12 hours, I compliment all of our colleagues, and I say to the new members of this distinguished committee that you no longer have time to get out of here. I asked you earlier today to tell you to don't start, but you did, and you haven't seen the pain yet. You just...
The gentleman would yield?
Of course I'll yield to the chair.
Yesterday I began my 4th decade of service in the United States House of Representatives, and I have never, in the years that I have served here, known of a hearing to extend for this amount of time, and I've never seen as many witnesses as we've had today. Now, I say that because while the gentleman seems to think that he's able to, by his words, direct these 4 new members to not consider leaving, I offer my comments to assure them that you will never again, gentlemen, experience a day like you have over the past 12 hours.
Want to make a bet?
And well, I know that is. I've laid down the gauntlet and the challenge. I can tell you that there were 3 Republican witnesses today who came before us, and I have yet to count the number of Democrats who have testified. 25?
Well, gentlemen, yield for just a moment.
25.
Gentlemen, yield for a moment.
I think Mr. Hastings has the
yield for a
time.
moment.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
And I would just say, and the reason for the interest in this is an enormous bill. It may be a short bill, but it is probably the biggest bill that we will vote on in this Congress. And I appreciate us taking the time to hear from all the members that wanted to speak on this. And I think it was very reasonable that they did, given that this is a multi-trillion-dollar bill that affects almost every American. So this is a bill of immense magnitude. Let not the brevity of the words disguise that.
Gentlemen, that is the reason that we are providing 7 full hours of debate. We'll have the 3-hour layover, an hour for consideration on the rule. We'll have an hour for consideration of HRES 9 as well, and
no amendments.
So we'll have. Excuse me.
And no amendments.
What about the Matheson amendment?
One amendment.
Okay, so we have the Matheson amendment. And again, HRES 9 does provide an assurance that we will see the committees proceed with their action, and I can tell you that in fact will happen. Are there further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, let me tell
Mr.
you
Hastings.
why. I haven't gotten to my amendment. I hadn't finished my comment, but I yielded to you and to Mr. Polis and then to Mr. McGovern and you.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I also commented earlier today that over the course of time, as a lawyer and judge, particularly when I was a juvenile judge, I advocated and was the governor's liaison to the Florida Supreme Court on the subject of televisions in the courtroom. I began the day by saying over time, because of abuse, that I began to feel very strongly there should not be cameras in the courtroom, and I enumerated reasons that I won't go into. I think your intent by having cameras in the Rules Committee is as pure as the driven snow. I spoke earlier with a staffer. Names aren't necessary. She knows that I spoke to her about it. Your intent is transparent, and I believe that to be the case. But I also witnessed here today, and this is why I know we will have more 12-hour hearings and more witnesses than you have seen here today. We were the only game in town today. And the Senate is being the Senate. They won't be back until the 24th. So we were on CNN sometimes today, and we were on C-SPAN 2 or 3 or maybe both. And for that reason, what you saw here today, including yours truly, if we are going to be fair-minded, what you saw was people that know that we're on television. There were people that came in here and testified that would not have been here today but for the fact that we were on television. Now, they had a right to be here. And many of them carried on at length, and this is a committee where it encourages persons to speak forthrightly and no time limitations. I believe it's the only committee, although I served on the Intelligence Committee and we have great latitude there as well, but not the latitude that we have here at the Rules Committee. So you're going to see some more, not that you should be concerned. It's an honor and a privilege to serve on this committee. You will see more of the substantive legislation. You will come to know more of your colleagues than almost anybody as fast as you will that came here with you that are in other committees. But I assure you that it didn't take me but one day to conclude that I saw people come in here and play to the cameras. And I can tell you that that's going to happen more and more and more. Whether they had a right to or not, it's what's getting ready to become the rule of thumb. And it may come under the heading of transparency, and I agree that that's the chairman's intent. But in the final analysis, what it's going to do is cause for an awful lot of people just to come up here just so that they can be seen and webbed and tweeted and whatever it is that modern people do. Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule, make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 18 by Mr. Van Hollen of Maryland, to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that the repeal will not increase the deficit by eliminating the appropriate amount, be it the $143 billion or the preliminary analysis of $230 billion as offered by CBO, and $1.2 trillion over 20 years in deficit savings achieved by the Affordable Care Act.
You've heard the gentleman's motion. Any further discussion? Mr. McGovern.
I would just say, as Mr. Van Hollen said, I think very clearly, we're at a dangerous point here if we're going to start to politicize the budget process. And if we're not going to pay attention to what we have, the Congressional Budget Office analysis, as we have done under Republican and Democratic, control of Congress, as long as I know. And, I mean, you guys are in control right now, and you can do whatever you want to do. But I don't think if we were in control, you would want the chairman of the Budget Committee to come up with the numbers on his or her own. This is a process that this is a neutral. The CBO is neutral, and they're the professionals, and we shouldn't go down the road of ignoring CBO and leaving it up to the Budget Committee to make whatever decisions they want to make in terms of what things cost. I think it's a very dangerous road we're going down.
Any further discussion? If not, the vote occurs on the Hastings Amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. No. Depending on the chair, the noes have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Mr. Governor?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Fuller? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. And the clerk will report the total. And the motion is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mr. Polis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, a point of personal privilege. I'd like to introduce my brother, Jorian, who's in the room, the members of our caucus of Beta, but I wanted to introduce him to the members of the committee. He
Has he been here all 12 hours?
He took a little vacation. He came down to see me sworn in, which I did accomplish on the floor of the House. I'm very proud of that.
Great accomplishment.
Yes, very proud.
Not everyone does that. Not everyone does that.
And I'm happy that he's got to see a typical day on the Rules Committee. So. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rules to make an order with appropriate waivers. Amendment number 19 by Mr. Peters of Michigan to ensure that repeal of the Affordable Health Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not increase taxes on small businesses offering health insurance, including through the elimination of any tax credit as provided under the Affordable Care Act, and will not increase costs for employers offering retiree benefits by eliminating the assistance provided to them under the Affordable Care Act to help maintain retiree health care benefits. Mr. Chairman, while while there are elements of this bill that I'm sure people on both sides disagree on, I do worry that repealing the health care bill and the passage of H.R. 2 would actually increase taxes on small businesses. In a recession, this would be a job-killing aspect of the repeal. There may be other reasons and other aspects that the majority desires to repeal, but specifically the small business tax credit covers up to 35% of health care premiums, which will eventually increase to up to 50%. And already up to 4 million small businesses are eligible for the credit and are receiving this credit now. So the repeal of H.R. 2 would lead to a large tax increase on our small businesses. And what this amendment would simply do is ensure that we don't allow this job-killing measure to be implemented without a certification that the repeal would not increase taxes on small businesses, which I think is a critical value that we have on both sides of the aisle with regard to ensuring that whatever we do with health care reform, that it's good for small businesses, which are the backbone of America. And I therefore make that motion and move the question.
The gentleman is absolutely right, and obviously, as I addressed at the outset, small businesses are priority, and I look very much under HRES 9 to see this issue addressed, but I'm going to urge a no vote on the gentleman's amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Paying the chair, the noes have it.
Aye. Roll call.
Aye.
Roll call vote. Roll call vote.
You'd like a roll call
Yes.
vote?
Roll call vote,
Like a
please.
roll call. Clerk, call the roll.
That went a little quick.
No. No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Foley?
Aye.
No. Clerk, report the total. And the motion is not agreed to. The further amendments, Mr. Polis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers. Amendment number 22 by Mr. Heinrich of New Mexico to ensure that repealing the Patient Protection and Affordable Health Care Act shall not take effect unless and until the Director of Office of Management and Budget, in consultation with the Director of the Congressional Budget Office, certifies to Congress that the repeals affected by such section will not shorten the life of the Federal Hospital Insurance Trust Fund, which the Patient Protection and Affordable Health Care Act extended by 12 years. Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Heinrich made an excellent case before us. I also think in the interest of prudence and fiscal responsibility, we want to extend the Federal Hospital Insurance Trust Fund and not effectively allow that to run out, putting the health care for our seniors at risk. And I hope that the committee chooses to make this amendment in order.
Thank you very much. You heard the gentleman's motion. Any further discussion? If not, the vote occurs in the Polis amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
No, no. Paying the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Roll call vote.
Are there
please.
any further
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Foley?
Aye.
No. Clerk, report the total. And the motion is not agreed to. There further amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Polis.
I move to amend the rule to make an order with appropriate waivers, amendment number 21 by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, to ensure the repeal of the Affordable Health Care Act shall not take effect until the date upon which CBO certifies that repeal will not increase cost sharing or otherwise reduce access to preventative health benefits such as mammograms, colonoscopies, and diabetes screening, including such benefits offered by private health plans or by Medicare provided by Sections 1004 and 4104 of the Affordable Health Care Act. Mr. Chairman, these are cost-saving measures, making sure that Americans have access to early identification of these conditions have been proven to reduce costs over time, not to mention the lives that can be saved and prolonged. The cost of later diagnoses once these conditions become symptomatic are much greater to bear for the private sector, for taxpayers, whoever is bearing them. And I hope that this amendment is made in order.
Heard the gentleman's motion. Any further discussion? Not the vote occurs in the Polis amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, a recorded vote,
Clerk will
please.
call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
And the motion is not agreed. Are there further amendments? If not, the vote occurs on the motion of the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Nugent? Aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Webster? Ms. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. Hastings? No. Mr. Polis? No. Mr. Chairman?
Aye. Clerk will report the total.
6 yeas, 4 nays.
And the motion is agreed to. And let me, before we close, just ask all of my colleagues who have served here longer than 2 days to extend a round of applause to the 4 new members who have joined us on the Rules Committee, and to say how much we appreciate their forbearance and the hard work and their dedication by sticking with us, and to say that, as I've said throughout this entire 12-hour period plus now, we obviously share the goal of ensuring that every single American has access to quality, affordable health insurance, and we are determined to do everything that we can to make sure that that does happen. And we're going to have a rigorous debate beginning tomorrow morning, first thing, and then it will proceed with a 3-day layover into next week, and I will be managing this rule on the floor tomorrow.
And I will be managing HR.
Well, we got one rule. One rule.
Oh, you had a structured.
Excuse me?
HRS now, under structured rules.
Well, we've got one rule that we're going to be considering, and then next week we will have HRES 9 that will be considered from our original jurisdiction. So I'll be managing both.
I'll do it next week.
So you want to manage the rule tomorrow, and Mr. McGovern will manage HRES 9?
That one I was closed and one I was structured.
Right. So the structure, we made Mr. Mathison's amendment in order, as you know, and that made it a structured rule. And the closed rule is a straight up or down vote, as well as the provision that allows for the addressing the issue that we recessed on earlier today.
And then Mr. Sessions failing to get sworn in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much, and without objection, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.